The dust has been settling, and the dust that's been settling has been this.
Are you sure? Because I
Around,
think there's plenty
around
of
the
dust.
NFL.
Oh, around the
dust,
NFL.
The dust is this. They're doing what?
Huh?
That's the dust. They're doing what in Cleveland?
Oh, boy.
And the thing that's been interesting to me, Andy, is that everybody is saying, wait a minute, his contract's up, it's the blah, 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 blah. Seen March. Then the Browns owe him guaranteed $200 million for the 2029 season. So in other words, they're going to cut this guy. Yet they named him the starting quarterback.
Oh.
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
I want you to think about this.
No, think about that.
Yeah.
They just named the starting quarterback, the guy that is coming off of 2 torn Achilles, didn't outplay anybody, it didn't seem, in the preseason, and that they are guaranteed to cut in March. What's that say about a lot of things? That's what we're going to get into here.
You want to hear another amazing thought?
I sure do, Andy.
Jeff, think about this, okay? In any other scenario, the craziest story of all time would have just happened. But yet we're sitting here talking about the starting quarterback situation. We have a player that was on the roster, could have walked on the field Saturday, going back to college.
Come on back, Andy. We're talking quarterback right now.
But I'm saying if this was a normal situation, that would be all anyone would be talking about. We had a player leave the Browns.
I don't think that's that big of a deal.
I know it's to go back to college.
I know, but who cares? He wasn't going to make the team anyway. They waived him.
I know, but no, they waived him because he asked. Who knows? He may have still been on the practice squad or something like that.
Him anyway.
I'm blown away by just the whole. Well, first of all, I'm still trying to figure out exactly what happened with the quarterback situation where, we walk into the weekend and I'm like, it doesn't matter what Deshaun does the second half, he's going to be the starting quarterback. Then I walk out of a press conference going, he may have talked himself out of that. Then I see his head coach come back for damage control the next day. Then I see him come back and do his own damage control and be named QB1. Hello. And then in the back of my mind, I'm going, well, there's probably only one or two ways to maybe silence this thing, and one would be winning. One would be winning. If they could come back from this road trip to Florida, if they're 2-0, maybe the fans will take it easy on them a little bit. Maybe it won't be. I mean, winning cures all, doesn't it? Want to go back and remember the last time the Browns were 2-0 to start a season? Want to go back and think about it? Want to guess the year?
No, I don't.
93.
There you go.
They haven't done it in this era.
Well,
3 times they've been 1-1. 3 times.
I think
3 times they've won the Open.
As the dust is settling or either still being blown all around, what does yesterday's announcement say about Shedeur Sanders? And to me, I think to be nice about it, and I think this is accurate as well. It's nice, but it's also accurate. He's clearly not ready yet. And that's okay, Andy. See, that's the one thing I think people need to remember. He's not ready yet. That also doesn't mean that he'll ever be ready. You know what I mean? I mean, how many fifth-round picks become a big deal in the NFL at quarterback? Not very many. Not very many. But clearly right now, another head coach has determined that he's not ready to go. Kevin caught holy hell last year because he didn't do this with Shedeur, he didn't do that with Shedeur, didn't put him in a position to succeed, blah, 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 whatever. One thing that we had talked about leading up to all this was Todd Monken kept talking about what's fair, what's fair, what's fair. And maybe he did that because he didn't want to deal with some of the fallout that Kevin had to deal with. I don't know. But this is 2 straight head coaches now who have determined that Shedeur is not quite ready yet. And again, that's okay. Mm-hmm. But on the other hand, he's got a rabid fan base that's saying, put him out there, put him out there. He's a superstar. And so I think that's a tough thing for Shedeur. I do. And it's okay for young quarterbacks to not be ready. Look around the NFL. It's full of them. They're full of young quarterbacks that aren't ready to go. But another head coach in Cleveland where you didn't have a really viable quarterback option has determined that Shedeur is not the guy yet.
So
Anyway.
As you're saying, there's two things are going through my mind. One, if I'm Shedeur Sanders or Dylan Gabriel, I'm quoting the great George Jetson, Jane, get me off this crazy thing, right? Get me off this thing. Because I'd want to go play somewhere else. And two, if Shedeur couldn't beat out Deshaun based on all of those setbacks and all of the lack of being able to play, wow, did they waste 2 more draft picks last year? Like,
well,
you
that
gotta
question,
be kidding me.
I mean,
that's 2 more draft picks that just complete waste of time.
Again, you don't draft quarterbacks past the second round anyway and think that they're your quarterback of the future. You just don't do it. I mean, you hope to get
normally you don't because you're going to get a Tom Brady call here.
Yeah, well,
Tom Brady.
Normally you don't. Yeah, you hope to get lucky.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Browns didn't get lucky, so they, your 3rd round pick and your 5th round pick couldn't beat out a guy who's not played well since he's been here, had excess of baggage when he got here, and has had major shoulder and 2 Achilles surgeries. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. Jimmy Watkins in the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com, wrote a terrific piece about this. And think about it. I mean, no one thought Deshaun looked really good in the preseason. I think Deshaun looked better in the Bears game, and Shedeur didn't look good in the 3rd quarter. And then flip it. Mm-hmm. Shedeur looked much better in the Bills game, and then didn't Deshaun in the 3rd quarter.
But Todd made it pretty clear yesterday. The decision was much more than the 2 games that we visually were able to see.
Which, Andy, goes back to the point. Wait a minute. So Shedeur's not ready. Because on the field, they look pretty comparable, don't you think?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it tells you that he's not ready to run the offense. He's not ready. If you're not ready to be an NFL starting quarterback in Cleveland, well, then you're not ready to be an NFL starting quarterback for any team.
No.
And that's okay.
I mean, does anybody rank our quarterback room higher than 31 in the league?
Think so.
I mean, we
and the way
pretty
Carson
much own
Beck
that 32
is playing
spot.
For who, Arizona? I mean, that's going to make them look better because Carson Beck's been playing, decently in the preseason, and of course Todd Monken was with him for a little while, Georgia.
It does when you do step back and go, wait a minute, you drafted 2 guys last year, and neither one of them could beat out the guy that has been injured, suspended, rarely on the field. It doesn't say a whole lot it goes back to, okay, they had a great draft 2 years ago. In that draft, including, is it great now? I don't know. Maybe that lessens the draft of 2 seasons ago, knowing that you've got 2 guys that still aren't starting and they're both quarterback. I could see one, like if you had one quarterback that you would have drafted in the 3rd or 5th round, developmentally not being ready.
Shot.
One.
Take a shot.
It's the 2 part of it that is bad. That's the problem with it. It's the 2 part of it. So I'll give you. I'll be very nice about it. I'll say they completely wasted a 3rd round pick or a 5th round pick, and I could argue either one of those.
Don't you think if Shedeur, in the mind of yet now another head coach, was ready, he'd be the starter right now?
Yeah,
I do too. I was hoping he would be. Andy, playing Deshaun doesn't do the franchise any good. I don't think.
Other than try to watch return on investment, that's the only thing that's left there.
But Todd Monken obviously feels he said it. He gives us a better chance to move the ball and score points.
Yeah.
Well, that just screams to me Shedeur's not anywhere near ready to go because it wouldn't have taken much to beat out Deshaun. And, because he's here, because he seems like a good kid, because he seems like there's some ability there, man, I hope Shedeur gets his chance sooner rather than later. Because to me, yesterday's announcement screamed 2 things mainly. Mm-hmm. He's not ready, which is okay. But he's also not the quarterback of the future here. Because if you thought he was the guy, I think you'd start him even if you didn't think he was quite ready to get him the reps and let him see if he can become the guy. You know what I mean? It just screamed to me, hey, 2027 draft, here we come. Because, again,
Did they say
the money says Deshaun absolutely will be cut in March. So he's not coming back. This is it.
Didn't the Browns essentially say this, though, when they traded Myles Garrett and picked up another first-round pick?
Oh, I thought so, Andy.
Yeah. And so there's no shock or surprise by where we're at this point. And was it a matter of flipping a coin just to say who was going to be the starting quarterback?
What does this say about yesterday's announcement? What's it say about Shedeur and where he is in his development? And again, if he's not ready, that's okay, because sometimes it takes young guys a while. That's okay, but I know a lot of folks have felt that the guy is a budding superstar. Maybe he still is. Let's admit that. Maybe he still is. What's it say about what Andrew Berry did in the draft last year? And what's it say about two head coaches who both have determined that Shedeur is not the best answer? It's Baskin and Phelps, 216-474-0092. Would love to have you join us.
I'm here with Ari, owner of Puger's Design Center. It's summertime, but you got specials going on?
We always have something going on here at Pucher's.
Mm-hmm.
So we have 12 months no interest financing. We'll offer easy to find right off the highway, or visit us at Puchers.com, Puchers.com. Beautiful homes begin here at Pucher's Design Center.
Woo! Northeast Ohio. Training camp is open. Head coach Mike D'Amato here on the field in Nissan and North Thompson and I-90 Nissan. And there ain't no holdouts here.
again. Same injury that kept down the last week's series with the Giants. Back on Sunday, Colorado DeLauder looked very healthy. 3 base hits, including a pair of triples. Don't miss the Todd Monken Show tonight, 7 o'clock, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Number to join us here at Baskin and Phelps, and folks have been wanting to chat since yesterday's big announcement by Todd Monken, 216-474-0092. Deshaun Watson starting for the Browns, Shedeur Sanders not starting for the Browns, Dylan Gabriel, Taylor Green will play against the New England Patriots coming up on Thursday.
That could be really fun.
I can't wait. I'm looking forward to it as well.
We might see some offense. We might get to 11 points, Jeff.
Easy.
We may see 11.
What went into Todd Monken's thought process? I think he summed it up. I think he showed us that he doesn't think Shedeur Sanders is ready to go, which is okay, because he said Deshaun Watson gives us a better chance to move the football and score points. Chuck is in Bainbridge. Hey, Chuck.
Hey, Chuck.
Fellas, hey, how you doing? It's beautiful out here.
It is
a
nice
lovely
today,
day, yeah.
Yeah.
So I just got something to say about people implying that Monken thinks Shedeur isn't ready. Now, it's fair on one end because he's a new coach, and he could be in a way trying to protect Shedeur because he does actually see something in him. That's something that's not crossing anybody's mind. But what I want to say about him not being ready, when he came in last year with no reps, it went 3-4, beat 3 divisional opponents, threw for 365 yards and 4 touchdowns against the number 1 pick. And under an entire new playbook, this year he went out and was a maestro, actually operated better than Deshaun has been. Got to
a maestro in what, Chuck? The first half against the Bills?
Yeah, coming down smoothly.
All right. Deshaun was really good in the first half against the Bears.
Well, he's not the one getting doubted here. You know, Shedeur went out with his cadence and actually made the guys jump off the line for 2 offsides, and that's exactly what we want. So it's like, to me, something smells fishy. And it ain't Lake Erie. I mean, yet we still are implying he's still not ready.
Well, hey, Chuck, we're not implying anything. Todd Monken did.
Well, yeah, and Todd Monken also said that he's playing the long game with Shedeur. What do you guys think about him saying he was playing the long game and Shedeur understands that?
I honestly, I like it, Chuck. I mean, I wanted Shedeur to be the starter because I don't think he got outplayed in the preseason. So,
yeah.
Know that. With your argument, Andy has felt the same way. Andy's talked about return on investment, but he's also said whoever won the job, if somebody outplayed the other guy, he's the starter.
Can someone get us to 17 points?
That's all we were looking for.
Yeah.
But keep this in mind. Shedeur had the big game against Tennessee last year, and after that, I don't think he did a whole lot. He in the final 4 games of the season last year, though they won 2 of them, he threw 2 touchdowns and 7 interceptions. And that game they won against the Bengals, the offense did not score a point. The two touchdowns were both defensive touchdowns.
How was the supporting cast looking? The offensive line was depleted. We had injuries.
I'm not arguing, Chuck. I'm not arguing that point. You're right, but you said how good he looked down the stretch. Let's be honest. The offense didn't score a point against Cincinnati. Thank God that the defense scored 14 or the offense scored 2 field goals, but they didn't score a touchdown. Look, Chuck, I'm with you. I'd rather have him starting. Because to me, that's something to look at. Can this guy be the quarterback of the future? Because we know it's not Deshaun. The money tells us it's not Deshaun. They have to cut him, or in 2029, he's guaranteed $200 million. You think they're going to pay him that? I'll bet they don't, Andy. What do you think?
ROI, Jeff, and there is no ROI. Did you say 200 or 20 million?
200.
Oh my God!
Because they kicked it all down the road. His cap hit is what, Dan? In 2027, it'll be 30 million, and in 2028, it's like 50 million. Still, so it's like 80 million.
Like 198 days till Deshaun Watson's no longer a Cleveland Brown.
Should they have not kicked it down the road? Are you actually going to
do a countdown?
Sure, it's 198 days.
And just paid it. Should they have not kicked this down the road?
No, they had to kick it down the road to bring in other players, didn't they? That was the whole reasoning.
But you won 3 games, you won 5 games, and now you're hamstrung a little bit with money moving forward. I get what they were trying to do. Like everything with the trade, this hasn't worked either. Jim's in some part of Jersey. Hello, Jim.
Hey, Jim, where are you at in Jersey?
Hey, I'm in Oakland, far away. Hey, so my point is, man, I think they're using Deshaun Watson as a guinea pig. He's going out there. The line is not cohesive. Listen to me now. The line is not cohesive.
Hey, Jim, do me a favor. Take it off speakerphone, will you, please?
Just a second here.
That's all right.
It's good radio right now.
Yeah, that's all right.
There you go, Jim. Now you're good to go.
Okay, what I'm saying is, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, what I'm saying is, Deshaun is a guinea pig. That line is not ready to protect maybe a younger quarterback, and I think you guys ought to take that in consideration. That's why he's pushing him out there. He don't want to get his young quarterback. He sees the potential. He don't want to get his young quarterback hurt. And I'm not saying he wants to get Deshaun hurt, but I'd rather use him the first 2 or 3 games to get that line together. And then my second point is,
I can't argue with your first point, by the way, Jim. Except he didn't say that, but
yeah, okay.
Probably wouldn't
that was
either.
My point. Yeah. Okay. My second point is, I hear all you Cleveland fans. I listen to the station mighty often.
Thanks.
So
and,
you're not
nobody's bringing up.
You're not a Cleveland fan, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not a Cleveland fan. I am a Giants fan, but I do listen.
Okay.
I listen to all the sports channels. Okay, what I'm saying is nobody's bringing up the guy in Baltimore, Justin Tucker. Fans, listen. This man did the same exact thing, and nobody said nothing about it. I ain't heard a hide of hair about his court case or the women. He's probably on his boat right now fishing.
He's unemployed.
That's the point. Yeah, well, he's unemployed.
If that means anything.
And nobody's going after him.
Yeah, because he didn't play.
Nobody's going after him.
Well, he didn't play after.
I know, but nobody's going after him. He did the same thing.
Well, Deshaun's
still
employed.
A criminal. Yeah, but he did the same thing.
All right.
Okay,
so,
well, that's
you know
Deshaun's
that.
I know that.
Justin Tucker isn't. So,
yeah,
there you go.
Okay. I mean, I understand. I understand what he's saying.
And there were not criminal charges against either guy, just for the record. No criminal charges with either guy.
Did Justin Tucker see the field again?
One actually is playing in the NFL and the other is not. Dan is in Cleveland. Hello, Dan.
Good morning. I'd like to, it's a little complicated, but on this subject, I think you were dancing around it, Jeff, of, going forward with Deshaun Watson. Now that we've established who the starter is, no one's mentioned, do you realize on a national audience, he hasn't been saying anything, but this guy was offensive player, as I understand it, offensive player of the year in the Big Ten when he's with Oregon. And he was the number 1 team in the country till they lost in the playoffs in 24. Then the Browns worked him out twice, as I understand it.
You mean
and
Dylan?
okayed by Andrew Berry to draft him 3rd to be maybe a starter, but more probably in the NFL terms to be a solid backup to a cerebral, accurate player who's a really good player. Okay. So now we're here this morning. Nobody's saying, do you realize on Thursday night with Gabriel playing and then Green, Sanders isn't going to play.
Right.
If Gabriel scores 2 touchdowns, handles this team like the cerebral 25-year-old, he's played more college games than anybody in the history of the sport. And he's sitting here. If he scores 2 touchdowns, that would be more than either one of Sanders or Watson. But the guy in jeopardy is Sanders because no one's said who's going to be the second quarterback, the backup, going into this season.
You know what, Dan? I think Todd Monken has said it by his actions. Shador's not.
That's partially true.
Shador's
Yes, I
not
agree
playing
with that.
on Thursday, so that
there was
might
one
be
other thing.
Yeah.
It wasn't on your station, but I heard an interesting interview with Tony Dungy, that used to coach the Colts.
Yep.
The player. He said because the way they do these, nobody's playing in exhibitions anymore in the NFL. So the first games, he said, into the 4th game, this still won't be totally decided because they use the first 4 games for actually working out and figuring out where you're going. I think Gabriel could hopscotch here if he does well Thursday night, because what do you do with Sanders then? You don't need him. He's not an NFL quarterback. No one's going to put him as a second stringer. He doesn't have a future with the Browns or anywhere. He's not going to win a title for you.
Dan, that might be right. All we know is Todd Monken said Shedeur doesn't give him a better chance of moving the football and scoring points than Deshaun Watson. He didn't mention Dylan Gabriel. They didn't mention Dylan Gabriel in the quarterback competition. Now, if you want to say, everybody last year who said Shedeur didn't get a fair shot to win the job, well, nobody's saying that about Dylan, and it's the exact same scenario, isn't it? They made decisions. Apparently, Todd Monken made decisions by watching game tape from last year, by going up against the Browns last year, that the quarterback competition should be between two guys. And one of them wasn't Dylan Gabriel.
Point of reference, he did not play the most college football games. He did, it was close, so 64. Second to Broncos offensive tackle Alex Poliskowitz?
I think he was talking about quarterback.
Oh, he's specifically talking about quarterback? He played in 65. He played in one. So sometimes we make sure the facts get out there. That's all.
Wouldn't it be fun if Dylan went out and lit it up, though, Dan?
It would make the fans.
I think it would be great fun.
But you know as well as I do, Jeff, the best job in Cleveland is what?
Fourth string quarterback.
Or third. Most of the time,
Andy,
backup quarterback
Andy,
for the Browns.
We have four quarterbacks here on this team right now.
We won't, though.
Well, you never know.
I don't think we will.
I felt
this way. I said I was right
would be
last
surprised.
year.
I think Dan makes a great point. Not you, Mennigan, but you make so many great points. It's not even worth saying that anymore. Dan in Cleveland makes a great point. If somebody calls the Browns and offers them something for Shedeur, why wouldn't you trade him? If somebody calls the Browns and offers something for Dylan, why wouldn't you trade him? And maybe maybe if Dylan looks great, maybe they can get a 5th round pick for him. Whatever. Because, Andy, I agree. I think it'd be very unlikely that you would keep 4 quarterbacks. And Taylor Green, let's see what he looks like. He's a very interesting prospect. And nothing against Dylan here. If I'm going to hang on to a guy and try to develop a third quarterback, I'm going to go with the 6'6" guy who's extremely athletic with a great arm, who runs like crazy, as opposed to the 5'11" guy who has a good arm, runs okay, but is more than a half foot shorter than the other guy. So stay tuned on all this. The Browns told us, I think they told us that Shedeur is not their quarterback of the future by making this move.
I agree with you on that. Completely agree.
With 2027 sitting there.
Right.
I think they told us that. So that's why I think Dan in Cleveland has a point. You could trade Sanders. You could trade Gabriel. Nobody's going to trade for Deshaun.
If I'm their agents, I'm both asking for at least the
like,
question
hey, we're open to a move.
But the question is, would the move be a release if they can't get anything? And I don't know that the Browns are willing to give up on draft picks that quick as a release.
It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for FanDuel. Baseball fans, big hits get even bigger with Dinger Tuesdays on FanDuel. Customers choose their own reward every Tuesday to use on home run bets. How will you play your game? How about option number 1, the bet reset? Use this on your wager, and you'll get refunded in bonus bets if your bet loses. Then there's option 2. That's a 50% profit boost. So you can make your bet, activate the profit boost, and then if that hits, that's extra winnings at no extra cost. Make your choice, and the reward will be ready to use on your next home run bet. And I don't know if you've noticed, but your team here in town is flying high, playing some pretty good baseball. Got back to 500, and look at that. Now they're in a spot. Who's going to hit the home runs? Probably.
really good, 3 hits, including a pair of triples. Guardians have won 5 in a row, but they're not the hottest team in the AL Central. That is the Kansas City Royals. KC might be in last place, but the Sunshine Band's reel of 8 consecutive wins, longest run for them since May of 2024. Tonight, the Royals in Toronto to take on the Blue Jays. Don't miss the Todd Monken Show tonight, 7 o'clock, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Mary Kay Cabot coming up 11 o'clock.
You know, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to simply play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10, our show from 10 to 2, Afternoon Drive with Nick and Jonathan for 5 fun-filled hours from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to the channel for free. What a great word, free. And watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand now.
That's Andy. I'm Jeff. Number to join us, 216-474-0092. Meredith Kane taking your phone calls. 216-474-0092.
She has been busy the last 2 days.
Well, it's people want to talk about this, and I understand it. Our franchise made a decision. Whether it lasts or not, Andy, I don't know. I do think it was interesting, and I still think it's interesting the way Todd phrased it yesterday when he said that Deshaun gives them a better chance to move the football and score points. Okay, he didn't say to start the season we're going to go with Deshaun and we'll see how it goes. He didn't say we're thinking that Shadour's close, but we're going to start Deshaun. He didn't say anything other than this guy gives us a better chance to move the ball and score points.
I think you can go back to Saturday, right after the game, when Todd Monken came out and started talking about Deshaun's or Shadour's play, and he was giving him the Miss Runner-Up speech, saying how all these great things, for some reason, Miss America can't fulfill their duties. It was kind of he was trying to pump Shadour up by letting him know that he probably wasn't going to get the gig.
But that was your take on it?
Yeah.
Turns out to be accurate.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
You could also have looked at that and thought, all right, we just saw Shadour, and now he's saying how far he's come and everything else, that he was greasing the skids to name him the starter.
Yeah, I read it as you're the runner-up.
You read it accurate.
Yeah.
Mike's in Avon Lake. Hey, Mike.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, man.
I want to start by giving Jeff your flowers. Joe Adele, just absolutely amazing, man. What this team needed, so awesome. So props to you on that, because I know you had your eye on him for a long time.
I've liked him for a long time.
I don't know. I want to be the cool head to prevail here in the whole QB thing. You always talk about, and I mean everybody does, that we are so guilty, this organization is so guilty of rushing quarterbacks to the field. I don't think anyone thinks we're going to do much this year anyway, and I don't see any reason to rush Shador out there. He's gotten 7 games last year. For sure, he's going to get some time this year. I just don't see any reason. Like when you specifically say it's an indictment on him that he couldn't beat him out for the starter job, I just don't think that's accurate. I think it's what we all want. We want him when he's ready to go out there.
What we've said is he's clearly not ready in the eyes of Todd Monken.
But isn't that what, I mean, but in your eyes, do you think he's ready?
No, but I would have started him anyway because I didn't see him play any worse than Deshaun Watson. Did you?
I didn't see him play. They both played it. In my opinion, they both played the same way with what they were given. And
exactly,
the Bears,
which is why I would start Shador.
But here's the other issue: we didn't see the complete body of work.
Scenes, yeah.
We don't know what it looked like in practice. We don't. And even practices where the media was there, it's still limited on knowing the whole big picture. The other thing we don't know, and I think you have to take this into consideration, the way training camps are now compared to the way they used to be, was what is your active participation and full understanding of what's going on in the classroom. And because they don't spend that time on the field, coaches have started to lean much more on what's happening in the classroom than maybe sometimes they are, which doesn't, I can't it can never outweigh what you're seeing on the field, but I do think it has more value now than it's ever had before.
But so from what I hear when you listen nationally, Todd Monken's offense is very intricate, relies a lot on the quarterback. And I don't think, in Colorado, Dion did it all for him. Shedeur has not really been asked to run a very high-powered offense. I don't think Kevin's offense was that layered. So
Ever.
I think
In either school, right?
So right.
Yeah.
So and that's what we can't see. And I 100% trust Todd Monken. I think he is night and day, head and shoulders since '99, the best coach we've had. I know we haven't seen a lot, but I was at practice on that Thursday.
Haven't seen anything.
Well,
Mike, here's the thing with Shedeur and the time frame. To me, what it's and your thought about having him sit and learn, that's terrific. If you weren't poised to jump into the 2027 draft and go get a quarterback. So there's a window here for a guy to show that he can be your franchise quarterback, and they didn't put Shedeur in that window. Right now he's sitting there watching Deshaun. And if Deshaun goes out and plays well, why would they make a move? I would expect we see Shedeur play this year, and I would expect we see him start.
I hope they have to make it difficult. Like if Shedeur ends up getting in,
would be great if he's phenomenal.
It'd be great if they had to make another difficult decision.
Absolutely.
Oh boy, what do we do with these first-round picks?
But it tells you what they think of him right now, and what clearly the only thing we can say that they think of him right now is that Deshaun gives them a better chance to move the ball and score points.
You want a funny little side story, non-football related, based on that phone call?
I don't know.
2 seconds? I probably spent more time here.
Things are cooking here. We're talking.
They are.
Got some good football talk, but go ahead. You can talk about daisies.
About what?
Daisies.
Daisies. You know I brought up Joe Adell, gave you flowers for it in the beginning?
Yeah.
I caught this last night. It's Joe Adell football jersey giveaway for the Angels on Sunday.
That's great.
I love it.
That's great. Chuck's in Avon Lake. Hi, Chuck.
Hey, Chuck.
How you doing?
Hey.
Okay. Before I get on what I really wanted to talk about, I forget what I was going to say. The Browns. Does anybody talk about the Browns' offensive line?
Yeah, we've all the time.
I don't know anybody.
For weeks, I've been talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care if they got Joe Montana or Otto Graham back there. They got guys who can't push peas off a plate. I mean, it's amazing.
Chuck, that's a great line.
Well, thanks.
You're welcome.
Yeah, all right. I'll try to pull up a couple more for you. No, the other thing is they
keep it rolling, Jackie.
The other thing, you need to talk to Chris Rose, and if you saw Terry Pluto's newsletter, any quarterback that's taken past the first round, you're better off buying a lottery ticket. Sanders can't play football. I mean, he just can't.
Oh, he can play football, but we've been saying, Chuck, you don't draft any quarterback past round 2 and think you have your franchise quarterback. And you could make the argument you don't take a guy past like pick 20 in the NFL in the first round and think you have your franchise quarterback. So we've been saying that for a long time, which is true.
So why does everybody think that Sanders can play football?
Well, he can play football. Can you play at a starting caliber level in the NFL?
Draft choice for him?
No. Why would you think you can afford? They got him for a 5th. Like I don't.
No, Chuck. I don't think he has trade value right now.
There is something about him though that is worth looking at.
I think he can play if he has no trade value.
I mean, for what it's worth, in a preseason game the other day, I thought he looked okay. I thought he could play football the other day.
Chuck,
I'm not saying he can't play football. That's
I don't know.
It's ridiculous.
Well, that is, but I don't know if you've heard us say this. I've said this. I didn't put this quarterback group together, and I wouldn't have put this quarterback group together. There were other guys out there that I would have gone and brought in this year. Kirk Cousins was available.
Now I know what you Jeff, you said develop a third quarterback. I'm trying to figure out when the Browns can develop a first quarterback. Forget third.
Chuck, that's a valid point. That's a valid point. Andy, I didn't like any of these options. Is it bad that the option that intrigues me most is the 6th round pick? The biggest crapshoot of them all?
Yeah, because it's unknown. It's unseen. It's just like loving the backup quarterback, Jeff. You don't know what he can do. And so if you don't think what's ahead.
It's more than that. It's this. I'm not impressed with any of the other 3 guys. And this guy is 6'6", runs really fast, and throws really hard. That's all it is.
Yeah.
That's all it is. Jack's in Cleveland. Hello, Jack.
Hey, Jack.
Hey, how are you guys?
Man, if we were any finer, I don't think I could.
We're just
stomach
pushing
it, man.
peas, baby.
So it's like my first time calling, and like I've been listening to you guys like all throughout work.
Well, thanks.
I kind of want to ask, like, who do you believe should be the starter, like Watson or Shador? I'm at like both you guys, like personally, like who do you guys believe should be, even though that Watson is announced to start?
In this situation, I would start Shador,
and I would start Watson.
Now, can I just want like a definite reason why? You know, like I'm kind of new into football. I'm kind of like just listening to you guys. Like, can I have like a firm answer as to why? Like for each.
I know why I would. I
Go
would
ahead.
because if I was Todd Monken, I'd want the guy that has more experience out there in the beginning of this. I don't know that he's. I'm not making him the starter. I mean, it's the NFL. You don't know what's going to happen from game to game. I do think if I was Todd Monken, I would be more comfortable with Deshaun, especially early in the game, especially with a better offensive line and some weapons out there, that knowing somewhere in his history he has been able to execute plays out on the field. I need my offense to score more than 16.4 points per game, right?
Gotcha.
Or 12 points. So it's a history thing, and it may not work, and I'm really, really ready to pull the ripcord quickly if Watson doesn't work. That's what I would do, and I say a lot of that based on Todd.
and I would start Shador because clearly Deshaun Watson is not your quarterback of the future. And
Do you
I don't
believe so? If he does good this year, do you think we will?
No. And the
So-
the specifics have come out. If you just tuned in, Jack, we mentioned earlier, the specifics on the money become a little more clear. There's a thing in his contract situation where if he's on the team after the beginning of the new calendar year for football, they owe him $200 million in 2029. They're not
Right.
paying that. So he's not going to be here. I would play the guy who might be here and just might be able to turn into something for you, and that would be Shador.
Gotcha. That's really all I wanted to know, just so I can have like a understanding of both quarterbacks. Thank you, guys.
All right, Jack. Appreciate it. I always like it when guys call us for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice.
Yeah.
We thank them for that.
Too many jokes that I cannot walk down that road. Keep
That's
going.
probably a good
Come
idea.
on.
Yeah. Richard
Come
is in
on.
Mentor. Richard?
Yes, the Browns, it's just so funny I had a call in today. I always listen to you guys. Those are great. The thing is, Gilbert and LeBron patched it up. How about Haslam and Baker patching it up? Because Baker's not happy there. And Baker comes in, you got your experienced quarterback. I mean, that takes the cake. He's going to have a good offensive line. He's got great players. Or if you don't want to do that, you don't want to patch it up, you don't care about the season, well, then let's have an audition. What we'll do is Watson plays in the away games, and then everybody else gets to audition for the home
Let me
games.
quote you at the beginning of this phone call. Oh, come on.
Richard, your idea about Baker is preposterous. And
it can't be
hold on.
worse than what we got now.
You said it. Hey, no, Richard's right. It can't be worse.
Hold
It
on,
can't be
hold
worse.
on. And it's better than any option we have now.
Thank you.
Richard, thank
guys.
you very
Thank
much.
That should be the poll right now. Would
It's
you take
preposterous, and it's better than anything we have right now.
Oh, man.
Mary Kay Cabot from the PlainDealerCleveland.com. It's been all over this quarterback story. She's going to join us next.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
AFC West is as fun as it gets. Yeah, there's star power in Kansas City. We know about those guys. The Chargers, you know the deal with them. How about the team that won the division a year ago? They're better.
to be the end of it, and that was going to shut everybody up. And it hasn't gone that way. And in fact, it's been worse. I think he's a man who's searching for game that isn't there anymore. And then he's got people in his own stadium booing him, which they're going to boo you if you're bad. And he's been bad. And somebody said to me, well, it's only one game. No, it's not one game. It's 4 years in one game.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Todd Monken will speak again today about 12:50. You'll hear it right here on The Fan. And you'll hear this young lady ask questions during that press conference. We go to the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. She covers the Browns for the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com, the Orange and Brown Talk podcast. You want to hear everything she has to say.
Man, is she busy.
Yeah, she is. She's Mary Kay Cabot. Hi, Mary Kay.
Hi, Mary Kay.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're doing well. Do you think this is more of what they saw from Deshaun or what they didn't see from Shedeur?
Well, I think there are some football things here that people really need to remember. Todd Monken is going out and trying to win in Jacksonville on September 13th. This was a football decision. Now, it's not only things that we see out here on the football field, it's things that they do in the classroom, and it's the game planning that they want to do that nobody has seen anything of yet, right? They believe that they can use Deshaun Watson's mobility in that game, and they can use cadence as a weapon in that game. And there's just a lot of things that he's going to be ready to do on September 13th that they don't feel Shedeur is ready to do yet. And that's the whole key to this. This is a football decision through and through. Todd Monken is not going to do anything else other than go out and try to win that game. And he believes in his heart of hearts that Deshaun will give him that better chance. Now, does it mean that Shedeur isn't good, that he's not going to be good? It doesn't mean any of that. He's coming up the learning curve, but here's another thing to remember. He's not building on what he learned last year in the Kevin Stefanski offense. It's all brand new to him. It's all brand new. And it's a QB control offense. It takes a lot to stand at that line of scrimmage and do all the things that you're expected to do in this Todd Monken offense. And he's going to get it. And he's getting it quickly. But he probably doesn't have it quite yet, because if he did, he would probably be starting this game on September 13th.
How close do you think it was in the end?
Well, I think it was close in large part because Shedeur Sanders has done a really nice job of making plays throughout camp and throughout practice. And I know this is what is the hard part for people to understand. If you look out there and you see some of the clips on the internet and on Twitter, and you might think, oh, he's making more explosive plays. He's not throwing in the interceptions. And that is true. And sometimes I even think, geez, maybe you should just chuck everything else out the window and go with the guy that has been making more explosive plays. But that's really not how this all works. You have to operate effectively and efficiently to be able to get the job done, to be able to put yourself in position to make those explosive plays. So I just think that it was close. I do. I believe it was close. And I believe that Shedeur is really, really so much better than he was last year. And if he gets in there, whenever he gets in there, I think he's going to do a really nice job. I just think they want him to be a little bit more seasoned before they throw him in there.
Mary Kay, that all makes perfect sense, I think. And I would guess we see Shedeur at some point this year, unless Deshaun goes out and plays well and that lasts and he stays healthy and all that. The thing I wonder about, it almost seems to me that they've punted on the idea that they have a franchise quarterback on this team, because it's a small window to find out if you do, with that 2027 draft and all those draft picks for capital to move up in with. It just seems to me, hey, you're going to miss your opportunity to show that you can be the guy. Is there anything to that?
No, not
Okay.
at all. I'm
All right.
sorry. I have to disagree with you
All
on
right.
that, because he started 7 games last season. They do have a body of work on him in that offense and that scheme. And I do believe that he will get opportunities to play this season and show what he can do in Todd Monken's scheme. And I think that it will be better off for him to be ready to play when he gets that opportunity, to be able to go out there and function effectively and efficiently. If you throw him into this offense with this brand new offensive line and brand new rookie receivers and everybody learning new terminology and having very little practice time together so far, and expect him to go down to Jacksonville, have to use a silent count and all of the things that are going to happen on the road and get everybody's act together as the point guard of the team. If you throw him into that situation and he's not 100% ready for it, then I think you would be doing him a disservice as well as doing your football team a disservice. He's got to be ready to operate. He's got to be able to get in and out of the huddle as quickly as he needs to. He's got to get rid of the ball as quickly as he needs to. And that's just how it has to be. And once he's ready to do that, then I think he's going to be able to show out much better than he would if he's not ready. So that's what fans, I wish, could grasp, is the fact that it wouldn't be doing anybody any good for him to go out there before he's ready to play well.
All right, let me throw this out for devil's advocate. We hear Dillon Gabriel has been phenomenal with all that stuff. Why he's not even in the conversation anymore, right?
You mean to go out and start?
To run the offense.
I mean, he didn't even get a chance.
No, he did not get a chance because they had to make a decision here. They didn't want to do a three-way quarterback competition and divide the reps up that way. He was not in the mix to be the starter. But he does do a nice job of operating the scheme and handling things at the line of scrimmage and all that kind of stuff because he has experience doing that. You know, he's done that. Deshaun has done that. Deshaun was in a quarterback control offense in Houston where you have all of that responsibility. And Shedor's learning it. There's nothing wrong with it. There's no shame in having to learn a new skill. There's no shame in it. Sometimes it just takes a little bit of time. So, I don't know we'll see what Dillon can do on Thursday night. But once again, it's really hard to compare apples to apples when he's going to be with the backups.
I often wonder, what did Dillon Gabriel do wrong? And then
got hurt, Andy.
Well, yeah, and then you wonder, and then I think the other part of it is what was Kevin thinking when all this stuff was going down? And then you also have to wonder, and I hate to say it, but there's probably some politics to everything here, and there's money to everything too. I mean, I know we all want to sit here and think that, and I hope that it's Todd Monken deciding this guy is my first best quarterback, this guy is my second, this guy is my third, but. I mean, reality tells you it's not always that way. If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong.
Well, I just don't believe that that's how it's going down right now. I do believe that he feels like Deshaun gives him the best chance to win, that Shedeur is the backup, and that Dillon is the number 3 quarterback if he remains on this roster. And after Thursday night, maybe somebody will see something in him and say, hey, we need another backup on our roster, and we're willing to give you something for him. So maybe he'll end up here, maybe he won't. But there's another point that I would like to make here about Deshaun, and I understand that why this is difficult for people to understand this. He hasn't been the Houston version of himself even in this camp. He still is knocking off the rust. He really is. And he doesn't have the chemistry with some of these guys and the timing with some of these receivers and these pass catchers that he really needs. And he's got a long way to go to get up to speed by September 13th. He had to alternate days, and they have to make up for some lost time here. He did not throw the ball ever all last year to Jerry Jeudy or to Isaiah Bond or to Harold Fannin. I mean, Shedeur actually has the edge in that regard because he threw to those guys. So Deshaun has plenty of catching up to do, and it doesn't look like a well-oiled machine yet. But I think that Todd Monken should be able to find enough good things for him to do that he can go out there, manage the game effectively, get them in and out of situations, get rid of the ball quickly enough, or at least this is his thinking, this is Todd's thinking, that he can give him the best chance to win. But right now, to me, it looks like they still have a long way to go.
Mary Kay, should they have just named him the starter before training camp and given him the reps so that maybe the offense would be more ready to go?
Well, you guys know that I said that back in April, and I got in some hot water for that with with some people. But from what I saw,
people didn't care for you very much when you said that, Mary Kay.
No, but the reason why I said it is because, and really I was mostly talking about, let him take all the first team reps in OTAs. That's what I thought would be an important thing to do, because from what I saw in April at the voluntary minicamp, I saw one quarterback who was ready to completely operate this scheme and one who was going to have a long way to go. And it was going to depend on how fast Shedeur was going to be able to come up that learning curve and meet Deshaun and close that gap. But he had a long way to go at that point. And when I saw that, I thought, call it now, at least give him all the first team reps, let Deshaun knock the rust off, let him get his timing down with Casey and Denzel and Isaiah Bond and Jerry Jeudy if you really think in your heart of hearts he's your starting quarterback. That's why I felt the way that I did back then, because it did seem to me that Shedeur had a pretty steep learning curve in this sort of complicated QB control offense. But they had their reasons for doing what they did. They wanted to make it a fair competition. They wanted to give Shedeur a chance to be the starting quarterback of this team. And it didn't work out that way where he was able to do that. But I do understand why they wanted to see it. And now when he has to go out there and play this season, which we all know he will be more ready than he would have been.
Mary Kay, I know we spend a lot of time talking about the quarterbacks here, and if the starters aren't going to play on Thursday, what is up for grabs as far as making a roster spot on Thursday night? And, how many I'm wondering what, defensively, what they're going to look like, depth-wise when the season starts. So I'm just curious, what spots do you think are up for grabs on Thursday?
The most intriguing thing to me on Thursday night, really, I'm interested to see how Dylan Gabriel does, and I'm also interested to see Taylon Green.
Now we're talking, Mary Kay.
Right? I want to see Taylon Green. I've always been intrigued by him. On draft day, before they drafted him, I wrote a column saying they should draft Taylon Green. So I was very happy when they did that, because I just thought he brings such a unique skill set, 6'6", 4.36 in the 40. Who doesn't want to see that on Thursday night? So I think it gives fans a reason to tune in and go to the game. It's one of the things that I'm really going to be watching for. There aren't very, very many positions up for grabs right now. I mean, we pretty much know who's going to make the team and who's not going to make the team. And, I think in my mind, it's most intriguing to watch those two guys and see where they're going to land when all is said and done. There are a few receivers that, you might want to say, hey, what's going to happen with a Luke Floria, who's had an excellent camp? And, what happens with some of those kind of guys? But for the most part, I think most positions are settled.
Mary Kay, we've enjoyed your coverage. You've done a great job on all this stuff. We'll keep reading and look forward to seeing Taylon Green coming up on Thursday. Here we go. Thanks Mary Kay.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Mary Kay Cabot, Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com, Orange and Brown Talk podcast. You can get all of Mary Kay's coverage of the Browns. You heard her thoughts there on Deshaun and Shedeur and the window and everything else. She thinks Shedeur still has every opportunity to prove he's the franchise quarterback of this team. Do you? It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
.500. They've won 5 in a row in 6 of their last 7 games. Yesterday, Cleveland won 4-2 against the Angels thanks to the tune of 6 solid innings from Parker Messick. Cards are back at it again tonight with Gavin Williams slated to get the start. Cleveland is hoping to close the gap on the leading White Sox even more, only sitting 2.5 games back. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Riley Tyna.
Training camp coverage powered by Expert Renovations and Consumer Tire. 92.3 The Fan.
They believe that they can use Deshaun Watson's mobility in that game, and they can use cadence as a weapon in that game. And there's just a lot of things that he's going to be ready to do on September 13th that they don't feel Shedeur is ready to do yet.
It's an interesting thought. Clearly, they think he's not ready. That was Mary Kay Cabot, plaindealercleveland.com, with us in the last segment. If you missed our conversation with Mary Kay, any moment in our show, any moment in any of our shows, use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin. They clearly think he's not ready.
I don't know if they... Is it that they don't think or they think Deshaun is more ready to move the football team down the field? So,
a lot of guys in
the
their
organization
second year,
thought he was ready to do it last year, and it may have been because they had no other choice because they had injured quarterbacks and traded everybody away.
New offense and all that stuff. It's true, but it's also a new offense for Watson. It's a new offense for Gabriel.
Is there any way we head into the season and this quarterback room doesn't look like it does now? Remember, a year ago...
You mean like new guy come in?
Yeah.
I don't see it. You know, this is starting... It's had this feel for some time to me, and because, again, I'm not crazy about the quarterbacks who are here. I thought there were other options this offseason, if you wanted to do it, that you could go get a guy who could give you a better chance to win. I just thought
so
that.
I just think...
But it's smelling to me completely like a philosophy that gets used a lot, and it's usually a good one. Build your team, and then drop your quarterback in.
Yeah, I'm with it. I just, we're really just, we're kind of stuck in the mud on this, too, because we want to believe that it's more difficult to move out the quarterback or do this or that. Again, I'm going back to Saturday's press conference because I think a lot of things were said, and Todd Monken was talking a little bit about, someone said, I can't remember what it was, just talking about positionally and winning battles to get a position and he went out of his way to say it's not, we sit here and we talk about quarterback all the time, but, you're constantly fighting for your position no matter where you are on the field. And, we've sat here before and said, hey, I wonder what this defense is going to look like after teams make cuts at 5 o'clock on Sunday and trying to rebuild the defense. Now, it might be easier to put in to change defensive backs than it is to change out a quarterback, but there still probably would be a time in that 24-hour period on Sunday when teams are making cuts and trying to shape their roster between Sunday and Monday and maybe even Tuesday, that there could be a quarterback available and might be up for grabs in some way, shape, or form. We look at it.
Part of me thinks that would be a great thing.
I think a lot of people look at that. I mean, we look at that for every position but quarterback.
Yeah, they have 4 of them. Again, I would have brought somebody else in
originally. Yeah, I would have too. But
they were in a tough spot because you just drafted.
But that would have been 5 quarterbacks here too, though, right?
You might not have drafted a guy. Who knows?
Yeah,
you drafted 2 last year. You already had Deshaun. He wasn't going anywhere because of the contract. Again, I wouldn't have put this group together. Rick is in Doylestown, home of the Chips, right, Rick?
Absolutely. Thanks for taking the call, guys.
Yes, sir.
Hey.
Mary Kay hit it right on the head for you, Jeff, and I have to totally agree. I'm 60-some years old, so I've seen a lot of things, and it just makes more sense to give Deshaun first shot at it. I think he's actually doing Shedeur a big favor. He's grooming him. He's getting him ready. He's said all the right things about Shedeur. But you throw Shedeur in under the fire right now. Like Mary Kay said, what are you going to get? And here's the other thing. You put Shedeur in right away, and he fails or doesn't look good, you can't go back and then you put in Deshaun. That it's not good where you can go the other way. Deshaun has earned the right to get a chance, and look at it this way. You've got a $1 million car and you got a $46 million car in your driveway. You can't get rid of either one. Which one you going to drive?
Rick, I like it.
So, you have to give him the chance. He's a veteran. He's got the experience. It's going to be tough then for his 2 games. Now, if he goes down there and falls on his face, which, I don't hope so. I'm a big Shedeur fan, but I don't wish nothing bad for Watson. I just want our best quarterback and have our team be as competitive as could possibly be. But I do believe Shedeur will have the opportunity to shine. I think Todd has taken his time with him. Let's just have a little patience. We may not like it. I don't like Deshaun as a person, but I think he's deserved the right, throughout all the years he's been here. You haven't heard hardly any of his teammates or locker room say anything poorly about him.
I haven't really heard. Somebody brought this up yesterday.
Rick, thank you.
Have you heard anything either way?
No.
I don't know that anyone's digging either.
Players are speaking today. The announcement wasn't made. No players have been made available except Deshaun.
We had somebody going off yesterday just saying, "Oh, he's loved in the locker room. He's loved in the locker room." I don't know. I
haven't heard anything either way.
I know that if I was a player in a locker room and I have to answer questions about another player, I'm not a big fan of it.
One thing that Rick said, I don't know that Deshaun has earned this opportunity. I don't think he has. He hasn't played. He hasn't had a chance to be on the field to earn it. But with the veteran experience that he has, the contract that he has, Andy.
Yeah.
I understand it.
I said this.
There's one
I
other
said this
thought
2 years ago.
And
it's
one
come
other
to fruition.
thing I've said this offseason, and I think you've agreed. I have a hard time picturing Deshaun Watson, if he's healthy, standing there holding a clipboard while somebody else quarterbacks this team. Now, if he goes out and doesn't play very well, that might change.
He could have probably done that while he was injured, right? Or at least been in the stadium.
You don't want to hurt that Achilles again.
I know you don't want to get run over on the sidelines. Yeah.
Tony's in Columbia Station, former home of Trent Richardson. Hello, Tony.
There we go. Good to talk to you guys as always.
And you.
Well, hey, I think the sooner everybody realizes the following, the better. There are a couple $2 billion being spent on a new facility in Berea, obviously. What's the most important thing that we need to make that a success? It's a quarterback. We clearly don't have one. The front office clearly doesn't believe that we have one. So Deshaun Watson, that decision, it is made, and it lines up with every decision they've made since the end of last season. It's all about the 2027 draft, and Deshaun Watson gives us the best chance to have a higher draft pick. And we can't mess around. It has to be a top 5 pick. There's going to be so many teams in the market for drafting a QB.
You're pointing the same direction, Tony, that Andy and I are. And that's that 2027 draft. Andy,
And
the
opening
opportunity
day of 2029, right?
Yeah.
I hate to think that the team would be in limbo at that point. I want to keep thinking back to, remember where the Indians were building as they left Municipal to go over to Jacobs at the time? And it was like, you saw that momentum. Is that what the Browns are trying to do? Truthfully, I hope not. I'd like to see one playoff. What are we down to, like 30 games left in the stadium? Something like that?
Yeah, probably not too many.
With a 9, you probably get
3 years.
You'll get one season with 9 home games, maybe. So
6, 7, and 8. So there you go.
Yeah. So
2026, 2027.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And so is that, can they do what the Indians did? I don't know.
Tim is in Bedford, home of the Bearcats, alma mater of one Tyvis Powell.
Hey, Tim.
Hello, Tim.
Hi, guys. First of all, shout out to Andy for being at the Life Bank walk. I had a chance to meet him. I used to call you guys quite a bit a couple years ago, and I was on the list for the for double lung transplant. So I missed a couple years being laid up in that, but I'm doing well now.
Tim, it was good to meet you.
Tim.
Thanks for coming out. We had a great turnout, over 100 teams. It was a spectacular morning, and emotional to say the least, but it's really cool to watch that event grow and then to get out and meet some great people like you.
Yeah, well, faith, family, and friends get you through a lot of stuff in life. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I think Browns fans are saying the same thing right now.
Well, I've been a season ticket holder since 1970, and I got to agree with everything you guys have said so far yesterday and today, especially today. I said when this started happening, I told my brother, I said they're gearing for the 27 draft. You got a good young group coming out, and I think that's what they're gearing for. They're not really. You don't want to blow off the season, but at the same time, it's a lot of things just defy logic, and it makes more sense that they're pushing towards the 27th season, which I agree with, because they're not going anywhere this year. The only thing my concern is that what kind of impact it's going to have on the young players. They've got a young, good squad, and they're building on it. I think Barry finally found out the way to draft, and I'm still upset about them passing on Josh Allen. But my point is, my one question is do you think the commissioner's decision to double and almost double the suspension when we got Watson, because I remember we were looking at like a 4-game suspension.
4 to 6 is what we thought. Yeah. 11
games or something like that. And I said, holy mackerel. I mean, that really threw a monkey wrench into the whole situation, I think.
Tim,
it
thank
added
you.
to where we're at today.
Glad you're doing well, bud.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Tim in Bedford. Yeah, since day one, Andy, the suspension became 11 games and everything else. It's nothing has gone right. Right? Not for Deshaun, not for the Browns, not for the position, not for the coach, not for the coaches. And maybe Deshaun can come back and play better this year and something, they salvage something out of this. On the other hand, if you come out and play well and you win games, does that defeat the purpose of 2027 draft? Oh, what a conundrum. We're going to talk more Browns coming up. Todd Monken in the noon hour will speak. Headlines coming up. Guardians back at 500, sitting in a playoff spot right now, folks. A lot of stuff coming up on Baskin and Phelps.
Training camp coverage powered by Genesee Brewing Company. 92.3 The Fan.
again tonight with Gavin Williams slated to get the start. Cleveland is hoping to close the gap on the leading White Sox even more, only sitting 2.5 games back. Cleveland is hot right now, but another AL Central team is even hotter. The Kansas City Royals carry an 8-game win streak into the series with the Blue Jays starting tonight. The Guardians have their fingers crossed that the Royals can cool off a bit before their series this weekend. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Riley Tyna.
Coming up about an hour, 10 minutes, Todd Monken expected to speak about 12:50. If he's early, you'll hear it here. If he's late, you'll hear it here. If he's on time, guess what, Andy?
I think we're going to hear it here.
I think you'll hear it here.
I got a good feeling.
I think that's the way that's going to go.
Yes.
That's Andy Baskin, ladies and gentlemen, right there, man of the people.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Jeff Phelps. And the guy who's going to hit this button and bring us headlines is Mr. Dan Mennigan.
Live from the quarterback capital of the world, here's Dan the Man Mennigan.
All right, gentlemen, let's begin with some good news.
Andy gives you that great big, all excited lead, Dan. All right, let's begin with some good news.
Yeah, let's go.
Well, I was trying to be professional.
It was fabulous.
I was trying to
start now.
Yeah, it was really
keep
good.
my eye on my copy. Be locked right in.
Locked in.
With my quadruple Windsor knot tie.
No emotion.
A tie knot that is so big that it looks like a goiter on my neck.
Bro, where is your aqua net?
Goiters are rough.
Rough. Have you ever had a goiter?
Nope.
I have not.
You know why?
I don't wish that upon anyone.
That's why you should thank God for iodized salt. Thank you. People always want to put salt down.
Andy Baskin, man of the people, right there.
Now, this is how headlines should begin.
That's really true.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen. So the PGA Tour and the LeBron James Family Foundation have announced a new partnership through the inaugural LeBron James Family Foundation Invitational at Firestone Country Club.
Yay.
Yeah, July 6th to the 7th. Series of integrative initiatives will combine professional golf and youth engagement and fundraising to create community impact for Akron, Ohio. That's pretty damn cool. I got to admit, I want to see which professionals show up. I want to see how many are there, but it's pretty damn cool.
Hey, good for LeBron. No, he has never shied away from contributing to his community, and has done a really good job. Really good job with it. Backing up Akron.
Yeah, that you've got. He's got some really, really strong people working here too. And I mean, obviously he's got to worry about basketball. So, he's got to worry about basketball. I don't know if you know that or not.
No, he doesn't.
That's somebody else.
He's got Maxey and Embiid and Jaylen Brown.
He's got some really, really sharp people running the foundation as well too to make sure that things like that can happen. So good for Firestone. Good for it's. What are they going to do again? Is it? They're going to do like a
So it's going to be a couple of days where they're going to have, I don't know if it's going to be, I think it sounds like it's going to be more of a golf outing than anything else. I don't know if it's going to be a tour stop or a championship or anything like that. We will see, but at least it's something being used for Firestone Country Club that involves the PGA Tour, which may open the door to more things involving the PGA.
Sure, which is a good deal.
Well, as long as never mind.
Firestone doesn't need any doors opened for it with the PGA. The PGA is very well aware, but what they don't have right now is a tournament.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, will you get another one? Maybe, maybe not.
Also, the BMW Championship next year going to be down at Muirfield, which will be really cool.
I don't think it has anything to do with the course itself. The course is beautiful. It's a classic
It's not
old
the course. No, it's not the course. It's a management thing. I mean, as far as why isn't the PGA here? Because they chose to go to Memphis like they were. I mean, let's not be honest. Let's be completely honest about it.
Dollars.
It's about money.
Yep.
It's about the FedEx Cup that they thought was going to be some grandiose thing that wasn't, and they turned their back on that great course. And so
the thing
it's
about
hard for me to look away from that.
Yeah.
But let me put that aside because I think it's awesome that you'll have charity work and then you'll have some of the PGA guys coming back here to help out with LeBron's foundation. So bottom line is the foundation wins,
the foundation.
Kids win, and that's what's important. But beyond that, the PGA is just, I'm still bitter about what's happened there.
Give it time,
I might be the only
they're
guy.
redoing that schedule. We'll see what it looks like.
One real quick thought.
Mm-hmm.
The FedEx Cup,
the
NBA Cup, you ever seen them in the same place?
No, you haven't.
No, they just share the
Hey,
trophy. They just share the
I'll
trophy.
throw in another one, the Ohio Cup.
There it is.
Wouldn't shock me. All right, and another local story
We need to get protected by more cups.
that involves
So to speak.
You know, I could add on to where this story is going to go, but it's going to get me pulled into a meeting.
So what?
No. Don't get pulled into a meeting. Don't get pulled into a meeting.
As long as you have a job when it's over, it's okay.
It's only Tuesday.
So I don't think we need to totally go into detail on the Jed York situation, the 49ers owner. I think most of the people know what's taking place with that in a
Jed was lonely.
Fine local story. I think he was back home visiting some people, and he was lonely and decided to
was looking to visit another person.
Employ an independent contractor who was working her way through med school.
Wow.
Or law school.
Wow.
Law school, law too.
Wow.
And so the biggest thing that has come from this is that he was busted at a trailer park in East Palestine.
Oh, however,
I'm letting you go. You howevered.
Twice.
2 times.
The trailer park people.
It's the story I'm going to read.
There you go. Take it.
Yes.
Take it.
So the owner of the trailer park at which Jed York was arrested wants to make sure that it is known that he was simply pulled over there.
That's great.
And that he is not running a conglomerate of independent contractors.
It was not. Yeah, that was not Jed York's destination.
Good for that. Good for the trailer park owner there.
He said, "This is the kind of place you want to live in." He's got to do a little damage control that he didn't even, create any of the damage.
And the sheriff has then added in saying that the message explaining that they just got off the phone with the chief of police. According to the chief, Jed York was arrested in the park because that's where he happened to be pulled over. They were not using the addresses in the park as a part of sting operations. So no stings at the trailer park and no conglomerates of independent contractors in the trailer park.
So
I
you're
love
saying
the guys.
no party at the park. Is that what you're saying?
Might be a party, but no sting operation, so you're safe in the party, and no independent contracting.
The trailer park mobile home facility put this on their website. You ready?
Yeah.
Wheat Hill Mobile Home Community is a clean, quiet.
Wait. What did you say the name of it is?
Wheat Hill.
I thought he said Weed Hill. I was like, man, it must have been close to Athens too. Go ahead. Sorry.
Wheat Hill Mobile Home Community is a clean, quiet, and affordable place to call home. This is not the type of place that Jerry Springer would ever find people to be on his show. That's great.
Wow.
That's
Perfect.
great. I want to move there.
No, well, that's a sales
I want to
pitch.
move there.
I mean, why wouldn't you?
That's awesome.
Coming in lock, stock, and barrel.
Jed York.
How about
you're running an NFL team? Insert your own thought here.
Well, again, you're home, you're visiting family, and you want to help the local community.
Yeah.
Wow. The New York Post had a headline saying, inside the trailer park where 49ers chief was arrested for allegedly trying to pay
to help the local community
with $140. Yes.
Yes.
Every little
but
bit.
when you go to the link is gone. So
it's like Danny Noonan. Put it in the college jar. Put it in the college jar.
Oh, I hope Wheat Hill. If the Post story is not true, I hope Wheat Hill gets a nice little payday on that. Then
it doesn't sound like enough money in the jar. I had a burger and 2 Cokes.
$140, huh?
I had a burger and 2 Cokes.
Put it in the college jar.
Danny? Oh, I had a couple burgers in there.
Who are you? That's your nephew. Well, we running a restaurant? So MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred hopped on to the Little League, I forget what they call the game, but it's always a blast when they do it, where Major League Baseball goes to Williamsport for the Little League World Series. They play a game on the minor league field there, and they invite all the Little Leaguers in. And it's always outstanding when they do it. I think it's called the Little League Classic.
Yeah, MLB Little League Classic.
And it was a blast as always when they did it. But Rob Manfred sat down with Carl Ravitch and Eduardo Perez.
Oh, yeah.
And they were talking about the
exploiting
doomsday.
14-year-olds for ratings, for baseball ratings? What?
Wow.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. What?
No, don't. That'll get you pulled into a meeting too.
Another
Shut
segment.
up, Mennigan.
What?
Shut up.
Oh, you were going to say something. Okay, go ahead.
Shut up, Mennigan.
Yes.
So, they then brought up, of course, the looming doomsday clock.
Ooh.
Over the head on December 1st, which is pretty much going to start the lockout at 11:59 p.m. on December 1st. And so Rob Manfred saying we are meeting regularly, which is good. Every week we've had days where we've met with the players. It's early, but we've got a lot to work with, and we're at it. look, our goal is to make a deal. We want to make a deal. We want to play baseball next year. We're planning on playing baseball next year.
Good answer.
Okay.
Guys, bingo or bogus? I wish we could play the sound effects again like we used to back in the day, but sadly we cannot.
Oh, can't.
Do you think what Rob Manfred is saying is true to what's currently taking place?
I think they're talking.
Or do you think it's lip service?
No, I think they're talking. I think that's what he would.
True.
I think that's what he would like.
He wants to play baseball.
Yeah, I think.
But they want to do it under their terms.
Yeah, I think both sides. Exactly right. Jeff hit the nail on the head. Did they put a pitch clock on their meetings then?
Percentage of odds.
Did they start with one runner at second base?
Percentage of odds that we will start the season on time right now, Jeff Phelps. Just toss out a percentage.
60-40 start on time.
Wow.
I think they get her done.
5% chance we start on time.
I love your optimism.
I think they get her done.
I'm Billy negative. Sorry. 5% chance they start on time.
Baseball's done a nice job. It's kind of seem to be anybody who was not in the game seems to be getting back into the game. I think it'd be a really bad time for them to derail what's been some pretty good momentum.
The only way that happens is if they don't come up with something complete and they say, you know what, let's agree to play under the terms of the agreement now for another year. That's the only other way that happens. To have Jeff's optimism. I can't. Somebody wants a salary cap, right?
One
what's
group
the
wants
biggest
a floor and the other one wants a cap.
Right. So I think that if they were smart, they'd just extend the agreement out for another year and give themselves a little bit more time to try to come up with something that's going to work. Because at this point, it just doesn't seem like they're going in the right direction. That's just from stuff I hear and I read.
Yeah.
So why not just extend the agreement? If you really feel like you can make progress over the next year, and we're not going to sit here and listen to the two argue about the floor and the cap and not come up with some kind of viable answer for the whole thing, then just extend it for another year and let's see what happens. I don't think that's going to hurt anybody. Do you?
I don't think you'll even get them. I think the best thing that could happen to get baseball back next year is if you get like Rays Brewers World Series, or if you get like Guardians.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
I think if you get like two small market clubs to where you could then point to it and say you can get it done in this situation, I think you would get baseball back faster. I think that
you know what the players are going to say then? The players will come back and go, yeah, we need a floor. Look at this. These two organizations that we put out here that have the lowest payrolls in baseball are making it to the World Series, and they're severely underpaid.
But it wrecks the Dodgers of ruining baseball. All right, we'll move on. We got a lot of time to cover all this kind of stuff. I want to end with this.
Okay.
History was made in Columbia, Alabama this weekend. And you're going to enjoy every bit of it. Don't Google. Don't
stop.
Do
just
nothing.
go.
Stay still. Hang with me.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Because the only reason I say that is this story is right up your alley, and you're going to love it. And I want to tell it to you.
I don't want to run out of time.
I want to tell it to you.
Tell me.
For the first time since 2015, Columbia High School in Alabama won their high school varsity football game. It was 101 consecutive losses.
Wow.
101 times. They won 41-14 over Greensboro in Huntsville, Alabama. The first victory since 2015. Congratulations, Columbia High School in Alabama. That's awesome.
That's really good.
That's such, and that's the reason. Is it's
so
such
little
a
did
huge
you
story.
know. Yeah, well, the best part about it was that Greensboro, Alabama, has now been annexed to Tennessee because Alabama's embarrassed by them. You can't have anything that close, so they sent them off to Tennessee.
You're out.
I've been listening to way too much Riley Green, folks. Let me just tell you that.
You're out, and be thrilled that we're not sending. Be thrilled that we're not sending to Mississippi.
Well done, Dano.
Yeah, I thought that was awesome.
Well done.
That's the kind of stuff that's cool.
That's what we want to hear.
Good for them, man.
Todd Monken, Browns head coach. Want to hear him, don't we?
Yeah.
The day after the big decision?
Yeah.
He's coming up in the next hour. Coming up next, a baseball team that's smoking hot. And why are they hot? Maybe because of the moves the front office made less than a month ago.
Ooh.
It's coming up on Baskin and Phelps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
So there's a very good chance Giancarlo Stanton has played his last game as a New York Yankee. And look, he didn't play a whole lot of games. Regular season performance, you'd say, didn't earn his contract. When you play for the Yankees, the postseason counts for a little bit more. Just saying. I don't know about you. You're a Yankee fan. You value what guys do in the month of October. I'm John Jastrzemski.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Northfield Park Racino has more variety than ever before. Discover hundreds of new VLTs now lighting up the gaming floor, bringing you even more ways to play, win, and celebrate. Experience thrill.
Ryan Day also chimed in on the matter, saying he is adamantly against players rejoining college teams after already heading to the NFL. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Riley Tyna.
The only place for Browns news on your way into work. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Todd Monken, 12:50. That's his estimated time of talk. ETT. Estimated talk time.
Did you just make that up?
Yeah, I'm going to go with that. You like it?
Yeah, sure. I love it. As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. You can take The Fan with you wherever you go. We keep saying that over and over. You can listen to us on Odyssey, too. You listen to iHeart. You can tune in, man. We're all over the place.
I'll tell you what, man.
We get bigger sooner. That's a big
beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a great thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's fabulous is what I think that is.
Well, I can feel your excitement.
I know you can.
So phony. Phony.
Who, me?
Yeah.
No. You know what I'm excited about?
What are you excited about, Jeff?
5-game winning streak.
Oh.
I don't care that you're playing the worst teams in Major League Baseball. They're on the schedule, baby.
You had to play them at some point.
Go
right?
beat them.
Everyone has to play everybody.
Yeah, just go beat them. Go beat them. How'd they get to be the worst teams in baseball? By somebody else already beating them. So
They
you do
earned
the
it.
same.
Yeah,
So
they
you do
earned
the
it.
same. Last night it was a 4-2 win over those pesky Los Angeles Angels.
Oh, they are pesky.
Joe Adell goes back. Joe Adell doing a nice job. And right now you're 2.5 games behind the White Sox in the Central.
Such a good job. They're giving him his own Joe Adell football jersey night. I think it's on.
I need one of those.
When's the third? They look pretty cool. At first, they look like
Don't
Ohio
I need
State.
one of those?
It's on Sunday. They play the Phillies, so if you're looking for them, I think they're going for $40 online right now.
Yeah, well, I don't
It's
need
the
one that bad.
first 25,000 people there, but you got to go to Anaheim to get it. So.
Don't need one that bad. 4-2 last night. That's good. 2.5 games behind the White Sox. And now Andy's sitting in the third spot in the wild card. So that's a wild card spot. They're up by a half game. And 2 games up on the 2 teams after that.
Right.
So, okay, that's all. That's good. That's kind of what you're looking for, right?
Jeff, you know what I was looking for?
No.
What's their record? What's their record right now?
Oh, they're 500.
500.
Now
So
you go.
So I think it was like about a week ago they had a 21-point-something chance of making the playoffs.
What's ESPN say now?
ESPN now says 50% chance.
50.
I mean, they're sitting in a playoff spot. They are all alone in the third wild card spot right now. And then they're pushing on the door again to try to get back. And because I think we both said if they do come back, they're going to have to do this through the Central. But right now they're sitting in a spot. So just keep doing what you're doing. Although the end of the game last night on the very last play was a little hairy because I thought we were going to extra innings.
That was hit deep.
It was a long, long ball. Anywhere else in the park, it was gone, but it was like dead center.
It's a strange thing about baseball. A guy can hit a ball like that, and you think, oh, my God, he nailed that thing. That was really, that's a mistake by the pitcher, blah, 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 blah. Well, it's just an out.
Just an out.
One of the weird things about baseball to me.
And the important thing was 27th out.
Well, now that's critical. You have a 5-game winning streak. That's essential. What's keyed some of this, Andy? I'll tell you what's keyed some of this. Chris Antonetti, Mike Chernoff, take a bow.
Good job.
Take a bow. Their moves at the trade deadline, Andy, just haven't worked. They've worked beautifully. Now, it took a little while for it to kick in from a wins and loss standpoint because the Guardians are just like 500 this month. But now they've won 5 straight games.
In 7 of their last 7 games, they've given up less than 3 runs a game, too.
They're 9-9 since the trade pickups. 9-9.
It just took a little while to kick in. Right?
Well, it did from a win-loss standpoint. Since the trade deadline, okay, Joe Adell, as a Guardian, has played in 18 games, and he's driven in 18 runs. Thank you very much. And he's really hot now. Last 6 games, he has 13 runs batted in. So Joe's everything that I was hoping he would be here in Cleveland. He's the type of guy that I love seeing in the middle of a batting order because, as we've seen it 4 times, he can change the game with one swing. I mean, he's hit some home runs here that have been fun to watch. He's got 80 runs batted in on the season, 18 of them here. Nathaniel Lowe, understated pickup, I think, Andy?
Right.
He's played 16 games. He has 11 runs batted in. If you do the math, you ready? Here's the stunning stat of the day.
Okay, give it to me.
We should stunning stat of the day.
All
Can
right.
we have one of that?
Dun, dun, dun.
Can we sponsor that?
Stunning stat of the day brought
Sales
to you
staff,
by
get on that. Your stunning stat of the day brought to you by
Air. You need it most
since
every
they've
moment
been
of your
here.
life.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Since they've been here, Joe Adell, Nathaniel Lowe, the Guardians have 80 runs batted in as a team. They have 29 of them.
Wow.
36% of the runs driven in by the Guardians since the trade deadline have been by the guys they picked up at the trade deadline. Hello. That's changing the lineup. And then you have Foster Griffin, who's made 4 starts. They've won 3 of his 4 starts. They're 3-1. Has he been lights out like he was in Washington? Nah, but they're 3-1 in his 4 starts. What did you want him to do? You wanted him to come in here and give you a chance to win games. What's he done? He's come in here and given you a chance to win games. I'm impressed. We know how bad the offense has been, right, overall?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sitting?
Well, yes, I know you're looking at the trade, but I'm going to add something here at the end, so keep going.
Dano, you'll like this. In August, now there are 2 games that don't count because they were before the trade deadline in August. But in August, the little offense that could, or for all season long couldn't, just for the month of August. So basically, other than 2 games since Adell and Lowe have arrived.
Okay.
The offense is 3rd in Major League Baseball in batting average. 261 in August. Hits, they're 5th. Home runs, tied for 23rd. Runs, 9th in runs scored. On base percentage, Dano, 5th since these guys have arrived. And Dan's favorite stat, OPS, which combines on base plus slugging percentage. Viewed by most, Dan, would you say, as the most telling offensive stat there is?
Yes. Well,
They are 10th in OPS in Major League Baseball in the month of August. Well done, Chris. Well done, Michael.
So my question for you then is the catalyst, because you said that's 18 games?
Joe Adell has played in 18 games. Yeah, they're 9-9 since the trade deadline.
So the other factor there is Angel Hanao.
Lowe's played in 16.
I think Hanao.
Oh, there's more to it, yeah.
Yeah, Hanao and Quan, too. I think
Quan's been hotter than...
Well, they both have. I mean, Hanao came... I mean, I didn't look at the box score for last night. I know he only had 2 errors, and they both happened in his first game. So defensively, he's been outstanding.
The same play.
Yeah, wasn't the same play? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then, he's been on a tear. He's hitting 290. His on base is 353. He doesn't have a lot of RBI. I just realized that, but he's creating runs scored. So,
and the dude's hit in the middle of the lineup.
Always remember, RBI is a team-based stat. It's not a singular hitter.
No.
Nope. But you got to have a guy on base.
Well, and he's been the guy on base. 18 hits. I mean, he scored 9 runs, so maybe that But the other part is Quan, and man, I mean, we were ready to trade him away for a bag of balls at one point during the season, right?
You know why?
Reminds me of Cliff Lee.
Because you would have been lucky to get a bag of balls for him early in the season.
That's true. It's Cliff Lee theory. That's what I call it.
Yeah.
Well, or it's just typical Stephen Kwan. Throughout his entire...
No, it wasn't.
It's flipped Stephen Kwan.
All right, I'll buy that.
But you have one hot half and one cold half.
Yeah. Little did you know.
Maybe that could be a good deal of a sandwich shot, right?
One hot half, one cold half?
Yeah.
I can get behind that.
Get what would be a good...
Pastrami. Pastrami always needs to be warm. Yeah, you always need pastrami warm.
Roast beef, kind of, you can do that too.
Yeah, like a French dip type of thing.
Yeah.
You can get behind that.
Half of it would be French dip.
And the other half would just be a straight roast beef sandwich.
I like it. This is
we're onto
we
something.
put kind of like the sandwich shop here.
Let's get some calls.
Yeah.
Let's call some people.
Deli beef for a French dip is cheating the system, just so you know.
What is cheating the system?
Like, if you slice roast beef
and
then put it on a bun and call it a French dip, it's cheating.
You have to have the au jus to put it in.
Yeah, no, it's still cheating. It's just deli meat. You got to actually, get prime rib and slice it up. That's good French dip.
Oh, Mr. Prime Rib.
You ever notice restaurants that specialize in prime rib always have a great French dip for lunch? There's a reason why.
Wow, I didn't
Same
realize.
reason why certain burger joints have chili.
That's correct.
Can you please ask Keith?
Although they use different meat. They don't use the burger that's already been cooked.
Shut up. Are
That's
you
what
serious?
That's what I've read.
Wait, say that again?
Certain burger joints also serve chili.
Yeah.
May not involve. Well, I won't even go there.
Right.
But I always heard that they do not take the burgers that they've cooked and turn it into chili.
Oh, it doesn't
They
work
have
that way?
special burger
For the chili?
Yeah.
I've also
That's what I've
found
heard.
that
I don't know that, but
and I'm making fun of you, but if you ever go to a fine steakhouse, their burgers are always good.
Yeah.
Always good.
You know why?
Because of the cut of meat they're using.
They take all the scraps from the steak and grind them babies up and make them burgers.
There you go. Tenderloin.
Senior correspondent Ed
Well,
is joining
look
us
who's
from
back.
Medina.
Wow. Where have you been, senior correspondent Ed? On assignment?
On assignment, on senior assignment, like getting old. But I have to take issue. Well, okay, maybe not issue, but I'm gonna offer the opinion that the additions, past the trade deadline are good. We're gonna have a little run, maybe get to the playoffs, and then we'll get blown up because there's not enough power. But the real question is, we do this every year now, and it keeps people excited. But what real development have we had? Why don't we have these guys in our system? So, like the old days, because we're changing the roster, and then maybe half these guys are gone next year, like they did with, Lane Thomas and these other guys. Isn't that a critical review of the management and the development of players?
Heavy thought there, Ed. The
I'm
Adele
trying
is
to-
under contract for next
year. That's why
year.
you're a senior guy, So.
Yeah. Adele is under contract for next year. Nathaniel Lowe is not. Neither is Foster Griffin. At this point, wouldn't you like to bring both of those guys back, unless Ralph Velasquez is ready to go, and then he's probably your first baseman?
And does it say anything? I mean, just taking last night's lineup, that 6 of the 9 guys came up through the farm system last night. DeLauder was hurt. Is that right? 6 of the 9 guys. Quan, Ramirez.
Well, yeah, but
Hanau, Martinez,
That's
Alpin.
like when they advertise investments.
Yeah.
That's like they advertise investments on TV. Historical doesn't mean the future. And then you go back to say Bo Naylor, Bobby, whatever that first baseman.
Bobby
was, all
Bonilla
that,
turned out to be pretty good, didn't he?
No,
or was that
no, yeah.
Barry Bonds? Sorry. I'm just kidding.
Bobby Bradley.
None of those guys. Yeah, don't interrupt me. I am a senior correspondent.
Oh, excuse me.
It's infrequent nowadays.
Yes,
anyway,
we need to give you more cell phone money.
That's great.
That's correct. But
I do have
mean,
endless amounts of quarters for a payphone for you, though, if you need it.
That's great.
You just got to find the payphone.
Yeah, at the corner of Captain Frank's. That's another story. But anyway,
I park in the back.
But anyway, it's great we're there and it's exciting and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, look at the years that we didn't have anybody, and that's what concerns me is because so like maybe these new guys are good, but what about the last couple of new guys, So that's what it's exciting. We're going to get there. Our pitching staff has always gotten us close to the playoffs, and then when Soto and Judge hit 2 home runs against the when the Yankees and we're out.
Yeah,
that's all I have to say on behalf of Baskin and Phelps, the senior correspondent, infrequent as it may be.
This is true.
On Baskin and Phelps. Have a great day.
Thank you, senior correspondent Ed in Medina.
I have no reason. They're back
Ed's
to
calls.
500. You want to say they're beating up some of the cellar dwellers? Yeah, okay.
They're on the schedule, dude.
Yeah, they
Beat
got
them
a
up,
plan.
right?
I'm pumped. They're back in it, man.
Yep. Are you going to give the front office credit? Because they've made some moves that clearly have benefited this team, including calling up Hanau, 216-474-0092. Todd Monken coming up in about half an hour or so. You'll hear him right here on The Fan.
Woo! Northeast Ohio. Training camp is open. Head coach Mike D'Amato here on the field at Nissan in North Thompson and I-90 Nissan. And there ain't no holdouts here. I got my team running 2-a-days to guarantee we're at the top of our game. Even my veteran quarterback and my DB, Dale Belza, is giving up naps taking snaps, and he's even running laps. So he can 3-step drop back and give you even more money in the pocket. He can hand off up to $1,000 off the new Nissan. And my first team, bottom linebacker, is ready to cover interest rates as low as 0%. Are you kidding me? So if
is hot right now, but another AL Central team is even hotter. The Kansas City Royals carry an 8-game win streak into a series tonight with the Blue Jays starting at 7:40. The Guardians have their fingers crossed that the Royals can cool off a bit before their series this weekend. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Riley Tyna.
Todd Monken coming up in about half an hour. I'll bet he talks about things other than a quarterback today. And I'll bet he talks about a quarterback today as well. And you know that's going to happen. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy's Andy Baskin. Riley Tyna's doing updates. Meredith's answering phones. We got Dan behind the glass. I mean, we got things cooking today. At 1:20, Charles Robinson. And Charles, long-time, big-time national NFL writer, now has his own website, NFLBlueBook.com. I get his newsletter. I signed up for the newsletter. It's coming in every day.
Yep.
Charles is going to join us coming up at 1:20, so you'll look forward to that.
Jeff, why don't you join us and everyone else join us on September 3rd when you can win VIP access to the Fan 15 celebration. That is September 3rd at Dave & Buster's. It includes a pair of reserved seats, buffet dinner, and a pair of power cards. What you need to do if you want to be a VIP is enter the code word HOSTS with an S. HOTSTS. Host. And if you can do that by the end of the hour to get registered at 923thefan.com to win. So again, you want to use that code word. Let's see if you can be a winner. Enter the word HOSTS by the end of the hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win.
Hosts.
Host.
That's a tough word to say.
It is.
Yeah. You have an S on both sides of the T.
It's amazing Super was able to last that long knowing the word was so hard to say.
Super host.
Oh, he didn't.
It wasn't super hosts.
Oh, he didn't come from like the planet that had other super with like Green Lantern.
Was one of the coolest things about working at Channel 43.
Was getting to see Super Host?
You just walk around and there's Marty Sullivan, Super Host.
Was he pretty straight-laced when he wasn't?
Extremely.
Like, I remember watching him
just a very normal, fun, very nice person.
Before Channel 43 did news, he used to do like those cut-ins.
He did these updates, yeah.
Yeah.
Marty and Gary Short.
Oh, yeah. And it was very straight-laced news.
And he had a big news voice when he did that.
Yeah,
then all of a sudden he's Super Host.
And then he puts a red ball
let's
on.
go back to the Stooges.
He puts a red ball. First of all, I hated watching the movies. I only watched the Stooges there. I just want you to know that. It was a difficult watch. It was a hard watch.
Good.
Yeah, I'm just saying. You know, these are. And was that Saturday nights? When was he on? Or Saturday afternoons?
Saturday afternoons.
Yeah, because Lanigan did prize movie. Were you? Hey, did I ever ask you this? Were you ever on the board, the spinning wheel, for prize movie?
I have no idea.
You had to have been.
I have no idea. If somebody wanted to win, I'm sure they wouldn't have put my face up there.
Well, I mean, no. Remember you spun the wheel on there, and they had all that was like the best part of the show. And I used to be like,
John was a very nice guy.
Come on, Ramona. Here we go, Gibber. Here we go. And never happened.
I don't know.
You don't remember?
It's not. If I did, it obviously wasn't a highlight.
No. I would have been excited for you to have a picture.
There's some really cool people who used to hang out there.
Really talented
Alice
people.
Weston, wonderful. One of the women who started in television news in Northeast Ohio, along with Dorothy Fuldon.
Right.
And Alice was there all the time. She made great brownies. Brought them in.
Oh man,
awesome.
I'm so excited.
Gary Short was terrific.
Yeah, it just used to be
Marty
weird
Sullivan,
seeing Superhost do
Lanigan
news.
there. Okay, that trip down memory lane brought to you by Andy Baskin.
Yes, thank you. That's all I got for you.
Good.
I gave away the tickets, didn't I? Or tried to. Okay, good.
You did. Can the Guardians pull this thing out and get going? And here's the other thing. I don't like the narrative. And senior correspondent Ed, of all people,
I didn't like his narrative.
An optimistic guy by nature.
I know. It's like we don't even know him.
Oh, we get into the playoffs, we're not going to hit. Come on, Ed. Andy, this is a little different team. Nathaniel Lowe can hit. Joe Adell has hit here. Now, Joe's thing has always been, high strikeout, low contact. But, man, when he hits it, it goes. And he's got, he's driven in 80 runs this year. He's got like 18, 19 home runs. Joe has been a nice addition here. I'm glad he's here next year as well.
Yeah.
I think it could be a little different this time around.
I want his Angels football jersey. Giving it away on Sunday. I don't know. I like where they are right now. I think we all thought it was going to take a little bit of a running start once they got these guys in here. I just thought they might start a little bit quicker, but it doesn't matter. Where they are now is they control their own destiny, even by getting back to 500, which seems crazy. But they control it. Now they just need to go out and win series, and they're going to get to the playoffs. I can't see them not making the playoffs if they can win all their series moving forward, especially after going through like a month-long slump of not winning series. Now they are again, and last night was a night. They got to win. They got to go out and get it, go get back to 500, like I said a couple weeks ago, and that's exactly what they've done. It's been kind of fun. I like watching this team. I think they have good energy. I love the guys they brought in. And we talked about the stats. Hanau, as I had said to you, like probably, I don't know, was it a week or two before they actually called him up and watched him in Columbus. I'm like, this guy is ready to go, especially defensively at the point. And I mean, he's been a great addition. Quan getting hot again, I think, has also been super important. Bazana, maybe you could percolate a little bit more. But I don't think the problem for them now isn't the offense. And by the way, it's been nice.
There isn't a problem now.
No, there isn't.
Except maybe the schedule to go Minigan on you.
They're
playing the teams you're supposed to beat up. That's fine. You got to play them. You got to beat them.
Go beat them.
So that's fine. Have you noticed a little bit? Now is getting the playing time. Travis wasn't in the lineup yesterday. Rocchio's been out of the lineup a little bit.
Yep.
I mean, you got a little competition there.
It's all right.
Andy. It is all right, isn't it?
It's more than all right.
Produce, and you'll play. It's that simple. But now, take a look at the outfield now. When Chase is good to go, all right, so he's out there.
He was a little sore last night,
Right.
so they kept him out.
So he's out there when he's good to go. Quan, probably in center. You have Angel Martinez. Okay?
Although, hang on one second. Dan, when they say a guy's a little bit sore, that probably means they need major surgery, the way they hold back information.
It is the Guardians. That is as Guardians as you're going to get.
He's got a hangnail. Next thing you find out, he had ACL surgery.
You're going to have a guy.
He's dealing with a hangnail on his right hand that's really causing him to come back. Yeah, we had to amputate.
Next day his arm's gone.
It was a wicked paper cut lobotomy.
But think about it. Right now, the way this team is hitting now, you've got guys who aren't playing who have been playing all year, and they're going to be sitting. Reese Hoskins isn't even available because he's on the injured list. But so you sit Rocchio, you sit Bazana. DeLauder was out last night. You're going to play Adele every day, aren't you?
Of course you are. You just traded for him.
You're going to play Nathaniel.
You got to pay him a
Lowe.
little bit of cash too. Where is he on the payroll? He's high up in the payroll.
With Hoskins out,
top three.
Yeah,
with Hoskins out, aren't you going to play Nathaniel Lowe every day, even against lefties? I think I am.
Yes.
So I think a little competition in the lineup is good because, as we know, didn't have a whole lot of competition in the lineup until just recently. So that's a good thing.
So when they come home for this 10-game homestand, they've got, 7 games against AL Central opponents.
Yeah, Royals are playing
4 against
great ball
Detroit.
right now.
Royals are playing good baseball right now, too.
But it's also the Royals, so,
But you get them here. That's the other part, for whatever that's worth.
They seem to, at the trade deadline, throw the towel in a little bit. So, it's still Bobby Witt.
I don't know. When do they start selling playoff tickets? First of the month?
Not soon enough, baby.
I think that you can get it. You start your playoff stuff here real soon, don't you?
Until this 5-game winning streak,
which is what we both were begging for a little winning streak.
Oh God, yeah! This is when you had to do it.
Until this 5-game winning streak, the Guardians had won consecutive games only once since the All-Star break.
Feels good.
Isn't that stunning?
Yeah.
Well, that's the part of this that's going to get interesting. Is we're going to roll into September. That wild card is just.
It's wide open.
Total mess.
Yeah.
And 3.5 behind the Sox, I think I saw. Or is it 2.5?
It's 2.5.
2.5 behind the Sox. That's right. They lost yesterday. So if anything, if you're them, you need to go get the Central because I wonder if we are finally going to see the Seattle Mariners start to hit. Cal Raleigh has finally woken up and is starting to hit a little bit.
Yeah, he had 3.
We might see. I mean, Julio Rodriguez has had a really bizarre season for the Mariners as well. And that's the team that everybody has had circled for a period of time saying there's enough talent here that they should be in the middle of all of this stuff. And I wonder if maybe we start to see a couple of those teams that are just floundering because they're still in it. Maybe things start to fall their way a little bit differently. So if you're the Guards, make hay now and go get the Central because it's going to be a lot easier than playing in that wild card.
And this 5-game winning streak is their second longest winning streak of the season, which is kind of hard to believe. You would think over the course of 162 games with the pitching that they have, that they would have had more than a 4-game winning streak. They had that right before the All-Star break. Other than that, a couple of 3-gamers, and that was it. You know, so they have not had this kind of a streak but once all year.
Yeah, this Royals series, too, like you were saying before, is kind of an optical illusion because of the way they're playing right now.
Yeah, the Royals are playing really
You
good
can
ball.
sit there and go, well, they're 10.5 back on White Sox, but it doesn't matter. They've won 8 in a row, and if they can continue to play the way – can you imagine they come in here on a 10-game winning streak and the Guards are on a 7-game winning streak? The crowds are already probably going to be pretty good this weekend, I would think, right? It's
gorgeous
I
out.
mean,
Why wouldn't it be?
yeah, I mean, the weather's fantastic. The only thing that would probably stop you from going, like, to Friday night's game is high school football. There's no – college hasn't started yet. So you don't have the Friday night might be a little, maybe you lose a couple fans for high school football, but otherwise, I think you're looking at packed houses all weekend.
But yeah,
keep playing the way you're playing though.
If you're the Guards, though, you got to go get that Central. I am like, get me out of this wild card mess. It's just too convoluted at this point, especially with the fact that you can guarantee the Rays have the top spot and the Red Sox have the second spot in that wild card because they're playing really good ball ever since they moved on from Alex Cora. You're just going for one spot. You got the O's that are sitting right there. You got that Mariners team that's been asleep all season. I mean, get out. Go win the Central. Make life easier on yourself that you're hosting these playoff games instead of having to play around in this wild
Couldn't
card.
agree with you more. The White Sox, sorry, they're not invincible.
Oh, God, no. Far from it.
Right. They've been a young team that's been building, and they've had a really nice year. I think they're so catchable, it's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Well, circle that series that September 14th to 16th series at home against the White Sox.
The pitching staff
That'll be
starting
interesting
to
to
turn
see
it over
too. I mean, I wonder what the crowds are going to be like for that too. Even if it's a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday against Chicago.
If it's decent outside, pretty darn good.
Yeah, with a chance to get moving. That 1:00 game on the 16th against Chicago's at home. Wow, it's a day game on a Wednesday, and that could be one of the biggest games of the regular season. Depending on how close this thing plays out.
If it's decent outside, it'll be pretty good.
It's on ESPN.
To sum it up, congratulations, front office. You made some moves at the trade deadline that have worked, and you made significant additions to this team without giving up the top prospects in your organization that you didn't want to give up. That's how you do it. And right now it's paying off for him. And, man, I sure hope we're talking about baseball in October. That would be phenomenal.
Me too.
Todd Bunkin's press conference about 10 minutes away. You'll hear the head coach of the Browns right here on The Fan.
Hey, everybody, Andy Baskin from Weather Seal Home Services. Want to make your old house new again? New siding from Weather Seal Home Services is the makeover you need. Choose from hundreds of colors to create any look you can imagine. Now through the end of the month, save
Family Foundation Invitational will be hosted at the Firestone Country Club. The event will feature both amateurs and pros from the Tour's Pro Bound 5 program. The event will take place July 6th and 7th, starting in 2027. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Riley Tyna.
Todd Monken's press conference beginning shortly here on The Fan. They always say 12:50, and the Browns are pretty timely. Every once in a while, Todd might go a little bit early. But press conferences on 92 through The Fan are brought to us by Expert Renovations, expertrenovationllc.com. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over here is Andy Baskin. What do you think Todd's going to say about the quarterback situation today? Because he'll be asked about it.
Is there anything, what's left?
I don't know. That's what I'm wondering.
I guess you would say.
What's the follow-up?
So for today, the follow would be about your backup quarterbacks, right? Because they're both going to see action on Thursday. So I guess you're asking Gabriel questions today. Today's the day for that. And by the way, isn't Gabriel going to talk if he's a starting quarterback? You would think at some point he would talk because he's a starting quarterback on Thursday. Don't you think?
Well, they're not having media tomorrow.
Oh, well, maybe he'll talk today then.
So
unless he already has.
Yeah, maybe he did talk today.
He has not.
Okay. Well.
All right.
So
you're throwing that out the window.
Well, sorry for
had my hopes all up, Andy.
Typical protocol.
Aren't you curious to see Taylor Green play?
Yeah, very much so.
I am too.
I want to watch it. I
don't have any aspirations. He's going to be great. I just want to see it. I've loved watching his tape from Arkansas. He's a very intriguing football player. But can you translate that to the NFL? There's the question right there. Monken has spoken glowingly about the kid. Said he likes him, loves his attitude, really, really smart.
Yeah.
This is the kind of guy that, Andy, you turn into a project and hope you can develop long term. Think Matt Hasselbeck, right? Green Bay drafts him, turned him into a starting quarterback, and ended up doing a nice job for Seattle for years.
Yeah, I think what's going to happen, though, is that someone's going to, they'll have an Andy Baskin moment where we have training camp heroes, right? Like, who's the training camp hero this year? I say that giving you the name that I'm going to say, right?
You mean your guy Luke Floria?
Yeah, he's the training camp hero. And what's going to happen is someone's going to have a really good game on Thursday, and you're going to be like, that guy should be on the team. Why isn't that guy on the team? And then when Sunday night rolls around and they get cut, you're like, I can't believe they cut that guy. Why did they do that? And then you look on Tuesday or Wednesday after they've cleared waivers, you're like, oh, good, they're on the practice squad. Right? Everybody does it.
Yeah.
Who's your training camp hero?
I will always remember years ago, it's been many years, there was a wide receiver who led the NFL in receiving in the preseason, and he looked really good with the Raiders. His name was Kenny Shedd. Shedd, Kenny Shedd.
The Buttermaker, yeah.
And, people were pumped about Kenny Shedd. He's getting drafted in fantasy leagues and everything else, and then nothing. So just keep in mind what preseason games mean.
Speaking of fantasy, just for 1 second here, did ESPN just start a fantasy football Hall of Fame? Did you guys see that?
No.
I swear I was just reading that yesterday, and I'm like, oh my God, talk about just making up material. A fantasy football Hall of Fame.
I know you're not a big fan. It's people just eat it up, Andy.
The reason I don't. It's like I'll play. I do it. Sometimes
you do it just to be social.
Yeah, I'm kind of a mediocre guy at it sometimes because my biggest problem
you mean
is
in a good year.
Oh, look at you! Nothing worse than cocky fantasy football guy, right? Is that getting worse?
I know how you are.
ESPN Fantasy Football Hall of Fame inducts its first two. Its first two players got inducted into the Fantasy Hall of Fame.
Is Steve Rabinowitz there?
No.
Come on, tell me it's Steve.
His cousin, Jackie Lebowski's in. No.
Joe Flabitz?
Here is, no. Class of 2026 inductees on the players' wing, Randy Moss. Congratulations, Randy Moss.
That's wonderful.
In the moments wing, Jamal Charles for Week 15 in 2013. Because he had almost 60,
Thomas Jefferson
he
High
almost
School.
had 60 fantasy points. Congratulations.
So they're not putting in Steve Rabinowitz. They're actually putting in like great moments of players.
Yeah, it's actual things that happen. Yeah, like players that gave great fantasy numbers over the years.
Well, that's really nice.
And then guys that had like great fantasy weeks. Peyton Hillis has got to be in there for 1 week, right? 1 or 2 weeks, somewhere along the line. I'm sure he was like a magical fantasy football player for a while.
whole year.
He was good for a year.
It was like
put him on the cover of Madden.
It was like the year I added Kareem Garcia to my rotisserie team for the second half of the season. Oh, was that smart?
You're talking about a buddy there. Why are you doing that?
No, it's because he had one of the greatest second halves in baseball history, and I just thought of him off the top of my head. That's all.
There you go. That's outstanding.
I mean,
news.
seriously, could you imagine if they put real people in the Fantasy Football Hall of Fame? Oh, that's great.
Well, that's what I was wondering if you were meaning.
No,
That's what you meant.
No. The Fantasy Football Hall of Fame, it's got its own logo, too. They made a logo for it.
Is it just a phone through a television?
Hello.
Probably what's what it is. Hey, let's keep laying off, guys, and we'll create another Fantasy Hall of Fame. Let's do
I'm
that.
Scott Smith from Ottumwa, Iowa, and I'm in, baby.
In week 2, I started Quinshawn Junkins. And it was this key play on 4th down in the second quarter where he picked up 1.5 yards.
Are you concerned about the Browns' defensive end?
Week 3, I picked
Am I
up
worried
my
about
cap.
defensive end? Yeah, they don't have a lot of depth there, but I trust me. I'm worried. He did a hard turn here, by the way.
I did. I did.
Am I worried about it?
Through a TV. Get
I
in the Hall of Fame.
felt the train not just going off the tracks. We were falling off a bridge.
Oh, that's
so I
okay.
thought,
it worked
let's
well for
reel
Bonnie
this
and Clyde.
baby back in.
Oh, it reminds me of driving on the Pacific Coast Highway just 3 weeks ago with a young man. We let the young man drive. The person with the least amount of experience driving.
But the best
on
reflexes.
On one of the scariest highways in America.
Well,
I'll tell
you made that call.
And it was awesome.
What the hell were you thinking?
It was totally worth it. All right, let me get us back. I mean, think about it. You're only a foot away from falling into the ocean with no guardrails.
And that has to do
or into the redwood
with the Browns'
forest.
defensive end situation.
So going back to Jeff, I hate when you derail me like that because I'm very buttoned up on these conversations. What I'm saying to you is that they don't have a whole lot of depth there, and so that's the big concern. And you lost one of your starters for the entire season.
You need somebody else to actually step up and be good now as a starter. Can Isaiah McGuire be the guy? I think he might be able to be. But I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if they make a trade before the season starts. I know they brought in Derek Barnett, who's got a track record, but Derek fills that role that they were trying to get Jadeveon Clowney to fill. You know, all the other Zadarius Smith.
Jeff, you did catch. Now, this was interesting. You caught it, and I was listening to you. And when Todd Monken said last week about Mike Hall playing the outside,
playing outside,
and it was like a 2-second thing that he said in the middle of a conversation, and no one thought about it. So then, during the pregame, during the pregame show on the Browns Network, I asked Nathan about it, and I asked Tyvis about it, and they were like, "Nah, there's no way he's not going to be playing." And then, boom, what happened on Saturday?
Lined up at defensive end and got a sack.
Yeah, and so that happens, and then all of a sudden, Todd's talking about him again after the game.
Yeah.
Forget about all the stuff that made all the headlines. You know, moving Mike Hall over became one. Now, I don't know, does he have to reshape his body maybe a little bit to get to the end spot? But he's been fast.
Good question.
I don't think he has to reshape anything. He's able to get there, and it's awesome. He gets out there on the edge, and he plays football. He gets after the quarterback. He does what we need him to. That's a Brown. That's what Cleveland Browns do.
Is that Browns on Browns?
Love.
Oh, no, that's Browns pulverizing Browns, baby. We are here to pulverize.
It's way better. It's way better. It's
even
way
better
than Kevigan.
Well, and Kevigan was great. Munkigan.
Now, I got to tell you,
Munkigan.
after the years of Kevigan, which I think were rock solid good, I don't know, what do we call him this?
Coach Munkigan.
We put him on the edge. We pin his ears back and tell him to go kick ass.
You need to beep yourself a couple times, too. How about, the other thing that we missed from Saturday about him, too, was how honest he was about the second half. I mean, he had to get beat like 4 times.
He was distraught.
He was brutally honest about the second half of that game.
Can't jump off sides.
And by the way, he was right.
Oh, he was right.
He was right about it. That's why I think fans were going to like him. Or if you don't, I mean, if you're mad at him about the quarterback thing, forget about it. Just listen to his press conferences. It's gold. It's gold. I think Mennigan's even starting to like his press conferences a little bit.
I think he is too.
No, he's got to curse less, and then I'll like him.
Dan's looking for material.
If we ran this bad boy exclusively on the YouTube, I'd be all in. Then I wouldn't have to bleep that darn thing.
By the way, press conferences on the Fan brought to us by Expert Renovations, expertrenovationssllc.com, and Todd Monken coming up momentarily. He's already said he's talked to Mike Vrabel about starters. Nobody's playing them. So we roll out these guys and we see what we get.
I don't know. Do we have will they run a highlight reel for Vrabes on the sidelines and in the booth for when he was coaching here? Do we do one of those?
Don't think that's
this isn't the NBA?
Should it be just him doing offensive line drills?
Yes.
I was going to say, that's what he did here.
They probably don't have enough video. They would just put a couple still frame pictures up there of what he did while he was here. And then the whole crowd would go, we wanted you so bad to be our head coach.
I called every sports talk radio show and told them how we should have kept you.
Why did we let Vrabel leave the building? By the way, for him, probably would have been a good thing if he would have stayed here because maybe he wouldn't have had some of the issues that he had this offseason.
Oh, I think those issues would have taken place no matter what. I don't think that was location-based.
It's all time zone.
According to calendars, they took place long before that.
See, yeah, so if he would have stayed here, everything would have been fine. ESPN hiring anytime soon? Sorry.
Wow.
Too soon?
Neither's The Athletic.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Just want to throw that out there for you, Andy.
Well, you know.
Just want to throw that one out there for you.
We might as well get your media companies right. That's correct. What
if both quarterbacks go out and look really fun? I'm not even going to say good because we know they're not going to start and we know they're not even going to be the backup. I just so want Gabriel to go out and look efficient and good and throw the ball downfield a little bit. Because he didn't get the chance to throw it downfield with Kevin very much. And last game, he only threw one pass. They didn't let him throw. And then just turn Taylon Green loose, man. Let's see what you have at this point in his career. You know?
I know. I want to see what they look like. I think it's going to be fun. I don't think there's any. I can't drop any Mensa wisdom on you for what I think how these guys are going to look and when they play, but. You get an opportunity to watch them play. They probably are both going to look pretty decent. Although you got to ask yourself, what are the Browns going to look like? Because they've got other guys out there, too.
In the first two preseason games, we looked at the quarterbacks and we thought, all right, let's pay attention because this could decide who's the starting quarterback. And we were watching Shedeur and watching Deshaun very critically. In this game, I think people are going to just be looking like, come on, guys. What do you got? Let's see it. Light that baby up. Let's go.
Gentlemen, we now go live to Berea for Browns head coach Todd Monken.
So many, with the starters and a lot of the regulars not playing, do you sort of treat today as just a regular practice compared to maybe how you might have if you were 2 days out from a
For sure, today it'll just be a regular practice for our guys. Not really preparing for Thursday night. We'll get to that tomorrow. Not that we're not repping concepts that we expect to run in the game, and we are, but it's really getting our guys that that are ones and we know are going to be on the roster getting the work.
Todd, how much weight do you put in this game versus we talk so much about body work with quarterbacks, but just with the whole roster and the decisions you have to make with this game and just sort of the body of work?
It's a piece. It's all a piece. I mean, every single day in the building and on the practice field is a piece. The games that we play are a piece. How much you weigh them, up for debate, depending on what you see or don't see or who it's against. All of that is a part of it. I mean, it just is. And so then you got to weigh it and take the information and make the best decisions you can.
You explained why you're not playing the starters after your discussion with Vrabel. But why aren't you playing Shedeur?
We're not playing him because we'd like to see Dylan more. It worked out last game. That was unfair to him. So in order to do that, to see more of him and yet see Taylon, there's just not enough reps. That's the reason. There's really nothing else. Just trying to see Taylon after he played pretty well in the limited reps he had against the Bills, and we want to see more of Dylan. And it just hasn't worked out trying to get those other guys reps. That's the reason.
I don't think
when you talk about Taylon and you talk about how smart he is, and I know he's had very, very limited reps, but do you still think that there could be a world in which You can use him in some of those special situations, maybe not right away, but
I don't know that yet. It's just been so limited at practice. We've just dedicated so many of the reps to Shedeur and Deshaun. It's really limited their opportunities, Dylan and Talon, and yet they've handled it great. Both prepare like they're pros, like they should, and so I'm just excited to see them play because again, they don't get nearly as many reps in practice, so their opportunity to get out there and play will weigh heavily in where we look at the roster moving forward.
Will they, Dylan and or Talon, get any team reps today? You know, didn't look like they got any yesterday.
I don't anticipate them getting many team reps today.
So then, it's just from their perspective, how challenging is that then to go into Thursday night, get a bunch of reps when you haven't practiced much? Kind of like being a backup quarterback.
No, it's not easy. It's not easy. I mean, and even if you're the backup quarterback, you would hope like heck that you got the reps, other than if someone got hurt. Then you'd have to go in on game day. But that's just the choice we made was, all right, what do we want to do? Let's get the guys that we know we want to watch in practice, and I get them the reps.
Talon mentioned that he's been, Dirk Cutter was one of his assistant coaches somewhere along
At Boise. He was at Boise.
Your old boss.
Mm-hmm.
So did that give him a little jump start on what you're doing here?
Some of that. There are pieces of what we do offensively that go all the way back to that. Some concepts, I'm sure. But I'm sure over the course of time we've changed a little bit. Do I think there's some comfort there in that knowing how he's wired and Talon able to talk to coach about me? I think that helps from us in terms of our relationship, yes. More maybe of that than schematically.
What do you say to Taylor is getting ready for his first NFL game?
Man, isn't this cool? I mean, isn't it everything you dreamed about that the majority of us don't get to do? To put the helmet on, forget you didn't practice, right? And you're a Cleveland Brown, but heck, you got drafted, right? So you got your name called, and this is just that next step, right? Like, it just is really cool. Like the whole thing with Luke, right? With the touchdown. I asked him the other day at practice, I'm like, did you get the ball at least? Did you at least keep it? He's like, no, I forgot. But Tylan Wallace got it for me. So Tylan was cool enough to go and get it from the official and give it to him. And you forget those really cool stories or moments that only very few people get to live. As much as I've, and most of us have dedicated our lives to this sport, to be able to play, an NFL game is really freaking cool.
So there's some head coaches who use preseason games as an opportunity to let some of their assistants call plays. Will you call plays on Thursday?
I'll call it Thursday. Yep.
Todd, we talked to Malik Collins today, and he mentioned how much pride he takes in his leadership. I don't know if you've gotten to see a lot of that at this point, but how important is it to have a guy like that on a team, especially a team like this that's so young?
Well, I'll just speak to this. I think I said it the other day, like, what an unbelievable job of the off season of what he did from afar because of his family was not here for the majority of the off season, being in Houston, which in most cases is not ideal, right? In most cases, I think your medical people and your coaches would say, we want our players to be here. So that takes diligence. That takes being a pro. That means an everyday approach. And where he's at in his career, it's not easy. He's not a young player. He's made enough money to probably be okay. Says a lot about him. Like I said, he came back, when we started camp, and I'm like, man, I think he's ready to go right now. So that's a lot to say about him. And you could see that yesterday in practice, how the guys rallied around having him out there in the individual period, which I showed today in the team meeting. I mean, that tells you how they think about him. It tells you what they think.
So is there really is there uncertainty about who your QB3 is going into the season?
I wouldn't say that. We just want to see them. I wouldn't say there's uncertainty, but I do think we want to see both of them, and it's unfair to judge Dylan based on basically what happened last game for sure.
Todd, to go back to Malik, just along those lines, I mean, when we were talking to him today, he talked about even though he had such good production last year, like he felt like there were things he could have done better rushing-wise. I mean, just to to hear a veteran say that and always kind of finding those things, how helpful is that with how many young guys you have around him?
No, he's wired the right way. I mean, it just is what it is. I mean, and those guys know it. So it's been impressive.
You mentioned yesterday the long game with Shedeur. How could the setup now, where it'll be a longer run-up to whenever he plays next in a regular season game, maybe set him up for better success than as opposed to throwing him out to the wolves on the road and like that?
Well, I don't know that. Every player's a little bit different. You've seen quarterbacks go in there and right away play well, and you've seen others that need some time, and that's at every position. Some, it happens quicker than others. Some had further to go. I know this, that from the jump in the offseason when he showed some things that I really liked, the way he's wired, that's when we made the decision to give him more reps. That's when we decided to make it a competition for Shedeur and for us. That was the point of it all, to get where he's at today. Because early on, in my opinion, it was pretty obvious that Deshaun was ahead. His experience, right? He should be, right? There's no difference there. But we made that decision, and where he's at today is a byproduct of that. And I'm excited about, again, the long game for him. There's certain things he has to continue to work on, and he's going to just continue to grow leaps and bounds because he's a sponge, takes it all in. He really does. And so I just think that it's a matter of time before we get a chance to see that.
Is the number one offensive line set we saw Thursday, Kevin?
I anticipate that would be our set offensive line, yes.
Todd, I know the team waived Daquan Wright on Monday, but I was just kind of curious from your perspective. Like, when did you become aware that he might want to leave?
Well,
did you see Lane Kiffin's comment?
I did. Okay. First off, I should not. One of our staff had said, that's when I said us, not me, okay? I said that Lane Kiffin, or one of our staff had said that they'd gotten a text. I should have followed through with it. Maybe they meant someone from their staff, right? That's on me. Should not throw someone's name out there without what? Following through with it, right? I was just making light of it. I was really not trying to make a big thing of it. It was just like, man, what this world we've come to. And I shouldn't have thrown that out there, right? Like, to me, hey, I can't control this, right? It was almost silliness and goofiness, like, really? This is what we've come to, where guys can be here and go back to college? It's really not a big deal, other than I probably shouldn't have without knowing for sure, you know. So it is what it is.
You are listening to WKRK FM and HD1, Cleveland Heights, Cleveland.
How the hell would I know? I mean, I've never had to deal with it. Like, who's had to deal with, like, oh, and that happens. It happens in college with everybody. Like, they catch word of something, right? You got players on your own team. You're like, catching word from so-and-so that he might be entering the portal. It's just word of mouth. They're not going to come to you. It's not like you're going to stop there, hey, you know what, I'm thinking about going back to college. No. So it was a weird situation. He got hurt. He's going back to college. It is what it is. Good luck to him. He's a good kid. And they're going to do a great job at LSU. That's what they should do. Their job is to get the best players they can to win games. I'm not mad at anybody. I was actually, like I said, shouldn't have, taken what I'd heard and ran with it.
Todd, Parker, how concerned are you about him getting out, getting the reps he might need to, be ready for the regular season?
Well, we'll see. Just when he gets out there and get a chance, it's we'll just have to see.
Todd, yesterday it looked like
last one here.
Denzel Boston was going up against Denzel Ward a number of times. Just how valuable is that work for both guys, but particularly the rookie?
No, you come to find out that there's a difference, right? Like, Denzel's missed a little bit of time, so has Tyson. We haven't played teams as of yet that have played their top corners, right? So there is a difference, right? I mean, there's millionaires and there's thousandaires, right? And those guys out there that are really good, they're multi-millionaires, and they're paid to cover. And that's how you develop, right? Going up against the best, and yet having other opportunities to build your confidence, right? There's a combination of that. You want to have some success, right, to help build your confidence, but then you got to see where you're at, right, with any position, right? That's the way it is. And so I'm always excited to see our guys go against it, because it gives you a little bit of an insight as to where they're at this point. All right. Thank you.
It's Todd Monken. Honest as a day is long.
Love it. I'll double down on what he said about Lane Kiffin. It was a joke. I mean, he was kidding.
He was kidding.
He was 100% kidding when he was in that press conference.
And if you're missing what that was all about. The tight end who was with the Browns, who they waived, was going to LSU, where Kiffin is the head coach. Todd said last week, he said, I got a phone call from Lane Kiffin. Guess I should have called him back. And Todd you could tell he was kind of kidding at the time. And Kiffin yesterday came out and said, I never called Todd Monken, blah, 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 blah. So, didn't want to get anybody in hot water there. So Todd just saying, maybe it was his staff, whatever. He said, I was making a joke.
It was completely a joke.
Yeah.
And I think we were all...
The situation's just weird.
It was real. His initial reaction to it was hysterical. Like, he might as well have been a comedian, stand-up comedian at that point, because, I mean, like I said at the beginning of the show, I said it today at the beginning of the show, how outrageous is it that a guy has been on 2 NFL teams and is now going back to college? So if you go back and look at it, when he finally does land with LSU, he will have been on 4 teams in the last 10 months, starting with Mississippi, the Philadelphia Eagles, the Browns, and now LSU. Like, that is a path that has never been cleared out before, and a lot of people find it comical. It's like we sit here and go,
Todd does.
Yeah, I mean, like, so why do you play college football in the first place? If you think you're good, you want to make a career out of it so you can make more money and go to the NFL. Well, here's a player with an opportunity to go to the NFL. Now, he has got to work a little bit harder because he's a free agent, but you're like, huh? What's going on? Now he wants to go back. And because he has the opportunity, and there's only, because of what's going on with the courts, there's only a couple states where you can actually do that now, because first the class of 2022 could go back to school, and now all of a sudden, like in some states you can't, but in some states you can, and Louisiana is one of those states that you can, and it's just it's wildly
weird,
entertaining, and yet really weird, because the end goal used to always be the NFL, and now the fact that you can make way more money in college than you could as an
end of the roster guy.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, I understand why he's doing it. I don't have a problem with that, but it's just no one on this planet has ever seen anything like this before.
I like Todd's talk about the quarterbacks for the game on Thursday. We want to see more Dylan.
And by the way, if you were thinking Shedeur Sanders could be in the same, he can't. He's class of 21, just so you know.
And he's already actually played in the NFL.
Well, so here's the question. What if he would have stepped on the field Saturday? Would that make a difference? No. They still would have released him.
It's a preseason game. They don't count.
I got to tell you, playing for tape. Tell him, Coach, every game counts. Every snap counts.
You put those pads on it. You put those helmets on it. You get the hell out there. That's what matters.
Even stretching counts, doesn't it, Coach?
Damn right.
Even because imagine how much more of a win we would have had at Normandy, right?
All right, Andy.
Right?
He's calling for drops.
Yeah, now he's just begging for
drops.
drops.
Now he's just begging for
Plus
drops.
the fun.
Where's Bob Wiley when you need him?
I don't know, but did you see the movie Pressure? It's really good. It's about Normandy. It's pretty awesome. We had better meteorologists.
I've heard it's good.
That's what Eisenhower said. That's why we had better meteorologists.
Oh, I'll have to go.
You have to watch it. It's good. It's really good. I enjoyed it.
I because the Browns quarterback situation is as what's the best word to describe it right now?
The quarterback situation?
Because it's as
convoluted?
There, perfect word. Because it's as convoluted as it is. Aren't you anxious to see Dylan Gabriel where he has a chance to prep and be the main guy and go after even second, third, fourth stringers of another team? I want to see it. And I want to see Taylor Gray.
Okay, so let me ask the average fan. Would you rather see Dylan Gabriel or watch any given game on Saturday where you think that college quarterback is going to be your starting quarterback next year? What do you want to watch?
Well, in this case, I'd rather watch our team because Dylan Gabriel just might end up taking the field for this team this year.
Yeah, I just don't think he's going to be the quarterback of the future. Like, I almost think that someone
I
went
don't
up
think
to
any of these guys is going to be the quarterback.
I give
of the
Dylan
future,
Gabriel credit because, man, if I got anywhere near a microphone, it'd be hard not to tell you how he probably really feels. I mean, here's a guy that's had success all the way through his career.
Big success.
And then he came here, and he got handed the ball, and people wondered why the 5th-round pick was more popular than the 3rd-round pick. But the 3rd-round pick would have been popular had they not selected another quarterback in the 5th round.
That's exactly right.
And we'd be going, I don't know, man, he's just not big enough. And then we would all be going back and saying, well, look at Tua. And look at all the other look at all the other quarterbacks that are under 6 foot.
Tua is actually bigger than Dylan.
Yeah, I just randomly picked
okay.
somebody who's not gigantic at quarterback,
That's
not Ben
fair.
Roethlisberger.
That's fair.
And so, and then we would be making excuses for him. Absolutely, we absolutely would be making excuses. Well, they drafted him in the 3rd round. Don't you want to see what he looks like? But the problem was they drafted another quarterback in the 5th. I don't care who it is. It didn't make sense then. It doesn't make sense today, and folks, it's not going to make sense tomorrow.
That's fair, but I want to see him.
They created their own drama by selecting. Again, I know that there's a lot of Shedeur fans, right? So I'm not questioning. The point isn't about Shedeur. The point is about drafting a quarterback in the 3rd round and then drafting another one in the 5th round. You have just cut the legs out from the guy in the 3rd round.
Well, and let me take it a step further. It's about drafting 2 quarterbacks past the round where you think you draft a quarterback who's going to be anything long term.
Oh, Tom Brady.
Okay, well,
Tom Brady.
Yeah, I know. Matt Hasselbeck.
Yeah, I mean, there's
Brock Purdy.
Your percentage odds of being a starter quarterback
significantly
once you leave that 2nd round, right?
Once you leave the 1st, second you got a chance.
But
Third round.
Well, you know what they call 3rd
you.
rounders? Career backups.
Well, yeah.
If they're lucky.
Yeah. I mean, how many Russell Wilsons are there? Not very many.
Let me check. 1.
Not very many.
They made this drama. They did. The front office made the drama when they decided they wanted to bring in 2 quarterbacks last year. And now, by the way, you're starting Deshaun, as we said in the first segment of the show. Now you have 2 draft picks that you had from last year that are sitting on the bench. 2 quarterbacks, 2 draft picks above the 6th round. That's not good. And you're rolling the dice that all the other draft picks are good. Yeah, those higher draft picks have been good, and that's a great change of pace for what we've seen throughout Andrew Berry's career, going back to last year. But then someone will go, I wonder how much influence Paul DePodesta had.
Ken's in Youngstown. Hey, Ken.
Hey, Ken.
Hey, guys, how you doing? Hey, I try to listen to all the shows. I'm not sure if this has been touched on a lot, but kind of an angle on the Watson thing that maybe hasn't been talked about a lot.
Let's hear it.
I think the defense is going to be a bigger letdown than anybody imagined. And I think that's going to compound Watson's problem because they are going to be playing from behind, and he's horrible, and now he's going to be forced to throw. We got serious issues. You got one stud on the defensive line, and the deal with Graham, I know it's his first year, but, rookies like Fannin, the linebacker, Junkins, nobody had to kind of say well, it doesn't show up in the stats, but they're really good players. I mean, again, it's only his first year, but I'm not real confident that he's a quality first-round pick. There's a bunch of guys on the line, and, we do have some good linebackers. Secondary is extremely thin. I mean, our starters are top-notch, but beyond that, when guys go 3, 4, 5 wide, we're going to be in horrible trouble. So my prediction is the defense is not going to be anywhere as good as anybody thinks. Browns are going to be from behind, and it's just going to be a dumpster fire for Watson.
Well, that's a cheery call, Ken. Thank you very much. That is an issue. If this offense gets behind and has to throw the ball, Andy, you got to wonder a little bit, don't you?
Yeah, I don't want to think about it. I'm going to be honest with you.
All right. Well, we won't. It's Baskin and Phelps here on the Fan.
Hey, everybody. It is Andy Baskin for FanDuel. And you know what today is, don't you? Oh, yeah, it's Dinger Tuesday. Baseball fans, big hits get even bigger with Dinger Tuesdays on FanDuel. Customers choose their own reward every Tuesday to use on home run bets. So how will you play your game? I'm going to give you a couple options. Option 1, the bet restart. This is your wager, and you'll get refunded in bonus bets if your bet loses. So you know what that's about. Option 2, a 50% profit boost. Make your bet and then activate the profit boost. And if it hits, that's extra winnings at no cost at all. How about that? Make your choice and the reward will be ready to use on your next home run bet. Well, let's see what your guys can do again today and tomorrow, because they are on a roll, especially if you like the hometown team. If they can hit a couple out and you have a good feeling about who might do it, maybe you take a Joe Adell who's playing in a ballpark he knows pretty well. You might be like, this might be a good time to. So maybe that's the guy you want to go for. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to choose your reward for home run bets every Dinger Tuesday. Play ball with the home for home runs on FanDuel, an official partner of MLB. And FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 92.3 The Fan.
21 plus and present in Ohio. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-MY-RESET.
I'm here with Ari, owner of Pookers Design Center.
Pookers has been in business for 98 years. Family owned and operated in Cleveland, Ohio.
How many customers do you think you've had? How many homes do you think? Do you know? Do you guys keep track of all that?
I think it's unquantifiable.
Before computers?
Yes.
Hundreds of thousands?
Yes.
Generations, probably?
Right, 1928.
There's places that have been around a long time, but to have people come in and remember.
sitting 2.5 games back. Cleveland is hot right now, but another AL Central team is even hotter. The Kansas City Royals carry an 8-game win streak into the series, with the Blue Jays starting tonight. The Guardians have their fingers crossed that the Royals can cool off a bit before their series this weekend. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Riley Tyna.
Football talk and coverage on 92.3 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
It's Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps. Let's go to the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. You read him for years when he was covering the NFL nationally for Yahoo Sports. Now he's doing it for himself. NFLBlueBook.com. He's one of our favorite guys, and if you want some knowledge about the NFL, you listen to Charles Robinson. Hello, Charles. How are you?
Hey, Charles.
What's going on, gents? How you guys doing today?
Good to have you with us.
We just don't have anything to ever talk about.
No,
when it comes to
nothing
the
in Cleveland.
Browns.
It's
We're
so
like
boring.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's a very calm environment in Berea and the surrounding areas, counties, cities.
We're such a generic football
That's
city,
the word
right?
we'd use.
Wouldn't you say that, Jeff? Generic when it comes
Sure.
to topics about the Browns.
Yeah, sure. When you caught wind that Todd Monken was naming Deshaun Watson the starting quarterback for at least game one, and he said not week to week, but for game one and beyond, you thought what?
Well, it was funny because I was with the Panthers, who obviously they're going to see in week 3. And I was talking to a member of their front office, and I was like, hey, you want to know who you guys are going to see in week 3, maybe, as the starting quarterback? And he was shocked. Like, he was like stunned and couldn't believe it. And I would have to say that, look, for me, when I went back to my notes and, kind of everything that I gathered when I went through camp, I was like, okay, I could see a couple of things where I'm like, why didn't this just convince me when I was walking out that it was definitely Deshaun? Like, why did I really, give this more leeway than it probably really had? And that was, when I talked to somebody, be careful about how I phrase this. I talked to somebody in the organization. I said, look, like, this decision is going to come, and when it comes, what am I, what are we going to be able to say about the starter? Like, the starter can do X, or this is why that this ultimately happened. And what I was told was, the Browns kind of look at the quarterback spot like this is like 70 plays, right? It's 70 opportunities for a quarterback to go to the line of scrimmage in Todd Monken's offense. And it's 70 decisions you got to make. Whether you're throwing the ball or you're running the ball, you have to align all these different decisions in order to have, a successful play. And, so this individual is going through, like, here's all the things in Todd's system you're going to have to do, a quarterback's going to have to do. And as it's piling up in my mind, even then I was thinking, man, yeah, this is a lot. Like, you're not managing an offense, you're running it at the line of scrimmage. And so, goes through all this stuff, and then it, basically caps it off with, like, Todd asks his quarterbacks to do a lot at the line of scrimmage. I'm like, okay. And then later, when I talked to Monken, he had the same bullet points that he's had all camp about, stacking plays and points and all that stuff. But, he was very emphatic about, we got to win. Like, we have to win now. And, we talked a little later on beyond that point just about, I told him he kind of reminded me of Bruce Arians. And these are both coaches that are very blunt guys. They got their first NFL, head coaching job late in their careers, and they didn't have time to broker BS, basically. Like, look, I'm not going to play the developmental game. And it felt like, that's where Monken was coming from. And he even said at one point, I can't worry about down the road. Like, I'm not here to worry about down the road. And so looking back, I'm like, I should have just married those two concepts and known, like, it's going to be Deshaun, because it's going to have to be the guy who can go to the line and do the 50 things that need to be done at the line of scrimmage to the best of his ability. And then at the same time, if you're not worried about down the road, well, Shador's the down the road guy. So looking back, I kind of felt like, yeah, it was pretty baked in. And then once obviously Deshaun had his emotional moment, said what he said in the press conference, and I was just like, whoa. Like at that moment, I'm like, I don't know how you could even do it now. But then Todd immediately followed up with, that's not going to play into the decision. I was like, okay. It kind of felt like it was what it was going to be. And so once it happened, I think my mind sort of moved to, okay, well, now what are the questions? Like, the success or failure of this, does that weigh on Monken's, like, reputation in the building? Where does Shador go from here? And, and then even for Watson, like, what is success? Like, what is the measure? What's the benchmark? Because if it's wins and he's not winning games, but he's playing good football, I've just been told repeatedly it's about winning games, right? Yeah. So there's definitely, I think more that goes into it than just Deshaun's history. It's like, how can he operate this particular offense? And maybe that's the narrower sort of path that I should have been looking at that I wasn't.
Jeff and I spent a little time today talking about things that are unsaid by the decisions that are made, right? So, like, they trade Miles, pick up a first-round draft pick. The unsaid thing there is, 2 first-round draft picks. Right. They've got an opportunity for quarter. Same thing here. Like, you don't start Shador. What are you saying really about his long-term future? That's it's the unsaid things and the actions that you're pulling off that we're still we're trying to figure that out. And so
with the 2027 draft just months away.
Yeah. So what do you think the unsaid things or the byproducts of these decisions are leading us to? Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I said, I think much to the dismay of Browns fans when they traded Miles and they brought in Jared Verse and, netted the pick and all that. I told people that organizationally they felt like they were one more off season away, and I thought the read between the lines text there was we're a quarterback away. We're one more, because so much of the offense and defense looked shored up with young players. As long as the developmental arc was going where it was going to go, the one significant outlier, and I can't tell you how many GMs will freely admit this, when you're talking to them on background, if you do not, no matter how good your team is, if you don't have that resolve, that quarterback, you're always going to be stuck in this quagmire of we're good on all these, in all these other facets, but we just can't, fix the quarterback spot. So to me, and I said this when the Garrett trade went down, I think I said it on X, like they feel like or I might have said it on the show. I mean, I can't even remember. I just remember people flipped out because they're like, I'm tired of hearing that. And I'm like, well, but that's the reality. You might be tired of hearing it, but it doesn't change that it's a reality. When I go through Arizona this year and I talk to them and they're like, hey, here's the things we feel good about, they know the underlying reality to everything is they don't have any idea whether or not they have the 2027 quarterback on the roster. So, I don't even know that's necessarily it needs to be said. I think everybody sees it. And I think one repercussion of starting Deshaun that I thought of immediately is, well, this shortens the runway for Shador to prove himself in the franchise. Because you got to do
Jeff
that.
Said that.
That's what I think too.
Yeah, you have to do that in games. So, however, let's just play this out. And let's say Deshaun, plays to a standard where he ends up starting. If he starts the whole season, well, then you haven't resolved anything, because I don't know that he can necessarily be the future at quarterback. I mean, unless it's just gangbusters. And either way, you'd have to contend with free agency, and with the way this league is, you'd probably end up having to bid. I just don't think that's a road you can go down. I just don't. And then, so if Deshaun starts the season, I think you're going to the drawing board at quarterback. If Deshaun starts half the season, well, that's only half the season now that Shador's got an opportunity to prove himself quickly enough, to force himself into that conversation coming in the off season. And I'm just telling you, like, this 2027 class, it's not relenting. This idea that the quarterbacks are, when I went through Carolina, I spent time with a number of their personnel people, and the 2027 draft came up, and I'm like, they're all working ahead right now in that class. And I said, how many quarterbacks do you think are going in the first? They said bare minimum 5. They're like 5, unless injuries happen. That's how deep this class is going to be. And they're like, and it's not only deep, they're stars, like legitimate cornerstone stars. So I don't think anything's really changed other than the fact that, you're starting off with a veteran. And I do agree with the assessment that most organizations feel like it's easier to start with a veteran and flip to the young guy versus the reverse. Just because of what it, speaks to with the team. It just, sometimes you start with a young, unproven player, and especially if things start out poorly quickly, there becomes questions in the building, like, are we really trying to win games? What am I doing here? And it can weigh, I think, on just the overall thought process of guys coming in every day to work. So it is what it is, guys. Like, I don't know. I don't think I'd be surprised if Deshaun all of a sudden turns into, a quality player. I think he can just function in Monken's offense. And I bet you run the football a lot. You play, you play good defense. Here's one thing I will ask you, and I do think this deserves to be explored. What if, and I wasn't told this, but I thought about this. What if the thought process is, hey, we also have we have a core of young players on offense who we have to bring along. So we need things to go right. We need things to be aligned right. We don't, we need things to be clean. We need to play with tempo to develop those players as well. What if it's harder to do that? If you're like, all right, let's go through the Shedeur growth process this season, it might be uneven. Does that not then affect other players that now have to grow too? When you're playing with a player who's going through his own growth, and might be having, a roller coaster experience, it now forces you also on that roller coaster.
So creating a better experience for next year's first round draft choice to come into a team that's already established.
Which to me, what you're kind of saying is, I'm like, I would, what you would really like here? Joe Flacco from 2 years ago to help those guys develop. Is that kind of where you're going? Like, that's.
I don't have any problem. I liked Joe. Like, I thought Joe was going to be Joe, and he's probably going to throw for 350 yards, and then he was going to throw 2 really horrible picks that cost you the game. But, you kind of knew what you were getting. And I think functionally he's capable of bringing out, remember when Joe came in, I saw offensive players who were not showing up. All of a sudden I'm like, whoa,
yes.
Okay. So now I'm starting to see a tight end who's got a ton of talent. Now he's showing up again, in the offense. We've got wideouts that are showing up in the offense. So I do think there is an element of, you also have to bring along, there are other younger players on that offense who need to be brought along and who need to grow. And it's harder for them to grow if the person who's the centerpiece of that offense, you can't do everything you want to do. So let's just say, with Deshaun, you can put him out there. He can do, checks you, in terms of the motions. You can do all that stuff. Like, you just have the full suite of pre-snap available to you. Now, post-snap, maybe he's not identifying certain thing or what. Who knows what happens post-snap. But at least pre-snap, you can run a cleaner offense, and you can run a cleaner tempo, and players get used to that, right? It helps them. It helps that development. Post-snap would be great too, but I'm just trying to figure out, what is the calculus here of why you would choose a Deshaun at this stage if you really kind of feel like it's limited or there's a cap. But I don't think Monken's lying when he says, I'm going to choose the guy who's going to help me win games. Clearly he believes that. So now I think that becomes the measure of Deshaun. I'm like, all right, I'll take you at your word. Let's see how many games you can win.
Charles Robinson joining us, NFLBlueBook.com, and you can get his newsletter delivered to your mail. You can go right to NFLBlueBook.com and get that every morning, can you not, Charles? Or every morning you put it out?
Yeah, absolutely. It's free to subscribe.
I have, by the way.
Yeah,
me too.
I appreciate that.
I saw you guys come in.
I'm actually working on Brown's piece right now, trying to. I gathered all this stuff, and I'm like, I'll use this, I'll keep this and use it later in the season. But now I'm like, I should probably just use this right now.
There we go. Hey, they're not going to bring in anybody else at quarterback, right? This is it.
Well, we saw what they did last year. That's why we keep asking.
Because here's the thing: I would have to question, what's the familiarity? And like Todd and I at one point we were talking about. He just straight up said, he said, he's like, everybody would love to have a Lamar Jackson. He's like, but this is what it is. There aren't many of those guys to go around. And he was very clear. He's like, look, when you have a Lamar, everybody else is just fighting it out for second and third place, right? So then when you think of who's Todd exposed to, well, who are you going to bring in? Who has he had a wealth of experience with that's going to become available? It's certainly not going to be Lamar Jackson. So I just don't know at this point. Now that you've been through the off-season program with these guys, who can help you at this stage, unless somebody completely, it's like a shocker, freeze up, and someone's out there. But I don't know. I don't foresee that happening. I don't think they're bringing in the quarterback. I'd be stunned if they did.
Charles, always a pleasure. Thank you for being with us. NFLBlueBook.com. It's Charles' website. You can go to it. Tons of great information on the NFL. You can sign up for his email letter that'll show up in your inbox. And it's good stuff. Charles, thank you very much.
Thanks, Charles.
Absolutely appreciate it, guys. Take care.
Charles Robinson joining us on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. And his newsletter's a good one. So is his website. 2020 time. Right here with Riley Tyna.
Browns return to practice today to prepare for their final preseason matchup against the Patriots. Browns fans will see Dylan Gabriel get the start. They will also get a taste of rookie Taylon Green at QB this Thursday, starting at 8 o'clock. Todd, the Guards are red hot entering the final game of their series against the Angels. They have won 5 in a row and 6 of their last 7 games. Yesterday, Cleveland won 4-2 against Los Angeles, thanks to 6 solid innings from Parker Messick, only allowing 3 hits and 1 earned run. Guards are back at it tonight with Gavin Williams slated to get the start, with the first pitch coming at 9:40. The White Sox look to keep pace with the Guards and continue to hold their AL Central lead. They face the Texas Rangers tonight at 7:40. LeBron James and the PGA Tour are partnering to bring a golf event to Akron, Ohio. It was reported by ESPN today that the LeBron James Family Foundation Invitational will be hosted at the Firestone Country Club. The event will feature both amateurs and pros from the tour's ProBound 5 program. The event will take place July 6th and 7th, starting in 2027. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Riley Tyna.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin from Weather Seal Home Services. Want to make your old house new again? New siding from Weather Seal Home Services is the makeover you need. Choose from hundreds of colors to create any look you
customers to know that they're not just our customers, but they're our friends and family as well.
Find out about Jackson Comfort Services for yourself. Heating, cooling, plumbing, drains. JacksonComfort.com. 330-946-6678 or JacksonComfort.com.
This is Browns head coach Todd Monken, and you're listening to the number one sports station in Cleveland, 92.3 The Fan.
This day in sports history is powered by Bomber Sports Cards. TCG Tuesday, featuring discounted products, bonus packs with purchase, trade bonuses, and giveaways at Bomber Sports Cards in Broadview Heights every Tuesday. This day in sports history, let's give you some recent sports history. 1875, Captain Matthew Webb, first unassisted swimmer across the English Channel. He did it in 21 hours and 45 minutes as compared to 2023 when Andreas Waschberger of Germany, I think that's how I said it, did it in 6 hours, 45 minutes, and 25 seconds. That 21-mile swim from England to France. That is this day in sports history.
Dana, what's the Baskin rule? Not sure how to pronounce it. Just say it fast.
Say it fast and say it loud, my friend. How about the time difference on that, though? First guy does it unassisted. Took him 21 hours. Can you imagine how bad he was cramping? Seriously, 21 hours, 45 minutes?
Oh, they had a boat next to him, making sure that he got all of his electrolytes.
He was on. Yeah. What do you think?
Here, eat another pickle. Keep going.
Here you go.
Yeah, Gatorade in 1875 was just what, sewer water?
Here's some more sauerkraut. This will help.
Probably would.
No, but that was in 2023. That was a German guy. I don't know where I'm assuming Captain Matthew Webb is from England or France. Depends where he started. England or France. I don't know. Oh, they're probably giving him wine.
Wouldn't you swim with the current?
If he came from France, he was probably drinking wine. And he was smashed by the time he got there. That's why he was swimming a mile an hour.
What are you saying about the French?
Saying they have excellent wine.
And the French do pickling, by the way, as well. It's not just a German-Polish thing.
Can you imagine what his fingers looked like after that, too? I mean,
very pruny. His lips might have been blue, too. He would have had to eat and then sit 15 minutes.
Oh, maybe.
Every time he ate.
Yeah, that's true.
15 minutes.
Is that how that works?
Why do they do
It's
that?
why it took so long. He had to sit for 15 minutes after he ate.
Is there a reason? Maybe we can find that out for tomorrow's show. Why do you have to take a 15-minute break when you're at the pool?
It's one of those old
You
things
really
that
don't.
has no influence.
Yeah, you really don't.
I think they just do it so the kids are so tired because they've been so wild in the pool that they chill out for the 15 minutes.
I think that's a fine idea.
Yeah.
Why are we smarter? After 4 hours of Baskin and Phelps, brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, by golly, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Charles Robinson was excellent as always. Give it a listen, 92thefan.com, wherever you get your podcasts, and of course, NFLBlueBook.com as well. Read him. His camp tour stuff has been excellent. Of course, our social media mentions powered by Scheib & Jewelers.
MK.
I'm also smarter because of Charles Robinson. I think he had a really, really good, insightful analysis as to why Deshaun Watson got the starting job over Shedeur.
Andrew?
Because Andreas Waschberger, who set that record across, he's from Saarbrücken, Germany. He's also a police commander, so I'm not going to say anything bad about him. Congratulations to him, though.
Isn't that wonderful news?
Man, he does ice swimming, all kinds of stuff. European champion. Congratulations to him and his coach, Jan Wolfgarten.
I'm smarter after our conversation about the Guardians.
Love it, Jan.
The additions at the trade deadline have been impactful. And I love the stat. 80 runs batted in since the trades for Joe Adell and Nathaniel Lowe for the team, and they have 36% of them.
Good stat. Good stat.
It is a good stat, isn't it? So that works out pretty well. If I'm not mistaken, that's the way that one goes. I'm Jeff Phelps.
You will like our show. We will start at 10 o'clock. Didn't all like mean German version of the show. What do you think?
Wow.
I'm just saying.
Just move it along,
Did you ever hear
sir.
comedians do the whole
I'm
shtick on
Phelps.
it? I'm Baskin. Be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10.
And
prostitution in the mobile home in Youngstown.
I guess this is the most embarrassing thing that could happen to me. Eyes
Always
open
into
type
shame.
situation. Yeah, one of those type things.
A shame king. Why in Youngstown? I'm going to say this. Listen, I don't know, as a man who does not have any experience with prostitutes, I don't know where the good ones are. I would wager good money on the good ones aren't in Youngstown.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin for the next 5 hours. Our asses are yours. We got the Gardos winning streak growing and growing and growing. The Big Ten has to protect their phony baloney jobs. Hurrum. No grown men in football. And the Browns and their fans have taken to the streets. Cue the Doobie Brothers. That open courtesy of Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. Hi, Jax. Good to see you, buddy. We got Jake Murrin producing and manning the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel all show long. You can watch this show 5 hours long on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Live subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Ring that bell, except you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito. And as always, well, not as always, because we have a different 2020 person every day, but Katie Pollack bringing the 6 o'clock dance party energy to the 2020s today. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How's it going today?
We're doing pretty good. We got new Queens of the Stone Age out there.
Okay.
So and that is a vibe today. A little Rolling Stones boogie-esque thing.
That's like new music they just dropped? Okay.
Yeah, a little new music there.
Is that like album 47 for them, or what is that?
I believe it's album 45 and a half.
Wow,
there was an EP, an LP, and there's a lot of P's in there.
That's incredible.
So we got that going. It's a beautiful day outside, and this is another beautiful day, a beautiful moment to remind people that the Cleveland Browns are intent on starting a quarterback that hates Browns fans who hate him right back. So we got that going for us, too.
Is that why we had such a nice day outside? It's just a constant reminder that as nice as the view is outside and the day can be, we're going to have a bad quarterback situation?
This might be. You know, the whole national media right now is doing a, hey, Chief. It's like the stepdad pep talk, like, how you doing, slugger?
Yeah.
Me and your mom want you to know C's are okay. That's basically what the national media has done for the last 48
A lot of really successful people get C's.
Listen, 2027 is not that far into the future, and we think you guys can nail it if you just get through this whole Deshaun Watson thing. Maybe this is a pity day from the good Lord. God looked upon Northeast Ohio and said, Deshaun again? I'll give you good weather. We're clearing out the rains here, kids.
Yeah, it's one of our 40 nice days in Northeast Ohio that we get in Cleveland. Yeah. It's interesting. Joe Posnanski, who's he writes a lot about baseball, but just covers a lot of things in the sports arena. I saw it today. He dropped his article that he renounced his Browns fandom. And you're seeing more and more of that being the response. And I don't know. Will they come back once you end up seeing what the team is in 2027? Probably, yeah. But it does feel like there's a lot of fans that are pissed enough to say 2026, we'll see you later.
Yeah, it's been interesting. The Browns had the national media on their side. They did. The national media was a willing participant in normalizing the idea of Deshaun starting again. And even they, after Saturday, were like, well, maybe Deshaun is cooked. Maybe Deshaun has no business being the starting quarterback.
Yeah.
When people whose whole job is to, I don't want to say the whole job, but how they get their information is by glossing up and glazing some really stupid ideas in the NFL. When you've finally done something that is too insulting and too stupid for them to glaze over, and when everyone's on the same side of how insulting is this, well done. I mean, listen, there's not a lot that can unite us in 2026. The Cleveland Browns have united us all on one side of the aisle, which is you're all a bunch of jabronis.
Which is funny because last week, and by the way, can we do a wellness check on our buddy Jeffrey? Last week, when I went after Jeffrey with that phone call, a lot of people were like, all right, good for you. You did what you had to do. But there definitely were enough people that were like, well, we got to see this play out with Deshaun. We got to see what happens with Deshaun. I think you're writing him off too early. And the genesis of Jeffrey's call was, get back to me in week 7, and I'll be laughing at you. And it's funny how now a week later, because of Deshaun's comments, and it matters in a great deal, but a week later, everyone seems to have come over to the side of, oh, you guys got slapped in the face for 4 years, and now they're going to make it a 5th. That sucks to be a Browns fan.
Only thing I'll say to Jeffrey,
Keep playing the long game.
Oh, we're not going to hear from Jeffrey for a long time.
He said week 7, if you get one good game of Deshaun, and you're one of these people who is arguing on social media, which, by the way, I think 80% of the people offended that Deshaun Watson got booed. Guys, he got booed. Nothing was thrown at him. So far as I can tell, nothing truly hateful was actually said to him that has been reported. No, basically, they just made a sound that doesn't sound all that positive, and people act like the Browns put him in front of a firing squad. Like Browns fans have done something unforgivable, and it's like, you're adults. If the worst thing that happened to you in your life was you got booed for sucking at your job and overall being a really not relatable human being and maybe not the best human being on the planet, if that's the worst karma God gifts you, sir, you will thank God when you get to the pearly gates.
Well, but it was so obvious he couldn't handle it. I saw Mary Kay Cabot. She went on DP shows today, Dan Patrick, and said that from her vantage point, she thought Deshaun Watson was going to cry. Like at the podium, break down and cry. That's how emotionally spent he was and how emotionally basically destructive some of the questions being asked towards him ended up getting him. It's wild to think about. We were this close to, after a preseason game, watching what is going to be your week 1 starting quarterback because he couldn't handle a couple boos, break down and cry at the podium. That would have been uncharted territory.
Now, while we have this conversation, the reason why we're starting with Deshaun Watson's laughably low Q score, and it is laughable, because people have posted a bunch of signs and posters around the city of Cleveland basically letting it be known that they're not thrilled with this. And the reality is, I think the Browns have made their statement. Hey, when we win football, you're going to come around. Now, the problem is the win. But I do think that they're so pot committed to this that it's only galvanized them and how righteous they are and their mission is to start a guy that nobody in the city of Cleveland wants to see ever play football in brown and orange ever again. But I will say to Browns fans who were upset about this today, don't just do it for one day. If you were truly tired of the Haslam's BS, put those signs back up tomorrow. Maybe don't put them on the Jim Brown statue. That one's a little tone deaf. I don't know if you know this.
I think that's why they did that.
I would go down the rabbit hole of what Jim Brown has been accused of doing. Great football player.
I think that was kind of the point, right? You put it on the guy that has a statue outside that had a lot of problems within himself.
Maybe put it on like a morally upstanding citizen. I'm just thinking out loud here.
If anything, I thought it was almost poetic to be like, we all turned a blind eye to what you did with Jim Brown and your acceptance of him, especially later on in the years, and the acknowledgement that you just kind of let everything happen when maybe you shouldn't, and maybe you shouldn't have been as open as you were with Jim Brown. We're not going to stand for you guys to do it again to this guy.
Now, while we're talking about the booze and we're talking about the protest here, Dan Orlovsky this was yesterday, suggesting what Browns fans should do in lieu of Deshaun Watson being named the Browns starter after Deshaun basically came out here and was like, Cleveland? Blame Cleveland, and this was on First Take.
I'm being dead serious. I'm being dead serious when I say this. Browns fans should not go to games. Why would I go to this game?
But this is the tipping point, Dan?
Yes. At some point, there has to be a tipping point, though, Shay. At some point, there has to be. Maybe I'm being solo in this, but to watch that press conference and to hear him say, I get more love in road games, what would you expect the love to come from?
You know what? I'm going to say something that's very unpopular today and nobody else is willing to say. Browns fans should go ahead and boycott the Browns.
Really went on a limb there,
huh? Bro.
Really stepped out of there, didn't you, Dan? My goodness. And I love that on that First Take set, too. They did kind of all look at him like, oh, wow, he's going there. Yeah. He's gonna say the unpopular thing about Deshaun Watson.
Dan, they fired people for less.
That is one part of this, by the way, that everyone I do think it's a little misconstrued. Everyone's like, well, they have to sell PSLs. You got to sell tickets. Well, how could they possibly do this? Don't they? You guys realize that the operating income of the Cleveland Browns, only 16% of that is due to ticket revenue. 16%, okay? If they operate at $550 million, it's around $110 million, the operating. And by the way, the idea that they don't just sit back and say, well, we're making money hand over fist in this way, they're also making money hand over fist with the valuations of these teams that go up exponentially. The reality is that Jimmy Haslam doesn't need you to actually buy the PSL or sit in the stadium the way that they used to in order to have a successful operation.
Which is a nice
protest,
way,
though.
Which is a nice way of saying that they're just selling those PSLs at ridiculous prices Because they can rip you off.
Because they can, but it's also...
And because they want to.
It's
if we're
also,
being that they
though,
really just want to.
It's more of a stark reminder of the idea that they don't listen to the fans because they don't care about you guys. And in the past, when that relationship mattered, because ticket sales and then the concessions and everything did actually matter for the bottom line of the team and the profit of the team, the way the NFL is set up right now and the way sports are set up right now, they don't need your PSL to have success and operate in a net positive. They don't need it. And I think that response, it's nice that fans are doing this. You need to do this. You need to tell them you're pissed about this. But the reality is they can operate very successfully through revenue sharing and everything associated with this. They don't need your PSLs.
That's why I think boycotts, is specific to like not going to the games. I just don't. No, go to the games. And then boo them. And when I say them, I'm talking about one person and I'm talking about the organization. Boo Deshaun mercilessly. That's the way. If you really want to hear, this is why, like today, the stuff that was put up around town, that's fine for one day. If you do it until opening day, or until the home opener, that will be heard. When the home opener is, whether they're 2-0, 0-2, whether Deshaun's still the quarterback or not, if you boo that man when he hits the field, they have no choice but to listen to you. That's the better I think
they have
boycott,
a choice. They have a choice. They won't listen. But I think you still should. You should boycott and do whatever you need to do. You should still make your voice heard as much as you possibly can. But the reality, and I think what's been pretty clear, whether this is fans that wanted to stay on the lakefront with the stadium, or whether this is this type of conversation right here, the Browns are operating in a way that suggests they do not care about the fan base's opinions on basically anything.
But they will kiss your ass and tell you what a good little fan base you've been. Oh, they love doing that.
Like you're a puppy.
We know. We know what a great fan base we have. That's why we keep jobbing them all the time.
Yeah, they just don't care.
That's why we just completely disregard what any of you think.
It's just unfortunate that it can be such a loyal and diehard fan base, and they just will not take your consideration into play in the slightest bit. But it's fine. They've shown you this over the previous few years. You have a response and an answer that you can give off of this, but ultimately, it's not going to be strong enough to make them sway off of what they're currently doing or how they operate. The money's too large. They're continuing to make money hand over fist, whether you go to the games or don't. But you still should voice your displeasure.
216
makes you feel better.
474-0092. Of course, today, guys, we want to hear from you on the Browns protest, the visible anger, the audible anger from Browns fans. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheibin Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Should be noted tonight, Browns programming 7 to 8, the Coaches Show. Make sure to listen to that, though. Todd Monken, he's really going to make you feel good about where the Browns are. But we got quick hits coming up at 2:40 today. We've got Joe DeLeon talking to Deshaun over Shador, and outrage as a Browns tight end goes back to school. John Fanta. Oh, Fanta in 60 at 420. Big news for him. He always has good reactions on the latest Browns nonsense. Get a little Gardo's thoughts as well. Albert Breer at 520. Albert had some strong stuff that he put out there for the MMQB on Monday when it was announced. Actually, it was actually before Deshaun was announced as a starter. We'll get Albert's thoughts on the Browns quarterback plan at 520. And if the Browns actually saw any of this coming to the extent that it is, but anti-Deshaun signs posted around Cleveland. How aware of Deshaun fatigue are the Browns? Will people really boycott the Cleveland Browns and the Browns? And what has to be the bare minimum for them to be right about Deshaun Watson in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
$10 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, back on The Fan. We got quick hits coming up in just about 20 minutes' time. Maybe that'll be a moment where we can recognize the passing of Dolly Parton at the age of 80. Very sad news. A very decent human being. But again, we are talking about the Browns and the quarterback situation. And I think what's interesting is in the highest level theory, the Browns are not wrong that if you just win, people will accept almost anything off the field, and it can make the most unlikable guy likable. That is true, but I think we've gone so far down the Deshaun rabbit hole, there has to be like a threshold he's got to clear where all of a sudden he goes from bleep that guy and boo him every time we see him to, all right, I'm not going to boo this time, but I still don't like you.
Also, in every instance you're going to describe about fans coming over to the good side, it's because they played good football, and they did it for a long period of time. Like Big Ben always gets brought up in these type of discussions. It's 100% true. Steelers fans got on board with Big Ben, and they basically just pushed everything else to the side. We all still made jokes, but they just kind of pushed everything to the side. And yes, that can happen in sports. I don't think it can happen that quickly for Deshaun Watson at this point.
I agree. And by the way, the Big Ben had some like currency with Steelers fans because he won the Super Bowl before all the nonsense started.
Right.
We've never had, like, I think that's what maybe people are missing who are like defending booing Deshaun, which again continues to be the most ridiculous thing. Like people that tweet, "We live in a soft society," are being like, "Why would you boo? That's so mean." Like, I'm sorry. I don't think we have the same definition of mean, but there's just no currency there to play with. So you have to backload the success for Deshaun. And I really don't think it's going to happen in the first 2 weeks of the season. I do think beating Baker Mayfield week 2 begins to kind of give people, if again, you outplay Baker.
If you outplay Baker,
and
it's a big step. Yeah.
That is a good optics win for, I think, most fans. But I think the bare minimum for Deshaun with me is going to go a hell of a lot longer than it is with average fans. I think the average fan, if you go 4-0 and Deshaun is a 90 passer rating or better quarterback, I think you're going to see a lot of people starting to wear Watson jerseys again in town.
Well, I think that's why the Browns are continuing with what they want with Deshaun Watson starting. I think they understand that right there. If he goes 4-0 and starts off and he's part of the reason why they're winning, it's not just everybody else making plays and him just kind of existing, then fans are going to come aboard. They are. And there's going to be people like me and people like you that aren't going to be satisfied alone with that, but there's going to be more than enough that will be.
But I think the problem is, I just mentioned the very extreme, which is I could not tell you the last time Deshaun Watson won 4 straight games in Cleveland while also having a 90 passer rating or better. Oh, wait, he hasn't. Like, not since Texas has that happened. And why that matters is it's more likely through 4 games they're going to be probably 2-2 or 2-3 or 3-2. And his numbers are going to look like what they've looked like. And I don't think they're prepared for the fact that, I don't think that's enough. I don't think the middle ground, which a lot of fans, including myself at points, have accepted from Deshaun and said, we're building to something, I don't think they realize how truly high the bare minimum is to get a majority of people here to stop booing the hell out of Deshaun.
Yeah, I mean, it won't. The average, the middle, won't be good enough for a lot of people, as it shouldn't be. And now, again, this is his own doing, and this is the previous 4 years of play. But this is also what he did in the press conference on Saturday when he outwardly tells the fans, "I don't like you. I don't like what you've done. I don't like anything that you guys have shown me." Which is, again, trying to make yourself the victim in this is wild. But yeah, fans aren't going to come around and be like, "Oh no, we love you, Deshaun." It's not going to happen.
What is the bare minimum of accomplishments that Deshaun has to pull off to be right For the Browns to be right. And I think that's a much longer thing. Like, I do think there's a chance that if Deshaun has 3 or 4 passable games and you're 3-1 in your first 4 games, I think your buddy Jeffrey is going to call back and try and give you the old what for.
I'm waiting
to give
for
you the
you.
business.
Hey, Jeffrey, I'm waiting. I'm like Omar in The Wire right now. I'm just playing Farmer in the Dell waiting for you.
But I have no doubt that the second the Browns think that they can do the national media member, let everyone know how right we are, I have no doubt they're going to try and pull that ripcord as quickly as humanly possible. But for people to actually receive it and actually be like, well, I guess the Browns were right. We're talking playoff football in December. Deshaun's healthy.
Playoff football.
And Deshaun is as good as he's ever looked in Cleveland, which, by the way, is still below what he looked like in Houston.
And we're talking about the bare minimum. We're not even talking about, hey, he's exceeded everything and all these expectations. No. The bare minimum at this point for Deshaun. For Browns fans to say, you know what, Jimmy Haslam and company, you guys nailed it. You guys were right. You guys saw this when nobody else did. It's going to take a playoff appearance. Again, minimum. Playoff appearance, healthy for all 17 games and looking really good in the process, and I don't think he's capable of that.
What is the minimum accomplishment that needs to happen with and because of Deshaun for the Browns to be right and to be proved right? Well, Mary Kay Cabot was on this station earlier today and talked about the football reasons why Deshaun Watson is starting again in Cleveland.
Todd Monken is going out and trying to win in Jacksonville on September 13th. This was a football decision. Now, it's not only things that we see out here on the football field, it's things that they do in the classroom, and it's the game planning that they want to do that nobody has seen anything of yet. They believe that they can use Deshaun Watson's mobility in that game, and they can use cadence as a weapon in that game. And there's just a lot of things that he's going to be ready to do on September 13th that they don't feel Shedeur is ready to do yet. And that's the whole key to this. This is a football decision through and through. Todd Monken is not going to do anything else other than go out and try to win that game. And he believes in his heart of hearts that Deshaun will give him that better chance.
So you better win week 1.
Yeah. I thought it was interesting that she highlighted mobility, something that Shedeur obviously displayed in the Saturday game. If not for the Zach Zinner penalty, we'd still be talking about that play. And then the cadence. One thing the broadcast was highlighting and kept going back to the point of also almost being nauseating about it was the 3rd and 13 play that then, because of the cadence and Shedeur actually getting the free play off of it, it moved it to 3rd and 8, but like Shedeur had a free play on that sequence because of the cadence and because he was able to basically disrupt what the defense was going to do, and he did that. Nobody else did that. He did that, and I just think it's interesting. The two things that Mary Kay brought up are two things that we saw Shedeur excel at on Saturday.
I think the Browns came up with some really bunk reasons to start Deshaun Watson over Shedeur Sanders. And that doesn't mean, by the way, that I'm saying Shedeur got jobbed. I'm just saying it's clear that this was the outcome Todd Monken wanted. And when we say experience or, hey, things that nobody else really sees because they're not in the building, that seems a lot like smoke and mirrors. And again, I'm a trust in Todd man. I'm not a trust in Todd man unequivocally. And I think that's what the Browns are asking for. That's what Todd Monken is asking for. And no, you have to prove it. Like you do. There's one flyer you don't get in the honeymoon as Browns head coach, and it's playing that jabroni again, especially after Saturday.
Distrust in Todd doesn't have the same ring to it.
It doesn't.
Yeah,
a little dit.
Yeah,
little ditty.
Doesn't
about Todd and Deshaun.
Yeah, all right. It is funny how you can, if you want to. It's kind of like how
what's he doing to that chili dog?
I can come up with basically any number I want to. If I'm really trying to make a stat pop, I can find a number to support that, and I can bend it that way.
Make that stat pop.
It's the same thing with these quarterback races, though. Like if you want to, you can come up with any reason, and there's just because they deal with like 37 different things on any given play, and what we judge these quarterbacks off of. I can come up with a couple reasons if you really want to sell me on Deshaun Watson, but it feels like that's all they're doing here. They're coming up with a couple things out of 50 that they think is worthwhile enough.
Now I don't know that anyone said this on the station, so I want to be. I'm fully torqued about this one.
Well, did he?
I think I think I get to be first on the moon on this one.
I'm going to tell you I said this like 2 days ago. I know it. You haven't even said it yet, and I'm going to say this.
Okay, why are we self-defeating here? All right? This
right.
is
Let's keep this going.
Kevin Stefanski to
All
any
right.
quarterback that's been here the last 4 years.
Even worse. Phelps said it 2 days ago. How about that?
Okay, we don't have to be hateful.
There we go.
Week 1 just became a must-win.
Okay.
Come on now.
All right. I hate when you do this.
No, tell me I'm wrong that week 1.
I hate when you do this.
Week 1's a must-win.
You're 7.5-point underdogs.
Who gives a rat's ass? You just started a guy that nobody in Cleveland wants to start.
But isn't if you're giving someone a 2-week leash, isn't the obvious response that yes, week 1 is going to be a must-win?
I don't think it's obvious.
If you're on a 2-week leash, isn't that just the
no? No, because then if you lose week 1, week 2 really becomes a must-win. It becomes a must-win.
Is it a must-win or is it a can't lose?
I think that's clear eyes, clear hearts, can't lose. I think that's something different.
Oh, okay.
But no, like seriously, you've said Deshaun gives you the best chance to win. Go win, Buckaroo. You want me to trust in Todd again? You want me to grasp at that?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You want a little honka? Win that damn game.
Did you see the stat that's going around that Deshaun Watson is 7-0 in his career against Jacksonville?
See, all the stats are saying.
Got to get that to 8-0.
You should accept the line.
History of dominating Jacksonville.
All stats are saying the Browns should beat the Jacksonville Jaguars with those ridiculous uniforms that I don't even know what the hell they're doing with those. They should beat them week 1. Do that, Todd. Starting to trust you again, friend.
Okay.
I almost spelled it out, and then I realized I can't do that. Let's go with, ooh, this is tough. You know what? Cliff and Stowe. Welcome to the show, Cliff and Stowe.
Hello, Cliff.
Hello. I just want to mention that for all those that think Shedeur is better than Deshaun Watson, you should be happy that Deshaun Watson is starting. And let me explain.
Unfurl that mental pretzel, my friend.
We don't have a Super Bowl winning type quarterback on the roster, so you should want to lose games. You should want to lose because you want one of the top 3 draft picks so that we could get a real quarterback.
Oh, you're getting Nick upset now. You're getting Nick's upset. I can hear
Cliff,
him.
You're a gentleman.
Anybody in the NFL knows Shedeur Sanders is not the answer. He has no trade value, for example.
Yeah, what about Deshaun Watson? This really isn't. See, the problem is, Cliff, is you've accepted it's Deshaun versus Shedeur. And so you've chosen Deshaun as your white knight, and the problem is you've chosen poorly.
No,
Deshaun has no business starting ever again.
You weren't listening.
I was, or maybe I wasn't.
You should be happy to start Deshaun.
By the way, did Buffalo lose on purpose to get Josh Allen? I'll answer the question. They didn't. Did Kansas City lose on purpose to get Pat Mahomes?
If you lose the first 3 draft picks,
no,
if you don't get a top 3 draft pick,
Josh Allen was the 7th
anywhere.
pick in the draft. Pat Mahomes was the 10th pick in the draft. Hell, Bo Nix, who I still don't know is any good, was the 12th pick in the draft and the 5th quarterback off the board.
Do you think Shedeur Sanders would ever win a Super Bowl?
I don't give a rat's ass. I don't want to lose on purpose, Cliff. I think that's loser mentality, although I still respect you as a person.
Tanking.
Oh, No. I'm sorry, Cliff. I had to do that.
Oh, you hung up on Cliff?
Taking. Cliff,
why'd you hang up on Cliff?
Ass out of here.
Why'd you hang up on Cliff?
Because he said the T word.
He was
and not the T word that I like.
He was about to land it.
He was not about to land a damn thing. He was about to crash the thing into the Hudson River, or in this case, Lake Erie. And he has no. Is it Captain Phillips?
Yeah.
Okay, he's no Captain Phillips. No. Stop getting tanking in your mind. What is this sickness? What is this? Oh, tanking's the only way. Really, the only way the Browns can get better is if they get worse. No, that's more losing. They tried tanking, and it took them multiple years and 3 head coaches to dig out of. Stop. Can we eradicate? Tanking never works on any level. The Bills didn't tank to get Josh Allen. They traded up. Same thing with the Chiefs. There's one team. By the way, the Bills.
It was Sullenberger.
Thank you, Sully. Captain Phillips. I'm the captain
now. People listening to this, they're going to tell you. They're going to be like, well, the Bengals, that's how they got Joe Burrow. And they're going to go down there. There's history of having the number 1 overall pick and it working out.
But the Bengals weren't tanking.
They were bad.
They just sucked.
They were really bad.
And by the way, it cost them their head coach. And by the way, they were in the midst of roster turnover. You're in year 3. You've missed your opportunity to organically get the number 1 pick. So if you go out of it and get it the inorganic way, the gluten-full way, shame on you. Pox upon you.
I'm not rooting for tanking out of the gate. I need to make that abundantly clear. But there will come a time this season, if things go sideways, that you hear me start to root for losses. Are you mentally prepared for that? Because I know it's the one bugaboo you have. If we get to like week 7 or week 8 or week 9, and
week 7, and I will
and
fight
Deshaun's still playing, and you're like 1-6, 1-7, 1-8. I got no choice but to root for losses. Especially
no tanking
if
talk.
If they won't put Shedeur out there and make the change, and they're just going to wait until Deshaun's arm falls off, I got no choice but to root for losses at that point for tank value.
No
for
tanking.
draft position.
No tanking talk. I will not allow it
We better
until
hope
week
Shedeur
10.
becomes the quarterback then. Oh, week 10.
Week
Okay,
10.
we got a bar. Week 10.
Week 10. But they better be 0-10. They better be the most honest 0-10 team there
1-9?
ever
Can we
was.
settle for 1-9?
No. 0-10 or bust, but maybe 1-9. We'll see. It could be a really long October, guys. 216-474-0092. What is the minimum accomplishment for Deshaun for the Browns to be right? I think we're going to kick quick hits into the 340 spot there.
Yeah.
You, sir, are no Sully.
What?
You, sir, are no Sully, because we got a full phone bank here. Dave, Dan, Ryan, Steve, Mike, Dave. We got 2 Daves. 2 Daves on a Tuesday. What a day here. Is tanking the only way out? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
operations running smoothly so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Well, I said it yesterday, like he believes like we believe. 22 months of working to get back, giving himself another opportunity for the Browns, okay? So that I respect. And sure, was he hurt? Yes. But I also said yesterday, okay, I don't like being booed either. I don't like when we jump off sides 3 times at the end of the game, okay? But we earned that, right? We earn our respect by how we play. We earn our fans, right, in terms of appreciation of the product we put on the field. And that's our job. On one side, I 100% understand where Deshaun is coming from, but ultimately, we're pros. I mean, we got to put on a good product, and we got to play. You got to pull your big boy pants up and let's go play.
Todd Monken talking Deshaun Watson's mental toughness, the reaction to the, I would say, meltdown on Saturday by Deshaun Watson. Hypothetical.
Yes.
Hypothetical.
Let's do it.
What's the earliest Deshaun Watson can expect that people won't boo him in Cleveland? Realistically. Because I did the pie in the sky.
Okay. Yeah, like week 12.
Oh, I think it's earlier than that. I think if you are a 500-ish team.
There's enough people like me that'll stand up and boo. If I saw Deshaun Watson crossing the street, I'm booing him.
That's fair.
You know, there's enough people that just exist that way.
You know I am pro booing in public. Not necessarily. I actually think I'm not even talking about players. I'm talking about just booing in general.
Just people, if they make a bad move, if they're walking on the wrong side of the street, it's like you just boo at them and tell them, listen, you got to go to the other side.
Yeah, or I saw
you're
somebody
disruptive right now.
Like we have a few people who are less fortunate on the streets of Cleveland, and I was walking, and there was a fella, and he very innocently asked somebody, "Hey, can I have $1?"
Yeah.
Which, again, people don't necessarily love that all the time. And this person just kind of mean-mugged him and then said something really mean. I don't remember what it was, but because I only heard like half of it. But it wasn't
just a simple, sorry, don't have one?
Yeah, it was like you're what's wrong with society kind of line.
Jeez.
And I thought to myself, now that's a person that deserves to be booed.
Yeah, you could instantly boo that person. Yeah, like a big hearty one, too.
Yeah, I got big lungs. You wouldn't expect that because I also am an asthmatic. I also love God's irony, but I can really boo the hell out of somebody. Like if I truly boo somebody and Vanessa's sitting next to me, she jumps.
You have a big voice.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I'm glad you noticed.
I did. Yeah.
I like to flaunt it as any chance I get.
Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I can startle Vanessa with an unexpected boo. I gotta say, I think like week 7 or 8. Because here's why. If you're a 500 team and Deshaun and the ass hasn't fallen out with Deshaun at that point, I think there is going to be somebody like, well, it's the most games he's played in a season. Sure. You are 500, and people are expecting you to be sub 500. I think you're right to say, I don't know when the unanimous boos stop, when there won't be at least one person booing Deshaun Watson. But I think most people would stop booing. So 51% or more of people would stop booing by about week 8 if you're 400. Or if you're
let me tell you why I'd continue to boo. And if I was buying tickets and going to the stadium, I'd continue to boo. It's because you can't erase through 500 football the previous 4 years of putting this team through dysfunction. And then it's also ignoring the idea that once we get rid of Deshaun, we're going to have his all the money that got pushed down the road all of a sudden come into play as well. And so he will be haunting this franchise and this team for even long after years after he is actually not even on this team anymore. And so that's why I feel like 500 football just doesn't do it for me. Maybe I don't live enough in the moment. I feel like a lot of sports fans live in the moment, in the right now. I have too much. Jimmy Butler is going to hate this. I have too much living in my rearview mirror when it comes to the Deshaun Watson discourse. Well, and so one of the nice things about what happened on Saturday as he melted down is I don't feel like I'm alone in the idea of this like one-man fight like I did last week where I was trying to convince people. I thought I was almost going crazy as I'm like, do you guys not remember what happened the previous 4 years? It felt like more people than not were willing to just be like, yeah, I mean, he's gonna have this year to prove us that he can do this again and wipe it all away. And what Saturday reminded people and where it got everyone back into the right camp, which is he is absolutely cratered this organization, and we don't have a bunch of wins and playoff wins because of him. They're now here, and they're back in the spot where they should be. And so 500 record doesn't do it for a lot of people.
Yeah, but just remember, he doesn't think he did anything wrong. 216-474-0092. And it should be noted, because I don't think I've said this enough today's show, the Cleveland Browns are intent to start a quarterback that hates Browns fans who Browns fans hate back. I just want to keep saying
it's a
that.
wild concept. Yes, it's a wild concept.
Because they've done a lot of things that really defy logic and are like, wow, the set on you to do something like that, and they have yet to do something like this. Usually the old bar was when the guy gets real lippy and starts calling out fans, he go bye-bye real quick. Not these guys. No, their process is undeniable. Let's go with Scott in Cleveland. Scott, welcome to the show.
What's going on, Nick?
Oh, just living the dream. What you got?
Yeah.
JP, man, you know, I'm just telling you, Deshaun is the better quarterback. He's a 3-time Pro Bowler. Shador's only a 1-time Pro Bowler.
Yeah, in his one season. Yeah,
that's math.
Yeah.
Hey, he wasn't an alternate Pro Bowler either. He won that. He won that by doing best.
Yeah.
Sean just wouldn't take no for an answer on that.
You went a little Trumpian on us there, Scott.
You gotta know that Deshaun's going to have better command over Monken's offense, JP, and he's more athletic, even with those Achilles tears.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, my man, when you and I can go get our number 4 tattoo on our back.
When is that, JP?
Oh wow, that's somewhere close to never,
Yeah.
Scott. Somewhere close to never.
I appreciate the trolling effort there, Scott.
Come on, man. Hey, be happy that Shador's sitting. He's not going to get killed while the offensive line gels. I know Ulysses said it yesterday, but just wait, man. Your guy's going to have a chance, JP. He'll have a chance.
I definitely
Thank you,
like
Scott.
We appreciate you. I
Thank you,
definitely
Scott.
like that Scott shouted out another caller from yesterday saying, I know Ulysses, as if Ulysses was ubiquitous. Like everyone's like, well, Ulysses
Well,
said
you don't
it?
forget a name like Ulysses.
That is true.
Because it's
That's true. It wasn't like, I think it was Dave in Medina, right?
Yeah, it's a pretty obvious one, which is nice.
His name probably is like Stan or something like that. He just is like, nobody's going to forget Ulysses.
And I think we all know. I'm never going to be the radio host that does a tattoo bet.
Are you sure?
That won't be me. I can't get a tattoo. I think my wife would legitimately leave me if I got a tattoo.
What if you just don't tell her?
We entered this whole thing. She's not going to see it.
Yeah, I mean, get
that's
it somewhere
that's
she doesn't
a real problem.
look.
That's a real problem for the relationship
Yeah.
if she just never sees me naked.
There are places that I guarantee you your
Where?
wife hasn't seen.
Where?
Don't make me say them.
I need you to say them.
Yeah. Well, it's between two parts of yourself, and the
Okay.
sun doesn't shine
All
there
right.
often.
Okay.
All right?
That's where I'm getting the 4
Some
tattoo.
call it the gooch.
That's where I'm getting the 4.
That's the
That's
place.
on my bad for being like, no, tell me. Please tell me where you think this is. I thought you were going to say like the back of the ankle or something like that.
The only place I would get a Deshaun Watson number 4 tattoo is on my gooch.
Yeah, is that right? Okay.
Now that's my fault. Because everybody, we live in an era of people sunning their perineum. If you really wanted to show how mad you are about this, you get a tattoo down there and you'd sun that bad boy on the daily on East 9th. You could really, anyone can boo, JP. Get a tattoo where no one's going to see it.
Why don't you get the tattoo? Why don't you make
You're
this
the king of booing.
Make this your venture.
You're
not the king of
booing.
tattoos. It's established by this. I think my wife would leave me. I think she would.
If you got a gooch tattoo, I don't think she'd ever see it.
We entered this deal with neither one of us have tattoos. I think she wants to keep it that way.
I don't think she'd see it. She'd wonder why you're icing down there, but just be like, bad day at the gym. Got him switched up. Legs crossed over. It was real tough. Real tough. And not good tough, like the kids say.
Okay.
Real quick, let's go with Seth in Parma. Seth, you got about 45 seconds, buddy. What you got for us?
So my question is, so let's say that Deshaun Watson actually does live up to the hype and can take us to 9-8, 10-6. What do we do after that?
Which one?
Well, you have
Deshaun
to, you have to describe Deshaun. You have to see how it looks.
Does.
Obviously,
What do we do after that?
There's no world I can envision them paying Deshaun Watson ever again. But if he's 10-7, let's say, and he's 5th in the MVP voting or something like that, then I think you have to have a conversation. But as injury riddled as he is, What are you gonna do? Give him a 3-year deal to try to prove it? I still think you move forward anyway because he's so injured and broken.
Right, I get that. I mean, it's never going to happen, but if it did, what do we do?
Seth, real quick, is your
How
gooch?
do you end that? What do you do?
Is your gooch the most embarrassing place, most insulting place you can get a tattoo?
Stop asking people about their gooches.
It's a real question. Find me a more insulting part of the body, Seth.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that would be a tramp stamp.
Wow, be like a reverse tramp stamp. Because the whole idea of a tramp stamp is everyone sees it. Assuming
is that the idea of the tramp stamp?
I think so. It's a little broadcasting there, free advertising.
Is that right?
The other thing, not so much.
Yeah, that's just for you and God.
Yeah,
is all that is, and potentially your partner.
That's true.
We don't kink shame around here.
Hey, we don't.
We don't do that.
216-474-0092. I do want to ask the question.
You played out the scenario now. In your
I do
head,
really
you?
want to ask the question.
What's that number 4 doing down there?
Yeah. No, Deshaun Watson wasn't the only questionable decision for the Browns yesterday. You have got to hear Todd Monken try and defend that decision in 5 minutes on The Fan.
way. And in fact, it's been worse. I think he's a man who's searching for game that isn't there anymore. And then he's got people in his own stadium booing him, which they're going to boo you if you're bad. And he's been bad. And somebody said to me, well, it's only one game. No, it's not one game. It's 4 years in one game.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
92.3 The Fan, looking for a winner. Enter the code LINE, L-I-N-E. That's LINE, L-I-N-E.
What kind of line?
Whatever your heart desires, whatever you can come up with.
Right.
Hold the line.
Bank line.
Telephone line.
A lot of lines.
All of them at 923thefan.com before 4 o'clock for your chance to win a pair of tickets to Triumph the Rock and Roll Machine Reloaded Tour November 25th at Rocket Arena. Tickets on sale Thursday, August 27th at 10 a.m. at rocketarena.com. Brought to you by Live Nation and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on The Fan. We do have Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports show host there, NFL draft analyst. He's also host of the Ruffino and Joe show. Coming up again in about 20 minutes, we'll talk about the Deshaun over Shedeur decision. He was not a fan of that decision. We also have to get to players that have been drafted or been in camp going back to college, something that has outraged many, many people around college football. But we are talking about the Browns. We got Dan, Jonathan, and Dave to get to here in a moment. But one of the other curious decisions, and this kind of got swallowed up by yesterday, having the Deshaun news come down, react to Deshaun slagging all of Cleveland after being booed by all of Cleveland, was the fact that Shedeur Sanders, not only did he lose the starting job, he'll be the backup for week 1 there, he's also not going to play on Thursday night. And I want to play Todd Monken's explanation of why it's going to be Dillon Gabriel and Taylon Green on Thursday and why it's not going to be at least one more half of Shedeur.
We're not playing him because we'd like to see Dillon more. It worked out last game. That was unfair to him. In order to do that, to see more of him and yet see Taylon, there's just not enough reps. That's the reason. There's really nothing else. Just trying to see Taylon after he played pretty well in the limited reps he had against the Bills, and we want to see more of Dillon. And it just hasn't worked out trying to get those other guys reps. That's the reason.
Now, this is where I think we should hearken back to Todd Monken about 3 weeks ago saying, I don't owe you honesty. Because I do think Todd has been mostly honest. I don't buy this idea of we really wanted to see Dillon Gabriel and we really wanted to see Taylon Green, which is why we're not giving the backup quarterback and potentially presumptive starter in like week 6 more reps to get ready for the regular season.
All right. Amuse me. What do you think it is?
Well, I think part of it is Shedeur going out there on Thursday, having a really nice game, no matter who he's playing against, what level of competition. I think that would be a further bad look for the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, and I think they know that. And so I think your read is right on. I also feel like if part of the idea, and this is going to be an obvious statement for 500, Alex, but if part of the idea is they think that Shedeur can't handle the ins and the outs of an offense and some of this stuff going up against a real team, well, wouldn't this be just a perfect opportunity? Like, why are we so precious with Dillon Gabriel and caring about his snap counts and caring about whether he gets work? It flies in the face of what your argument has been the entire time, Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, I can understand if they think, let's go ahead and see if we can get a good half of football out of Dillon to go ahead and maybe drive up his stock. Maybe we can get a conditional 6-rounder for him, right? A year after taking him with a third-round pick.
Yeah, like the Colts are playing Anthony Richardson in their third game. Like the idea is that if he looks good, maybe a team would eventually bite. But like the reps for Shedeur is way more valuable than maybe a 6-round pick.
Yeah, even if you don't think Deshaun is going to cede this job by week 6, because again, the Browns are going into this thinking, this isn't a week-by-week thing. Sure it isn't. But even if that's not the case, which it should be, you also have to plan in case the most injured quarterback in the NFL the last 5 years gets injured again.
Right.
And that would, again, stand to reason that Shedeur Sanders should be starting. And again, not just starting, playing a half of football to just continue to allow him to get those operational reps. It never made sense to me that the Browns would make operation the number one reason why Deshaun got the job and Shedeur didn't. And I understand there might be a gap between those two. Well, how do you cull that gap? you go ahead and play Shedeur Sanders as much as possible, and you're missing another opportunity on Thursday.
It just seems like a really dumb move by the Browns. And again, I think your read on it initially is the right one, which is, by the way, for a program that really doesn't care about what fans think in the slightest bit. They're really weighing the fans' opinion on this one. They don't want to see the stadium light up and applaud and cheer on Shedeur, and a bunch of people leaving on Thursday night saying to themselves, well, this is exactly why they should be starting Shedeur Sanders instead. And I believe, so this is a I don't know if it's a primetime game, but they got the heavy hitters out here for this one, right?
Thursday Night Football, yeah.
It's Thursday Night Football, and so maybe that's part of the discussion as well. If Shedeur's playing a half of football, then the half of Thursday Night Football, all the commentary is just centered around this is why he should be starting week 1. This is what he does great. This is how good he looks, and fans do pay attention to that.
Which makes this the unanswerable question. If Deshaun doesn't detonate his standing with Browns fans on Saturday, and if the Browns aren't in damage control on Monday, does Shedeur still not play on Thursday? And I'm leaning that it's very likely if Deshaun doesn't have his little temper tantrum on Saturday and the Browns don't spend all of yesterday trying to change what people are saying about them, I'm leaning towards the idea Shedeur actually does play. And that's, by the way, if all that changes is Deshaun doesn't have a meltdown, so you still name Deshaun the starter on Monday, there's no Deshaun meltdown, I still think there's a healthy chance Shedeur still starts on Thursday.
Yeah, I just think it's a dumb decision by Monken and the Browns. It just doesn't make any sense to me. What's logical is he should be playing in this one. I understand the idea that between him and Vrabel, they got together and said no starters. Okay, Shedeur's not your starter.
Yeah.
That's your backup quarterback right there. And in what world? I don't even know who the Patriots' backup quarterback right now is in back of Drake May.
I'm going to call him Joe.
Joe is probably going to have a lot of reps, though. I would imagine that.
Yeah. 216-474-0092. Why isn't Shedeur playing on Thursday night? Let's go with Dan in Medina. Welcome to the show, Dan.
Hey, how's it going? Long-time listener. How are you guys doing today?
We're doing all right, buddy.
Hey,
we appreciate you.
Good. Nice day out in Medina. Hey, a couple quick things. I think the booing's going to stop when the cancer is out of Cleveland. Second thing is, Deshaun Watson talks about his teammates loving him, liking him. Imagine me and you in our profession. We do the same job. Another dude comes in. We're doing our practice. We're doing our preps. And then this guy just gets guaranteed $200 million. And then he doesn't show up for practice. He doesn't play games well. He gets hurt all the time. He's a disaster off the field with his problems. And you're sitting next to a guy in the locker room who's busting his butt every day. And I think we're going to go 0-3, and I think what we're going to see from Deshaun is a bunch of turd burners like on a golf course. Because all he does is throw it in the dirt.
Dan, enjoy that beautiful day out in Medina, okay, buddy?
Yeah, thank you.
Good man. All right, so one, I think we're at a point where, he said, the booing's going to stop when the cancer gets out of Cleveland. I think it'd be really interesting to ask individual Browns fans, what do you define as the cancer with the Cleveland Browns? Because I don't think it would just be unanimously just Deshaun. And unfortunately, some you can't get rid of, I guess, is maybe the analogy we'll go for there. And then two, I think, because Dan put in the parlance of doing what we do, right? There are plenty of people that I really, really, really love personally. And that when it comes to the professional side of things, I don't think much of. And there are instances of people that I will prop up because I think they're a good person and all that. But if you said you have to host a show with them, I would rather get a tattoo on my perineum than actually of Deshaun Watson specifically than actually have that happen.
Okay.
So I think to put that for the Browns locker room, them liking Deshaun has nothing to do with Deshaun. No. That's just he's a presentable, jovial guy around Berea. That doesn't mean they respect him. And if you said right now that locker room is playing, that locker room's behind Deshaun, hooey. Absolute hooey. The only way that they can be behind Deshaun is because about 63% of them weren't here 3 years ago when he last played.
I just don't know how you watch Deshaun almost cry at the podium. That was Mary Kay's description of it, not mine, but almost cry at the podium, so close to tears, and say he mentally can't do this and can't handle it, and then think to yourself, that's the guy I want to be behind. I don't know how you get from point A to point B there, Nick. It just and the players aren't They watched Saturday. They know what Saturday was. Do you ever think about these guys? Do you ever think about like Denzel Boston being like, what did I walk into? Where in Casey Concepcion, for instance, like Concepcion's got to think to himself, if people told me the Browns were funky. Hell, he went to Texas A&M. I'm sure he talked to Johnny Manziel about it at some point. He's got to think to himself, I can't believe this is what this team is.
As a matter of fact, I think Johnny is just walking around the Texas campus, Texas A&M campus,
College Station,
just letting everyone know about how pissed he is at the Browns.
Well, I mean, he signs the Browns helmets. F Cleveland. He's not shy about it.
Do you think like he's just I talked about some of the homeless folks in our street? Do you think that's just Johnny, but like a rich version of it? He just go, don't you know who I used to be? You think he does one of those?
I would imagine at Texas A&M. Yeah, I would think so. I don't know if he goes back or not, but if I were him, I'd probably live there. It's the last place that thinks he was just awesome at quarterback.
What a pathetic dude. I
I
would say I feel bad for him, but no, he's made a lot of money and continues to make a lot of money for being a miserable human being and have no self-awareness. I will tell you, Deshaun, you are number 2 on my depth chart of people that I think is just irredeemable human beings.
Oh, you dislike Johnny more than you like Deshaun?
Yeah, and it hasn't always been this way. He just won't shut the hell up. Honestly, I think Johnny is the least self-aware human being in the world, and I got to be honest with you, there's a lot of people out there have very little self-awareness.
I'll take Deshaun at the top.
Really?
Yeah, it's odd. I understand the lack of awareness attached to Johnny Manziel. I get all of that. I also get the moments that he seems like a real D and really just doesn't seem like a great human.
Yeah, which is all the time, by the way.
But in the hierarchy of things, Deshaun Watson takes the cake for me. Yeah.
All right, the off-the-field stuff and the lawsuits might take the cake.
Tommy DeVito, by the way, is the backup quarterback for New England right now. I don't know if I don't know.
Is his absolutely famed W of an agent going to be there?
It's a Thursday Night Football game. Of course he's going to be there. Tommy Cutlets, let's go. I don't know if he's going to play or not, though. I don't know if they let their backup quarterback play.
The first time I saw that guy, I was like, all right, that's funny. And then the third time I saw the guy and realized it's not a bit.
It's not a bit.
I got genuinely annoyed.
It's very serious.
Yeah, I don't get it. Listen, I don't get annoyed by other people's existence often. Tommy DeVito's agent is definitely just him being out there.
I like the shtick of it.
No,
he's a real throwback for me.
No,
I like the shtick.
I think it might have been when he tried out for the football league that at 48 that it was like, all right, I'm out.
We need cartoon characters in life. I feel like he's a cartoon character.
I do want to know if Tommy Cutlet's agent only represents Italian guys, because now that would be kind of.
Didn't we look up his roster at one point? I think the roster of people he represents it's like everyone's Italian except for 3 people.
We definitely looked up
and like the other 3 are all the best people on his roster, by the way.
We definitely have looked up agents' rosters before out of pure curiosity. I don't remember Tommy Cutlet's agent being one of them.
Yeah, we have. Yeah, I remember we have.
474-0092. Why isn't Shedeur playing on Thursday? Is it as simple as what Todd Monk and the Monken Man said, or is it because the Browns don't want Shedeur to go out there, look really good against the backups in New England, and all of a sudden their bad look gets even worse? I think we know which one it is. Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports, and Ruffino and Joe Show had a strong reaction to Deshaun over Shedeur. You're going to hear that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys.
I'm Katie Pollock.
Tune in to hear from the Browns head coach himself.
Ultimately, our job is to put the best product on the field and the best players on the field that we feel like give us the best chance to move the football, score points, and win games, irrespective of outside noise.
The Todd Monken Coaches Show, Tuesday night at 7.
92.3 The Fan.
Take the Fan with you wherever you go. Listen to us on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
John Fanta in 1 hour's time. John had a very exciting announcement for his career that we'll get to in about 60 minutes. And I'm going to say, John Fanta, Cleveland's very own NBC Sports, Ignatius man himself, proud father, proud husband, mensch of a guy, right? I'm going to say he has some sort of an opinion on Deshaun Watson after Deshaun was named the Browns starting quarterback after, just ripping Browns fans to pieces. Because, again, it should be noted that the Browns are intending to start a starting quarterback that hates Browns fans who hate him right back. Can't say that enough. Really can't. I would say that's how you get some PSL sold in this town. But all that being said, we're going to get the outsider perspective here. You know him from A to Z Sports, the Ruffino and Joe Show. There will be some college football talked in a moment. But we got to get to this Deshaun v. Shedeur outcome on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Here is, as he is, every single Tuesday at 3:20, Joe DeLeon. Joe, welcome to the show, bud.
How you guys doing?
Oh, we're booing Deshaun and bleeping the Browns. I will ask you, Deshaun Watson over Shedeur Sanders as the Week 1 starter. Your reaction, sir?
Oh, this is an absolutely wonderful decision, and this is something that's definitely best for the long-term future of the franchise, and every fan should love it. No, I haven't found a single person who's actually liked Deshaun Watson being named the starter for the Browns. And I think the way that you just frame this is like the most important aspect of it is that the guy doesn't even like Browns fans. He's playing for a team that has some of the most loyal fans, if not the most loyal fans in the NFL, with the lack of success that they've had and the support that they've still provided. And he's saying ridiculous things about getting booed. He's been booed for justified reasons. He has been nothing but an expense. He's barely played. And when he's played, he's been awful. And I don't understand it. I feel like we all watched the same preseason games. I'm not saying that Shedeur Sanders was an MVP candidate the way that he was playing in the preseason, but he at least looked better than Deshaun Watson. The first good statistical game that Deshaun Watson had was inflated by a long screen that he threw to Dylan Sampson, and then he looked awful in the second game. At least I thought that Shedeur looked like there was something to build upon. He finally looked like he was confident. It felt like he was willing to take what was in front of him, and he wasn't trying to do too much. He also felt like he was getting the ball out quicker, which has always been an issue for him. I don't get it. I don't understand. Maybe this is just hey, we need to throw him out there to get some sort of return on this ridiculous amount of money we've spent on him before we completely shut it down and turn the page. But I honestly, I really, it hurts me that Browns fans got to watch this all year long. At the very least, there is some light at the end of the tunnel for a very talented quarterback class.
All right, within that, how long do you feel like it'll be before the Browns basically say, all right, Deshaun, we gave you a real chance. Now we have to go to Shedeur. How many weeks? What's the leash look like for Deshaun?
That's a really good question, because I feel like in many other situations with like a young quarterback, you kind of try to wait until you get through some of the difficult matchups to see what that veteran can do in those matchups. But if I were the one making the decision, I'd pull the plug after like 6 games. I'd maybe pull it sooner than that. I don't know what Monken's going to do, because this was to a degree not shocking, but it defied logic based on how they performed. I'm not sure if Monken doesn't just try to keep him out there. Maybe this is some sort of tanking maneuver, even though everyone does say that there's no tanking in the NFL. If I was making the decision, I'd give him maximum 6 games. If he's as bad as he's been, there's literally no point and no value with keeping him out there. At least see if Shedeur Sanders can be built around. But even if that's not the case, like, you're not just putting him out there to like maybe be the long-term starter. Find out if he can be a reliable backup for you. Find out if he can be someone for when you draft Arch or Dante Moore or someone, CJ Carr, that you know for a fact that Shedeur Sanders can be a plus backup starter for you. So I think that they need to give him as many opportunities to play as possible. 6 games would be what I would do.
All right, so no doubt there are a few people in that Browns organization today saying, I can't wait to prove Nick and Jonathan wrong and everybody who's criticized us. Just you wait and see. When the good football hits with Deshaun, you guys will all look stupid. What's the bare minimum? Like, what's the thing that Deshaun and the Browns have to do? Or what's the goal, amount of games, whatever, for the Browns to be able to say they were right to start Deshaun Watson week 1?
That is a really, really good question. Because my head immediately went to the fact that Deshaun Watson was an MVP candidate at one point. You traded for him. You gave up the capital. You gave him the gigantic contract. That of a MVP candidate capable quarterback, a top 10 quarterback. Maybe this – actually, I don't care if it's unfair. It's been bad, and he's been, a very negative mark on the team since he's been a part of the team. I think if he doesn't match that, then it's a failure. I think that anything else is excuse-making. I think that if he goes out there and this team, say they win 7 games or something unexpectedly, 6 games this upcoming year, and he doesn't have an ugly touchdown-interception ratio, like he goes 25 and 10 or something along those lines, well, that would be a decent season. I would still say that that's an underperformance. You paid him and you traded for a guy that was supposed to take your team over the top and make you consistently competitive. If he is not back in that realm of previous performance, this 1,000% is a failure.
We just played a clip last segment from Todd Monken, and he was talking about why Shedeur Sanders isn't going to play in the 3rd and final preseason game Thursday night against the Patriots. And his reasoning was you got to get Dylan some time and Taylon Green some time. Is that enough logic for you? It feels really dumb. Like, if you're going to make this whole thing based on the idea that you don't think Shedeur can get in and out of the huddle and do some of the operational stuff right, wouldn't you want more practice in those areas against another team?
Yeah, I think that aspect of that you're pointing out is definitely true, and it's kind of the sunk cost fallacy with Dylan Gabriel. Like, what are you going to do with Dylan Gabriel? Are you going to keep 3 quarterbacks? Like, what's the goal there? Are you keeping 4 with Taylon Green? I think at the end of the day,
we're probably going to get Dylan a booster seat. That's probably the first thing we'll do if he stays.
Oh, he's no longer empathetic to you. You're back to the short jokes.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's an acceptance there.
Yeah. Short Prince, more like it. Not even a short king.
There we go.
Maybe his role with the team could be stacking him on someone's shoulders and
Joe
try and do something there.
Hey, Joe. No, what I like about this is he can just be the official cheer Deshaun guy. Oh, yay, Deshaun! Woo!
I like when Nick gives him a munchkin voice. I think that's always funny.
The crazy thing is he's only like an inch shorter than me, so I don't know where.
One of our bosses here at the station, he had a whole thing with me like a week and a half ago where he showed me a photo of him next to Dylan Gabriel and was like, I think you guys are overplaying the height. Like, I'm not short, and I don't think he's that short either. And my argument back to him was I think that Dylan Gabriel got lifts.
Yeah, here's the problem, guys.
I think he puts lifts in his shoes.
Joe, I'm 1% height, 1% weight. So I see short and I see red.
Wait, how tall are you? Because one of my co-hosts who's an offensive lineman that I play with, so he spends half of his time telling me I'm short. He's 6'6". Are you that tall, or are you just like a few inches taller over here?
I'm 6'4",
which is 1% height, and then give me your weight.
Okay,
about 350 there, Joe. So 1% weight.
1% weight. 1% height, 1% weight.
I mean, I get it. If I was 6'4", I'd be making fun of everybody shorter than me. I totally get it. But to just the one thing I want to add about Taylon Green, though, I wish they did. I wish they did play Taylon Green a little bit more. I kind of am glad that they're finally playing him, because there's one wild card in this whole thing. I kind of hope Taylon Green gets to play some regular season games, because the dude's gifted. He's got tools like Lamar Jackson. Maybe he can go out there and do something crazy during the regular season in like game 16 or something along those lines. But I think we can all agree that Dylan Gabriel sticking around is a waste of everybody's time.
All right, Joe, we did find out the Browns waived Daquan Wright, former Ole Miss product. He intends, assuming he clears waiver, to enroll at LSU and go back to college as part of the 2022 draft class that is allowed. The class that is allowed to do that. How outraged are you that a professional tight end could be going to play football at LSU?
So this has been a bit of a complicated conversation to have over the past week, because of the fact that I'm not in that camp of people that's extremely outraged. I don't love the fact that by description a former professional athlete can just return to college and this window is open for him to be able to do that, because it doesn't set a precedent or anything along these lines that everybody keeps saying it does, because it's a very specific circumstance because of an eligibility rule change that the NCAA made without understanding the possible negative ramifications and the scenario that's happening right now. They didn't have the foresight to see that happening. So Daquan Wright does have justification for wanting to return to college football. If he had known that the eligibility rule change was coming, or they did it before the NFL draft, he probably would have returned to school. He wasn't going to make the team. He probably wouldn't have made any team. The most that he would have done would have been on a practice squad. It's better off for him to go, get one more year, get a little bit extra NIL money. He's academically focused, get another master's degree, whatever the heck he wants to do. But I can understand why a lot of people feel that this feels gross. I think that the concept of it 100% feels gross, that a guy who suited up in the NFL was able to come back to college. College athletics is not meant for pros, and there should never be a possibility for someone to go play a full season theoretically in the NFL and realize, he's only going to make it to the practice squad and he never gets elevated, and then try to come back. That would be awful. That would create absolutely terrible situations in college sports. It would be really bad for the NFL because it would deplete the practice squads and whatnot. But at the same time, I do feel as if Daquan Wright and Jack Pyburn and Xavier Harris are justified in feeling disenfranchised by the NCAA mistiming a rule change, screwing them out of an extra year of eligibility, and now trying to hold them accountable for a mistake that they are the ones who made.
Do you feel like this is going to be a thing in the future? I feel like we're not, because as you describe it there, if we have two problems, the NFL, basically the college eligibility attached to this, the court ruling then sided obviously with Wright, and then the SEC part of this, where how can a former Ole Miss player join LSU outside of the SEC transfer window? It feels like one begat the other, and so I feel like in the future this really won't be much of an issue.
No, and that's the big thing that I keep bringing up, is that I think a lot of people are misunderstanding. I mean, I've seen some national media people that have been like, this is going to set an awful precedent, and that guys are going to try and return from the NFL, and they're not really understanding what caused this. What caused this was a very, very specific rule change, where previously you had 4 years of eligibility. You were given the ability to redshirt if you only played 4 games. There was a waiver system. And in the modern version of college athletics, it was very convoluted. The waiver system led to a lot of lawsuits. It created the Brandon Sorsby situation, Trinidad Chambliss, Diego Pavia, a long list of problems that allowed for guys to be reinstated because local judges were effectively ruling in their favor. And this rule change was making it so that athletes had 5 years to compete in 5 seasons. Now there is an extra year that is given to athletes. So this is only effective for the 2022 high school recruiting class. Nobody else in any other recruiting classes have a right to feel as if they got screwed out of something, because the 2021 high school recruiting class, which there are guys that are in college football that are from the 2021 class or earlier than that. There's a guy on Montana that's in his 9th year playing college football. That's not going to happen for any of those guys, though, because it's outside of that 5-year window. It's only the 2022 class. After this year, we're never going to have something like this again, unless somebody tries to do something ridiculous like Charles.
Jax, that is all on you. I saw it. All right, Joe.
Jax, what did you do?
Joe, Jax accidentally just put you on hold there. We do
right
have
in the
to wrap
middle.
it up here, but we will make sure to beat Jax up off air for disrespecting you like that. We would never.
Okay. Did I get completely cut off? Or
He did. He hated your answer.
I mean, he just said a nine.
And he said,
Joe is what he
"Not
said.
today, Joe."
Oh, okay. All right. Well, thanks for having me, guys.
All right,
thanks,
it'll
Joe.
never happen
He
again,
just
Joe. I'll tell you
loves,
that
he
right
loves
now.
big NCAA is the problem.
That
there.
is. He is on the side of the big evil, as it's known there. Joe DeLeon there on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. Just shameful treatment of one of our favorite guests.
Jax Emmert is what I call him.
Yeah, that's actually his legal name. People don't know that. He did the Gregory thing's just a misdirect. Quick Hits leads off with Todd Monken attempting to clear the air. You get to decide if he succeeds in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
You already live for football. The jerseys, the Sundays, the bets you sweat all week. At Fanatics Sportsbook, we see it, and we reward you for it. Every bet you place earns fan cash. Win, lose, or push. Spend it on the jersey you've been eyeing. Tickets so close you can hear the play call. A rookie card you never sell. Or your next parlay. From your next bet to your next great sports memory.
Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Football Talk coverage on The Fan, presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
Nick and JP back with you. John Fanta, Cleveland's own. When you expect visceral reactions, you expect John Fanta. He joins us in 40 minutes. We also have to get back to the bare minimum with Deshaun Watson, who, I don't know if you know this, if you heard about this, if you've seen about this, has not been able to meet the bare minimum in Cleveland the last 5 years. I'm sure this year will be different, but got to get to Todd Monken clearing stuff up to lead off quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.
Wait, it's right now.
I started teasing it.
It's right now.
Let's do quick hits
in
now.
5 minutes, so it's right now.
I went right. Was that AI Nick Wilson?
Somebody got really confused.
Yeah,
They're like, did that
I think it was
Odyssey
me.
app? Did it backtrack?
Let's do quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Go Angels!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's quick hits.
You're so confident.
I was. It was. And it sounded so professional until I realized I was teasing a segment that was 15 seconds away. Almost butchered that one too. Anyways, Todd Monken, 2 days ago, talked about how crazy it was that Daquan Wright was warming up for the. Should we just punt
take this
on
one
this?
off? Yeah.
Should we just? This is the Deshaun Watson performance of quick hits. But he talked about Daquan Wright. Potentially going back to college. He did say it was crazy bleep. He said maybe that's why Lane Kiffin was trying to call him. Then Lane Kiffin came out and said, had to be somebody impersonating me. It wasn't me. To which Todd Monken tried to clear things up earlier today.
I said, Lane Kiffin, one of our staff had said that they'd gotten a text. I should have followed through with it. Maybe they meant someone from their staff, right? That's on me. Should not throw someone's name out there without what? Following through with it, right? I was just making light of it. I was really not trying to make a big thing of it. It was just like, man, what this world we've come to. And I shouldn't have thrown that out there, right? Like, to me, hey, I can't control this, right? It was almost silliness and goofiness, like, really? This is what we've come to, where guys can be here and go back to college? It's really not a big deal, other than I probably shouldn't have without knowing for sure.
Looks like the Monken man was wrong on this one. Lane Kiffin was right. This is a tough day for football fans because we had some fun with Lion Lane last night.
Yeah.
And in case we missed it, which is a segment that'll come up in about 3 hours. Good bleep it. Anyways, Todd Monken. He was wrong.
Yeah, this is a tough look for Todd. To be like, well, I just assumed it was Lane Kiffin. I thought it was, and it's a tough look. It's a tough look for the accuracy business of Todd Monken, and the this guy gets things factually correct look on Todd Monken. That's that one took a blow there.
Can I say everything he's saying is plausible? I believe in Todd Monken.
You think this is one big cover-up?
I don't think he took it that seriously. And then because people do this with football, and this is a story that everyone is sniffing their own farts on, I think people took this and made it Todd versus Lane, and I think there's much ado about nothing.
So
I'm Team Todd on this one. Trust in Todd.
He might have also realized it's not worth the fight with Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin seems like somebody that would keep a grudge. And if you try to maybe keep him in the public light in a negative way, maybe he'd be mad about that sort of thing. Maybe Todd just put together like, all right, I'll fall on the sword here. It's no big deal. You care about it more than I do, Lane. That's why you keep talking about it.
Why would Lane take that personally? I don't think it wasn't like that bastard Lane Kiffin. He didn't really say anything bad about Lane Kiffin. I thought Lane Kiffin
he clearly took it personally. That's why Lane Kiffin brought it up.
I think Lane Kiffin likes nothing more than for people to say Lane Kiffin 3 times in the mirror and then he appears.
I think the implication was that Lane reached out to Todd and Todd didn't answer, as if Todd Monken was better than Lane Kiffin. And Lane Kiffin remembers Todd Monken as the assistant at Georgia and the offensive coordinator, not necessarily some big bad NFL head coach. Power plays. I amused yours.
I like your theory.
Thank you very much. All right, The Athletic. Raw data here. You ready for this one? How many NFL players will end up with CTE was what they were trying to figure out. So they considered every former NFL player who died from 2016 to 2021. There were 878. Okay, some died in their 20s, some died in their 80s, a lot in between, obviously. And they came back and they said 215 of those 878 ended up with CTE and had CTE. That's about 24.5%. That number is startling high. In no world did I think it was going to be 24.5%. So almost 1 in 4 players that play in the NFL had CTE with the data that we have here, which is obviously not a great sign for moving forward.
It's also not great that when you said 24%, I was like, oh, that's not that bad, because I just assumed it was like 50%. I think that's...
Oh, no, I thought it was going to be like, if you would have made me guess, I would have guessed 5 to 10% max.
Oh, that's... no, I mean, I assume if you played football for more than 5 to 6 years... I mean, the odds of you having a concussion, the odds of it being treated right, by the way, for a lot of those people who came up in different eras, I mean, again, I'm not saying 24% is way too high. And I hope we're on the verge of doing something that helps reverse the damage of football on human brains, because what it does to football players is truly, sadly tragic. And a lot of guys are making that bargain right now, that Faustian bargain of, it's generational money. If it costs me 20 years of life, I guess I'll take it.
I think if the players looked at it and said 1 in 4 of us, and then you could spot it out, I think that would hit a little bit harder. It's tough because we don't really have a lot of the data to go with a lot of this, and now they've done the exhaustive research on it, and this is the suggestion that they're making and what they came away with, and Nick, it's high. Now, there's other sports that obviously have high levels of CTE too, though. I mean, women's soccer. There's all sorts of sports that have this, but football at 25%. If you play in the NFL, that doesn't feel like a roll of the dice the way that it once did.
Diamondbacks continue to not be able to say what the hell is going on with Ketel Marte, their star outfielder. Again, if you guys haven't seen the story, he was in Boston, didn't show up to the ballpark. They didn't really have any story on it. And then they still have not really gotten in line with Ketel Marte, who's been seen out at a casino.
He's gambling.
And the Diamondbacks continue to be like, well, we'd like to have some resolution here, but we don't really know what the hell's going on.
I love him playing craps while everyone's trying to figure out what the hell he's doing.
Why isn't this the biggest story in sports?
And Lovello's pissed, by the way. Like, he's publicly as pissed as you'll find a manager to be, calling him out at every turn. I don't know. Everything about this story is odd, and everything about this story continues to get weirder and weirder.
Like,
he's missing games, gambling, and just not caring.
If this was a backup linebacker in football, I think it'd lead every national story, and there would be case studies written about it.
And it's not as if he sucks.
Yes,
Marte's
he's
awesome.
one of the 50 best players in baseball, right?
Yeah, and I mean, the second base shortstop combo between him and Perdomo, my guy, that's one of the best in the big leagues in general, as far as that combo. So it's a massive story. I don't know if it's because it's happening in Arizona. If maybe that's why it's not like the most,
not a sexy market.
Yeah, and baseball, for all it's good that it does in the coverage of it, baseball tends to fall short in these type of stories. It doesn't gravitate. If this happened in the NBA, it would be front center. Everyone would talk about it 24/7. Baseball doesn't latch itself to stories like this, and I don't know why.
Well, what's fascinating about it, because I agree with what you just said, what makes it fascinating is the Diamondbacks they're finally doing the thing, they're finally not doing what all of baseball does, which is to push it down, and we don't talk about it, and that's a personal matter, and we'll get to it. Every single day, whether it's the manager, whether it's one of the players, I think Merrill Kelly had a line on it the other night, everybody's being like, bleep this guy. He owes us an explanation. Where the hell is he? And baseball media, by and large, but not MLB Network, they kill it. What a broadcasting network. Baseball in general, and it's not just the national media, which has the opportunity to look at this story, is just ignoring the hell out of it. I can't fathom this happening in any other sport, or if this was, and to your credit, a Yankee or a Dodger or a Cub, that this wouldn't be a daily check-in of where the hell in the world is Ketel Marte.
Well, they had legitimate gambling scandals that happened here, obviously, that we're very well aware of, that I thought at the time, like Class A's incidents, I was like, how is this not front and center? How is this not, like, even in that moment, it happened here, and we were front and center with it. There's a lot of the baseball world that just kind of pushed it aside and said, oh, no, Yankees are playing the Blue Jays this week. Let's focus on that instead.
216-474-0092. Where in the world is Ketel Marte? When we come back, JP is going to tell us why starting Deshaun Watson isn't just about Todd Monken for the Browns. Going to want to hear this in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
4:20 on Afternoon Drive. NBC Sports' John Fanta joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
The only place for Browns news on your way into work. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
John Fanta coming up in just about 20 minutes. Albert Breer of the MMQB at 5:20 today. Excited to get Albert's take on the Browns' decision to start Deshaun Watson in spite of his incredible press conference meltdown and a lot of crappy football. Well, that's kind of obfuscated the fact that as bad as the meltdown was, the football on Saturday was also real caca.
Yeah, I don't really be concerned about the depth. And then our guy, the armoire, Michael Coach Jr., he left practice today.
Oh, why'd you tell me that?
I know, I didn't want to ruin the day, but
I'm just in the coach's armoire as far as I can possibly be.
I know, our guy was starting to ball out a little bit on Saturday, and we're starting to get there. And
Are you
obviously
saying I have to come out of the armoire?
A great play on the first game up against the Bears. You come out whatever you want to come out of.
Thank you.
Yeah, you did like the Hawaiian punch, man. You just pop out of anything.
Wait, you think it's a Hawaiian Punch Man and not the Kool-Aid Man?
Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. The Kool-Aid Man. It's still Hawaiian Punch. It's just a mislabel. For someone that couldn't speak last segment, I don't want to hear it right now.
No, I think that's
for someone that had a stroke on the air, I don't know that I want to hear the misdiagnosis.
Stroke of genius, maybe.
You also, we don't have to recap all the ways you were wrong today about certain
why
things.
Why don't you go ahead?
Well, because you got Sullenberger wrong, and I feel like getting the pilot
it was a Tom
that went into the Hudson
Hanks
River
movie.
completely wrong is worse than me saying Hawaiian Punch Man.
It's a Tom Hanks movie. He played Captain Phillips. He played Sully.
Yeah,
you're telling me those were real stretches from the actor side of things?
In the right ballpark?
Yeah, I'm gonna say they're right next door to each other. They shared an apartment in college. Really worked through some
if
things.
All of history is just known by you for a Tom Hanks movie, it has to be a movie, then we might have an issue on our hands.
Did Tom Hanks play them? And if so, where did they land in the cornucopia of roles he's had?
Yeah, okay.
Sully versus Forrest Gump. Very different portrayals. Sully versus Captain Phillips, kind of the same guy.
Is he an all-time actor to you? Is he
Tom Hanks?
Is he on your Mount Rushmore?
By asking that, I'm getting the inference that he's not an all-time actor for you?
No. On like the Mount Rushmore, your Mount Rushmore of actors, your top 4 all-time. I don't know where Tom Hanks settles in. I've never made an all-time great actors list for myself.
He's
but you
all-time
like movies.
everyman.
You like movies an absolute ton. I assumed you've already come up with this.
You have to. Well, I haven't. I think Mount Rushmore and sports talk radio has become the most hack thing you can do, but everybody else does it really well.
But we're not talking sports right now, so it's perfectly acceptable. Hey, give me another way of describing your fine. That's what I want to know. Who's your top 4? If you were coming up with your list of actors that you appreciate the most in modern cinema, which ones are they?
Tom Hanks, Denzel, Matt Damon.
I was wondering if Damon or Affleck were going to hit this list.
Yeah, not Affleck. It's fine, by the way.
For me, it's also Damon somewhere in there, but not Affleck.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. I think Matt, again, I like everyman actors. All 3 of those guys can play everyman, or they can play the weirdest character you've ever met. Maybe not Matt Damon, but he can stretch it a little bit there.
You know, Tom Hanks movie my dad oddly did really like a lot.
What's that?
Larry Crown.
Really?
Yeah.
He was the one.
Huh? No one talks about that movie in a positive way. My dad liked that movie.
That's like, because again, that movie came out like 2011, 2000.
It was like right before he died. Yeah. It was not too long after then he died, and then it was one of those things. Like I think one of my last impressions was, wow, Dad really loved Larry Crown.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah, that's
nobody. It didn't stand the test of time, Dad. Nobody references it. It's not great.
I would have loved to see your dad live to evolve a take on Larry Crown.
To get beyond it.
To really be able to be like, you know what? Maybe I was just in the moment having a good day.
Maybe watch it a second time.
Yeah, once you get to the second time, you're like, well, he's on a Vespa.
He did.
And
He died too soon to have another rewatch to go ahead and really give it that thorough viewing that it needs.
Now it's a real tragedy. Like, I was sad that he was gone before, and I feel for you, but now I'm very sad.
Something about that Vespa. I don't know.
Yeah, just didn't play. Now, speaking of things that don't play, Deshaun Watson named the Browns starting quarterback, and this is my time to remind you that the Browns are planning to start a quarterback that hates Browns fans who hate him right back. Now that we've got that cleared out of the way, the Browns' whole theory on this is, hey, if he plays well and we win, you're going to root for him, which again, if we get to just the broadest sense of are they right, is incredibly true. But I thought it was interesting because I threw out a hypothetical. It's been a day of hypotheticals for me today. Hypothetical. The Browns start 2-0, and Deshaun Watson has a passer rating of at least 90 through those 2 wins. How much boos does Deshaun Watson, how much does he get booed in week 3 at home? 41% of just under 1,000 votes, and that's a real tally. I'm not making that one up, saying all the boos. 31.5% saying some boos. 17% saying very little boos. And then 10.5% saying no boos at all.
Yeah, I think the boos will be persistent for Deshaun. I also think it'll if he starts 2-0 and has a passer rating above 90, which I don't see happening, but if it does go down that way, I think it'll all be dependent then on how he actually looks in that game. So in that third game, if he's balling out, then the boos are just going to kind of go away. But if he throws an interception and looks bad, then the boo birds will be full out, and that just is what that is.
Yeah, I think the Browns, and again, the Browns have grossly miscalculated all of this. I don't think I'm taking a shot at them to say that. I was taking a shot earlier when I said the Browns are planning on starting a quarterback that hates Browns fans, and the Browns fans hate right back. That was the shot. This is just analysis. One of the Browns' miscalculations was just how pissed people were going to be when they named Deshaun the starter after the way Saturday went.
And I think how Saturday went was a big part of that.
I think the next big miscalculation is if we're 2-0, people aren't going to boo him on that Sunday in Cleveland. And I do think that's a pretty significant miscalculation. I think you're talking about at least the first 2 home games before you have a chance of Deshaun not hearing mostly boos.
Sure, but there's an acknowledgement there that if he does start 2-0 and it's a 90 passer rating, the boos in comparison to him looking like he's drunk out there for the first 2 games and not being able to complete a pass is going to be night and day. There legitimately will be people that buy tickets for the home game just to boo Deshaun Watson if he looks like he did on Saturday in the first 2 games of the regular season. That won't exist if he goes 2-0 and starts off nicely. There'll be boos, but there won't be people taking time out of their Sunday to buy tickets, go up to the stadium and do it.
But I think there is something to be said when I'm giving you the most pie in the sky scenario. Deshaun plays really well. The Browns are 2-0, and you're coming back for week 3. I don't know another quarterback in Browns history that would definitively be at least mostly booed in that scenario. Like that has to be
okay.
And like I'm thinking like Baker, no shot in hell. RG3, they played like 5 games.
The most polarizing Brown of the time I've been here in 10 years was Kareem Hunt. And Kareem Hunt, in the very first game Kareem Hunt played in a Browns uniform, I saw a million times more Browns uniforms with Hunt on the last name than I ever thought I would. And obviously there's a big difference between Kareem Hunt and Deshaun Watson. But like if the Browns wanted to point to something or some reason, and Kareem Hunt was a local kid, and there was a lot more to this than obviously this story, but if they want to point to something to be like, Browns fans will get over it, I think you'd have to point to the Kareem Hunt story.
Now, lost in all of the Tom Hanks, Matt Damon discourse and the shots being fired at both the Browns and each other here, you're going to tell us why starting Deshaun isn't just about Todd Monken for the Browns.
Yeah, I got to add another wrinkle to the story today. And so I've been pretty hell-bent. I think the call is coming from up top. I think it's ownership, and I think it's Andrew Berry. Here's where I'm going to make a little bit of an addendum to that, and where I think we can all meet in the middle. So, like, when you in the future are like, that was Todd Monken's call, I won't immediately be like, no, it wasn't his call, it was somebody else. There'll be an acknowledgement that, yes, it was Todd Monken's call.
Okay.
But here's where I think it's a little disingenuous. We know the questionnaire happened. That was widely reported. The Browns and the front office had a questionnaire for all of the candidates that were put out there, and they had to answer them, and they had to go through all that process, right? Ken this morning says part of the reason why he believes that Todd Monken made this call is because the moment that Todd Monken got hired, he was getting texts from people that made the suggestion that Todd Monken loves Deshaun Watson. That's part of the equation. Well, of course you would. Why do you think he got hired for the job? He got hired for the job off of the questionnaire because it wasn't Udinsky, it wasn't Shieldhouse, it wasn't Mike McDaniel, it wasn't all these other guys. They all answered it with the way of, well, not Deshaun, and I'm going to figure this out. Monken got the job in part because he was able to answer the questionnaire on the Deshaun Watson side of things. This feels very similar to the Supreme Court in many ways, where you get to then name a Supreme Court justice if you're the president, right?
Oh, that's how that goes?
That's how that goes. Yeah. You could hold on. What I knew we weren't going to be able to get through this. Once I brought Supreme Court into play, it was not going to happen.
No, tell me more. Tell me more.
All right, so you get
did he pass the bar?
So, but the reason why that happens though is the president then doesn't have to say I'm the one that made the decision. They appoint their people to the Supreme Court, and then it works in their favor with their ideologies and their thought processes. Ultimately, the president doesn't. Hey, I didn't make that call. The Supreme Court made that call. That's not on me. Same thing applies here. Munkin is the one that's going to be like, I made that call. It's me. Well, yeah, because the front office and the ownership hired you with the idea that you're a Watson guy. You're in that camp. You like Deshaun Watson to begin with. You're smiling because you're not buying any of this, and I can't figure out what part's not hitting.
No, it's the analogy. I think it was a gross oversimplification of why we have a Supreme Court and why we have a president. Everything else is tracking.
Should I do a jury instead? Would you like that instead? If I'm an attorney,
I don't think that's why we have juries.
If I'm an attorney and I choose my jury and I select my jury because I know that my jury, I have 7 people or 9 people or 8 people that all think one way, and I select my jury because of that. At the end of it, I get to say, "No, that was the jury that came up with that verdict. That was their decision. That wasn't me that made that call." And ultimately, you're right in that. That wasn't you that made that call, but you also chose people that you knew would believe the way that you believe. That's the same thing is happening here.
Now we're cooking with gas.
All right, well,
like that analogy much better.
The same thing is happening here. They chose the person that has their thoughts and their beliefs. So ultimately, then they can turn around and be like, well, yeah, that wasn't us. Munkin made that call. Munkin chose Deshaun Watson. Well, yeah, because when he filled out the questionnaire, he told everybody that would listen, I want Deshaun Watson to play. I think I can get the Houston version of Deshaun Watson out of him. That's why he got the job.
I think it's all plausible what you're saying. I would just say a lot of people lie on questionnaires. You can't tell me that there wasn't one lie on a questionnaire from each questionnaire for each one of those candidates.
I would imagine there was follow-ups in part of the interviews, and the process was, is he going to be the type of guy that believes he can get a lot out of Deshaun Watson? And if he's not, all right, Mike McDaniel, go off to San Diego and be an offensive coordinator. All right, hey, Shieldhouse, it's not your time. Udinski, not your time. We watched Todd Munkin go from being one of the least likely outcomes to then being named the head coach. And I'm going to think a lot of the ideology attached to his belief in Deshaun Watson is the sitting reason.
I have strong interest in starting Deshaun Watson. Would you mostly agree with that? Slightly agree with that? Neutral? Somewhat disagree or completely disagree. I like what you're saying. I also like if it is one of those because I get really annoyed at those.
And so you can't be shocked then when Ken's like, oh, no, I got text early on. Munkin loved Deshaun Watson. Of course he did. That's why he got the job. It doesn't take Andrew Berry and Jimmy Haslam outside of the reality that they were going to choose somebody that also liked Deshaun Watson so their vision could come true. I don't see how one doesn't go with the other. I fail to see how people don't make that connection and how that doesn't exist for people.
216-474-0092. The Browns say winning cures all with their Deshaun decision. Are they still right? And we'll get more on the hypothetical there that I threw out on social media. And Nick Wilson says, with John Fanta, you know John brings it every single week. I'm sure he's got some strong opinions, and Deshaun is the week 1 starter in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
westbound between Aviation High School and East 22nd. With your Odyssey Cleveland traffic, I'm Katie Pollock.
As the kids get back to school, get back to the football news you need. The radio home of the NFL and Cleveland Browns is 92.3 The Fan. Training camp coverage powered by Expert Renovations and Consumer Tire. 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on The Fan. Albert Breer coming up in just about 1 hour's time. We will talk with him about his take on the Browns' decision to start Deshaun Watson once again, whether this was just simply the plan and there was really nothing Shedeur could do to actually win the job, and where do the Browns go from here? How much is enough winning with Deshaun Watson to make sure he's not booed in Cleveland? Albert coming up in 1 hour's time, but right now we head out to the Weishart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. He's Cleveland's own. He is from NBC Sports, and he's debuting a new show on Mondays from 6 to 7 p.m. on NBC Sports platforms. Fanta in 60. John Fanta in about 15 minutes here. Right now.
Right now.
I
That's
realized
twice.
I was trying.
That's twice.
No. I was trying to make a play on words. John Fanta in 60.
I don't know about that.
I was. How dare you?
Jackson,
I would own it.
Can we go to the Russian judge?
He 100% messed up again.
No, I didn't.
I know he did. No, we all
Clear
heard
eyes, full heart, can't lose.
it. We all heard it. Is it a must win? Is it a can't lose? I don't know.
Bastards. John Fanta joins us now. John, what's up, buddy?
Hey, John.
Nick Wilson, my thoughts on that attempt? Boo!
Guys, I have a family. Don't you realize how hateful booing is, John? This is the most soul-crushing thing ever.
Was my booing personal to you?
It's a disrespectful thing. I'll say that.
Yeah.
That's why he also follows up saying he's always hated John Fanta.
Mm-hmm.
That's the response, right? When you get booed, you just hate everyone around you.
And I keep coming back on Tuesdays like the Haslams and the Browns keep coming back to Deshaun.
All right, so I guess we can start there. John Fanta's official opinion on the Browns' decision to start a quarterback that hates Cleveland and that Cleveland kind of doesn't like back.
It is a double bird to Browns fans. And it is as much of a disgrace that I've seen in pro sports. This is an entertainment business. That's what sports is. And for a guy that you bring in from the time that he became a Cleveland Brown, carried about as much baggage as you can carry over time. Not to mention on the field. On the field, this is a performance-based business. Never once, outside of a win in Baltimore in which he performed in the second half. I'll give him credit for that, okay? His performance on the field has been abysmal. And that is what he is getting paid to do every week. The booing, the fan reaction, fans are allowed to react however they want. They pay money to go and see your games. And the people that stayed it out on Saturday, that's a special breed of fan, okay, after a weather delay and a half of football. And those people express their thoughts, and those thoughts are what the thoughts should have always been. When Jimmy Haslam said he swung and missed on Deshaun Watson, you swung and missed, you struck out. Go sit down on the bench. No. He comes back up at the plate, and what does he do? He basically goes against everything that he has said and has no consideration for his paying customers and disrespects them by putting this guy, who is not capable of being a National Football League quarterback, provides no upside, and provides nothing that would make a Clevelander feel good about him, puts this guy on the field. That is purely disrespectful in every sense of that term, and it's wrong. It is wrong.
All right. Well, who does this decision really fall on to? Do you think it falls on Haslam and Barry? Do you feel like it falls on Todd Monken? Where do you think this actually? Who should I be angriest the most at?
You should be angry at the person that owns the team, that admitted that he missed, and they're continuing to try to make it work because they can't cut him. Now, I think Todd Monken, a big part of him getting this job was that he told the front office and he told the owner, what a guy here's my question for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
After the coaching cycle, okay, or during the coaching cycle, how many jobs could Todd Monken have feasibly gotten?
You mean like head coaching jobs?
As a head coach.
Oh, so Nick and I always disagree on this. Nick, I feel like, Nick, you think that he could have gotten a few. I feel like he would have gotten none.
Yeah,
I think at least one other.
Is that fair?
At least one other.
Is that fair? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I would say, okay, fine. One other. Fine. And that's not really anything against Todd. I think he did what he had to do to get the Browns job. Also a job that became less and less desirable through the process for a variety of reasons. The main one of which is that they don't have anybody that can play the most important position on the field. That you could say is good. Because you can't say that any of their options right now are good options. You could say there's an unknown with another option, and we'll get to that, I'm sure, in this conversation. But no, I blame the owner. The owner took responsibility for missing on this guy. He said the blame falls on me, which told me, okay, a fan and a person who talks about sports like you two, that told me that Haslam was the driving force behind them getting Watson. Fine. Jimmy, you admitted you were wrong. You admitted that 8 wins the last 2 years was inexcusable. The thing that I don't agree with you on, Jimmy, is that you listen to the fans and you feel their pain and have as much pain as they do. No, you don't. No, you don't. Because if you had as much pain as the fan base did, you wouldn't be running this guy out there. This guy gives you no reason to believe in this football team. You know, we sat through 1-31. All right. And it was horrible and it was brutal, but you kind of, you knew. The saddest part of this implosion is how much they've wasted around the quarterback position. They've wasted primes of careers. They've wasted windows of opportunity to win. And it goes back to this decision to take your entire future, pour it into this guy. And guys, they had 2 years to figure out a new path. 2 years. Okay, they went all last year without having to watch this guy. And what do? They try a soft landing. I'm sorry, but a guy with the amount of allegations that Deshaun Watson dealt with, and a guy that has done nothing to perform, nothing. You thought you were going to have a soft landing with that? This is the National Football League. There are not 320 quarterback jobs. There's 32. And this guy wouldn't occupy a quarterback job in the UFL right now.
All right, John. So I'm going to throw this hypothetical out here because the Browns are working under the theory that if they simply win and Deshaun is good, no one will care. Which again, that is a bit cynical, but probably a little bit true. So I'm going to give you this hypothetical: the Browns start 2-0, and Deshaun has a passer rating of at least 9. Let me get through the damn hypothetical, Fanta.
Hey, Nick has already declared week 1 a must-win.
This isn't Fanta in
it's
60
pointless.
yet. No, stop.
I know, but it's pointless.
Let me get to no. You have not heard the end of the hypothetical,
well, hold
sir.
on. What part of it is pointless?
It's not going to happen. This hypothetical has no chance of happening.
Okay, but if it did.
Established. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So, hypothetical, John. The Browns start 2-0. Deshaun has a passer rating of at least 90 through those 2 games. How much does Deshaun Watson get booed in week 3 at home? All the boos, some of the boos, very little boos, no boos.
Start 2-0, have a 90-plus passer rating. Those boos will get drowned out by cheers. It'll be 90%. It'll be 80 to 90% cheers.
That quickly.
Browns fans want. Oh yeah, absolutely. This is the NFL. You're judged on 17 games.
Yeah, not 2 though. That's kind of the point. Not 2.
Yeah, but okay. The Browns starting 2-0. When's the last time that happened?
The year was 1941.
They
didn't even exist yet.
I do love in this hypothetical, though, John is acting as if you're saying aliens are going to land on his front lawn. Is the equivalent to starting 2-0 and a 90 passer rating with Deshaun Watson.
I also like, John, that you went from it's never going to happen, why are we doing this, to having a definitive answer in the positive for Deshaun Watson.
There's a better chance of me being on America's Top Model in a month and walking down the runway in a bikini than that happening.
Well, your career is taking off these days.
You've got a lot of pull there, John.
If that's
what you're
wanted,
into,
if that's
you can make it happen.
I believe you could do that at this point.
If you've got a humiliation kink, it can happen in America.
Are you kidding me? We'd love to watch you go down the runway.
Oh, be careful now.
Can you give me a sachet away?
Yeah. I have nipples, Greg. Can you milk me? No, I mean,
don't worry. AI is good enough. Jake will have you walking down the runway by the end of the segment, all out in social media.
Or Roberto Shenanigans. Someone will.
Yeah, well, we're good at this.
Roberto Shenanigans. Who is that guy? By the way, congrats to Leroy Bickerstaff. I'm sure that he's celebrating accordingly, whoever that person is. I saw him tweet that he was very happy.
Oh, he actually tweeted?
No, he's alive. He tweeted. He's back.
We haven't heard anything from Leroy.
Also, for those the uninitiated, also known as Deshaun's burner.
Right, exactly. Guys, the hypothetical, people would cheer. Like, this is the whole thing about the boos. The NFL is a league of second, if not third and fourth chances. There's nothing. The Watson off the field stuff. Obviously, that none of that helps him, and it's it's alleged, but all those things and those reports and the things that we've all read and the quotes and things, all that stuff is horrible. But there have been many people that have had off the field issues and ended up being athletes in their sport, performing at a high level, and have gotten cheered for doing so because that's what the fan wants. And guys, I think that's what the most disappointing thing about this is. The Browns, like this team, if they had average quarterback play, all right? We talked last week about what I would sign up for, who I would take that were, once would have. Now I look back and I'm like, even a Sam Darnold, okay? I mean, I'd sign for a Bo Nix right now. I'd kill for somebody like that because it's just like, this window's been wasted by this, and they're not even getting below average quarterback play. That performance on Saturday, coupled with the press conference, is to me the single worst 2 or 3 hours an athlete can have. And after all that he's done, he's not getting a second, third, fourth, fifth chance with the Browns. He's one of the few athletes in a business like the NFL that is getting a double-digit number of chances to perform. And now I'm thinking to myself, he doesn't even want to be here. And that, to me, is the biggest slap in the face of fans. There's no world where you can try to reconcile from what happened on Saturday. And your performance is not going to reconcile it because your performance will continue to be this drop-back, scripted offense, could drive the team down the field the first drive. Would it shock me? No, he did. He did that with Stefanski. Guess what? The game's 60 minutes. The game adapts. What has Todd Monken said after each of these first 2 preseason games? Well, and I know it's backups, but guess what? Deshaun was playing against backups on Saturday. It didn't matter. He says we have to sustain it within the course of the game. An NFL game's extremely hard to win. And guess what? It just got harder because of the decision you made over the weekend, and it's damn near impossible to start 2-0 now.
Todd Monken said today that Shedeur will not play on Thursday. It'll be Dylan Gabriel. It'll be Green. Gabriel's going to get the first half. And we were kind of confused by that, John. Like the idea that you want to tell us that operationally he's got issues and isn't good enough there, right. Then why is he not playing him on Thursday in your estimation?
I think he's not playing because of Deshaun Watson's rich injury history. Like, have we considered this? Have we considered the fact that Watson could get injured or banged up or take a hit?
Shedeur on Thursday.
No. I know. That's what I'm saying. Have we considered the fact that Deshaun Watson is not stable from a health standpoint and that Shedeur Sanders could easily be inserted into the first or second game because of one hit or one situation? I'm confused by it. I still would play him. I'm going to say I'd play him 2 series, right? 2 or 3 series. to just have him. If you're that concerned about the operation part, you should have him in there and operating. I'm not saying I'm judging him on 50-yard passes on Thursday, but go ahead, practice the cadence, practice the operation of the offense. I don't care if you have him hand the ball off 3 times. You both are right on that. Like, put him in there. But I do think that the reason why we are not seeing him, or one of the reasons why, is because Todd Monken knows what's inevitable. Guys, Shedeur Sanders is going to be starting for the Browns. I'll say I'll be surprised if it's not by game 4. My prediction is it's game 3. It might even be game 2. But I think this is somehow from the top. Can we give this one more chance? Todd, you've been watching for months, and you've been evaluating him, and you seem to be on the same page with him. And I do think this played a role in Monken being able to get the job, him saying, I could still resurrect this guy's career and the investment that you made in him. I don't think it's going to go well, but I do think Shedeur is seated on the bench because, frankly, Shedeur should be the starter, but Shedeur could easily be in the first or second game because, guys, Watson, he could easily take one shot and be done. That's where he is health-wise now. It's the only thing I can say about him health-wise. I can't give him the benefit of the doubt. This guy he's fragile. He's mentally fragile and physically fragile.
All right, John, I want you to put your big NBC brain on right now because you're NBC sports guy, the face of the network, I've said for a while now.
Yeah, Tarico who?
Wow.
Do you think more or less of 49ers owner Jed York for getting busted for soliciting a prostitute in East Palestine rather than in what might be like a more, I'll say, trendy place like a Las Vegas or maybe literally anywhere other than East Palestine, Ohio?
East Palestine, they had the sad train thing a couple years ago, correct?
They sure did.
Yeah,
right?
they did.
Some call that the Middle East, John.
Some.
All right. Well, you are both in rare form today, and I'm not surprised. What do I make of Jed York?
Wait, was that your pivot off? I'll help you here. But was that your pivot off? Didn't they have the train thing a couple years ago?
Well, the town has had some really rough publicity. I mean, I've never been to East Palestine. I'm wondering what the restaurant scene is like in East Palestine. We certainly know what the nightlife is like. We're getting a taste of that. Mm-hmm. I have to me, like, this should be the number one story everywhere. Like, what is going on?
I'll tell you what's going on, John. He's supporting local businesses. That's what he's doing. Small business in Ohio. Almighty. The man is giving back to his community. And the big fed's coming down on him for
John,
trying to pump resources into our areas, and that is a problem for me.
Are you suggesting, as some have, that the NFL is burying this story to help out Jed York, and no one's covering this in a very serious way, and the 49ers media remains about the spineless jellyfish we all thought they were when they wouldn't even cover the Shanahan car accident incident, but here we are?
Yeah, it has been an off season. I mean, no league needs their product to return. Well, the basketball situation right now, if you're reading about some economic moves behind the scenes there, that seems to be its own story right now. But the NFL season needs to kick off. I mean, this is a league that is dealing with something basically every week right now. What do I think of the Jed York thing? It is beyond mind-boggling that a man that rich is doing that for $140 in East Palestine, Ohio.
It's called getting a deal, John. Called driving a hard bargain, my friend.
Well,
how dumb of the other
now
I'm thinking of the what do they call them, midnight ballerinas?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're dealing with a billionaire, and the best you can come up with is $140.
So it's actually a task force. I don't think the actual lady of the night, as it were, or the what is it, the Wheat Hill harlot, as some have. I coined that.
What do you think the task
force? Do you have experience the goal with those people?
No, the goal then is you want to trap them. I guess.
Yeah.
Cost was too good.
That's true.
There was no back and forth exchange, was there?
Yeah, there definitely was not any back or forth exchange. It was an ending that Deshaun Watson has known very well. So,
and we'll just put a pin in it right there.
Well, okay then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, John. Have some couth, John.
This show is wonderful because a month ago we were talking about church, and today we're talking about this.
Yeah, you wouldn't name your favorite pope, so now I'm going to ask you for your favorite Wheat Hill harlot.
Got a lot of people that are tweeting us with you walking down a runway in dresses, John.
You look great, John. You got some
the
gams
green
on
really
you,
brings
kid.
out your eyes.
Yeah.
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned.
Oh, and you'll sin again. John, be good, buddy.
Yeah, you guys do too. And you know what? Whoever put that sign on the Jim Brown statue, I don't blame them.
It'd be
Goodbye,
weird if you
fellas.
did. It'd be very weird if
Bye,
you
John.
did. John Fanta there. Fanta in 60. You guys have to check it out. It's John Fanta's new show on Monday. We're very proud of John. He's a very nice man, despite the fact we harangue him at every chance we get. On the Wise Heart Right, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Hotline, Wheat Hill Harlots in Browns football in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan YouTube channel to see daily Browns breakdowns with Darryl Ryder and Coach Lance Reisland.
The owner took responsibility for missing on this guy. He said, the blame falls on me. The thing that I don't agree with you on, Jimmy, is that you listen to the fans and you feel their pain and have as much pain as they do. No, you don't. No, you don't. Because if you had as much pain as the fan base did, you wouldn't be running this guy out there. This guy gives you no reason to believe in this football team. You know, we sat through 1-31, all right? And it was horrible, and it was brutal, but you kind of, you knew. You knew. The saddest part of this implosion is how much they've wasted around the quarterback position.
John Fanta, other than that, how was the play, Mrs. Lincoln? John Fanta giving us his take on the Browns naming Deshaun Watson the starter for Week 1 against Jacksonville. But if you missed a moment in our show, use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. It's interesting because I've seen, I think it was Manish Mehta of the New York media who was like, too much of the blame is going to Deshaun Watson and not enough is going elsewhere. And it's like, there's enough blame here for everyone.
Yeah, we got enough blame. We can spread it around.
And understand, this is actually the part where I hope Deshaun understands they're not just booing you. They are booing you. You're the only player being booed. And then they're booing the way that they feel about ownership and the situation they've been put in once again.
Yeah, it's a good point. Unfortunately for us, Jimmy Haslam doesn't go down to the middle of the field at any point during the game, okay?
That's true.
There's no real opportunity. Andrew Berry's not going to walk out there. There's no real opportunity for us to express the frustration. And so, yeah, is Deshaun Watson all of the blame? No, but he's going to be representing the majority of the blame, and he's going to represent everything that the previous 4+ years, now into year 5, has meant for Browns fans. And so does he have to take it? Yeah, he does. But that's part of life, and that's what the $230 million in guaranteed money attached to his name was for.
Also, and I'm going to say this, a lot of John Fanta on the runway. We got sent a lot of those in the break.
I knew people could come through in a positive way.
And I just got to say, I think that's why the good Lord made AI. Is
that it?
Yeah. You know, I tried to. So I changed the name of my fantasy football team to the Wheat Hill Harlots today. And I tried
the one I'm in, or no?
Yeah. And
so our fantasy football
And I
team.
tried to get AI to create, ChatGPT specifically, give me like I wanted a harlot in a mobile home with like a Go 49ers thought bubble. Wouldn't do it. Very
that was
upset.
That was the line.
The line is prostitutes apparently on AI. As our water streams are prostituted by politicians.
Well,
Sorry.
you didn't ask for a prostitute to be in the photo, right? You just.
Of course I did. Yeah,
they don't do that. Yeah,
prostitute in front of a trailer park. Go Niners thought bubble.
Yeah, they don't do that. There's a lot of problems with AI early on, and people requesting things of that nature.
Yeah.
It's real dark, real dangerous, really quick, Nick. I think it's a good thing AI doesn't just give you those images.
I disagree.
I think it's a good thing.
Mostly because this is what I wanted
What
right
did it
now.
say? Did it yell at you? Was it like, you bastard, don't do that?
No, it said this violates our community standards, and we're not going to do it. Can we help you with something else? And
Well,
I was
at
like,
least
no, you've upset me.
It didn't offend you. I mean, it just,
it offended me. It told me no. I don't like to hear no.
Okay, that's a problem.
Anybody want to make the joke?
No, we're fine.
No?
No,
And
we're
why are we
fine.
backing away from the microphone, fellas?
We're fine. I'm not backing anywhere, but Jax, I understand why you are. Okay?
Now, this being said, Adam Schefter just tweeting out former Browns tight end Daquan Wright cleared waivers today. He's expected to sign with LSU on Wednesday. Wright will go from Cleveland to the LSU Tigers and become the first player to go from an NFL roster back to college. Spare me with a lot of the outrage on this. If this were more broad, if this was more than just the 2022 class, maybe I could care more about it.
Yeah.
It isn't. And the fact that, again, like Daquan Wright probably wasn't making the Browns roster, I don't really begrudge him, and I don't really begrudge Lane Kiffin. Like, guys, this is like the 15th thing on the Lane Kiffin is a slime ball list.
I think for people, it symbolizes him going backwards through a one-way door. And so the idea there is that if you are a college football player and then you go to the NFL, that's it. It's over. You're now an NFL player. And I think that's where a lot of people are having a hard time kind of getting around with. For me, it's simple. Like the courts changed what he could do. He then made a move that corresponded with that. Now he gets a chance to go back in. This isn't going to pop up over and over again. I think the fear that people have is we're going to have a lot of guys that turn to the NFL and then decide to run back, and it's just not going to be the case.
216-474-0092. Oh, I don't even know where the hell we are anymore.
We're in Cleveland, Ohio.
Well, that solves it. The Browns say winning cures all ills and ails when it comes to Deshaun Watson. Are they still right? The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for play, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. The Philadelphia Phillies had their season-high 9-game winning streak come to an end last night at the hands of the Seattle Mariners and Cal Raleigh, who may have come out of his season-long slump hitting 3 home runs. The Mariners are just 3 games back of the AL wildcard. I'm Adam Abdallah.
That does not happen in the NFL.
I don't want the team to fail. I really don't even want him to fail. But I have a feeling I know how it's going to go. So what's the point of me trying to drag along something I don't think is going to happen?
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m.
1, 2, 3.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Win VIP access to the Fan 15 celebration September 3rd at Dave & Buster's, including a pair of reserved seats, buffet dinner, and a pair of power cards. All you have to do is enter the word DRIVE, D-R-I-V-E, by the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win.
Albert Breer coming up in just about 20 minutes. We'll talk about the Browns and how or whether they were caught off guard by the reaction to the Deshaun Watson news on Monday. We'll also get his thoughts on whether it's as truly, deeply, and madly what Todd Monken really wanted to have to choose from. That's coming up in about 20 minutes. Now, do you think it's a advantage or disadvantage that we're going to be broadcasting for 5 hours before the Fan Roundtable, and then we get to go and immediately jump into a roundtable scenario?
There's a roundtable?
Oh, yeah. I thought that you didn't read. That's not part of that? Pretty sure we're all doing the roundtable thing. I think that's in the... Or did I just...
I didn't know there was a roundtable.
I just spoiled the Derek Barnett news, as it were.
I'm sure it doesn't say anything about anything. What I read here didn't say anything about a roundtable.
Yeah, I think from 7 to 8 we're doing there's going to be a table, and it's going to be round.
Yeah, and are we all going to be on air?
Well, I mean, no. I don't think we're doing that part on air. Yeah, I think we're doing an off-air roundtable.
You know what? I'll be fine. You guys all love to talk so much anyway. If I want to stay quiet, if you want to stay quiet, other people will talk.
You are known for your discretion on that one.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. If I get exhausted.
Oh, you guys love to talk.
If I get exhausted, there's more than enough people I'm sure will be happy enough to go ahead and speak into the mic and make it fun and do whatever you guys need to do.
Now, that being said.
Then again, I really want to talk, though.
We should bird dog
afternoon drive takeover.
We should do a little bit
of. Should we take over the round table?
Speaking of Captain Phillips, I'm the captain now.
Really assert our dominance?
Yeah.
Just get everyone pissed. The leaving thought is, I can't believe it. They just would not shut up, those two.
What if it was just every time Lima went to talk, we just... Hey, we're having fun.
Or we just start booing him.
Yeah. Hey.
We like booing. We're big booers now.
Who else could we boo? I wouldn't do it to Jake. I really want to see who else from 92.3 The Fan's history is going to show up. We know Bull's not going to be there. He joined us yesterday.
Yeah, Bull told us he wouldn't be there.
And that bummed me out a little bit.
I think Dustin's got a prior engagement as well.
Well, of course.
G. Bush is going. If they invite G. Bush, he's going.
Yeah?
He loves that stuff.
I'm trying to think of how many people.
And the last round table that he missed, he was not pleased that he missed that round table. Wow, so he'll be there.
The table, it's round. The lead. Let's get to that right now. John Fanta of NBC Sports joined us last hour. If you guys haven't heard, Fanta in 60. It's a new show on NBC Sports platforms. It drops. The first one drops next Monday. Very excited for our guy, John. Well, here was his reaction to the Browns naming Deshaun Watson as the team's starting quarterback.
It is a double bird to Browns fans, and it is as much of a disgrace that I've seen in pro sports. On the field, this is a performance-based business. Never once. Outside of a win in Baltimore, his performance on the field has been abysmal. Abysmal. And that is what he is getting paid to do every week. The booing, the fan reaction, fans are allowed to react however they want. When Jimmy Haslam said he swung and missed on Deshaun Watson, you swung and missed, you struck out. Go sit down on the bench. No. He comes back up at the plate, and what does he do? He basically goes against everything that he has said and has no consideration for his paying customers and disrespects them by putting this guy, who is not capable of being a National Football League quarterback, provides no upside, and provides nothing that would make a Clevelander feel good about him, puts this guy on the field. That is purely disrespectful, and it's wrong. It is wrong.
I guess I'll just end up, not really ever getting an answer on this because it's just not. I can't. There's no way to get an answer. But I will always wonder if Deshaun hadn't spoken on Saturday, If he had just done a normal press conference, would the outrage be anywhere close to what it is right now? And I just will always believe that it wouldn't have been. Now, it was an all-time bad press conference, Nick, and it was one that reminded people of the lack of self-awareness that Deshaun Watson has, while also then exhibiting the idea that you should never have gotten back in bed with this guy. And it just did a lot for the fan base and getting to a spot where I've existed for a long time now with Deshaun.
Yeah, I do think it's interesting that Deshaun didn't read the room. There's a lot of that going on with the Browns, that Deshaun lacked self-awareness, that whatever
birds of a feather, huh?
Minority part of the crowd that was actually booing him, because I don't think it was 100% of Browns fans booing him on Saturday. The boos weren't that loud on the television. It
wasn't even that big of a crowd there to begin with anyway.
So kind of going back to like the 2024 thing where people cheered his injury. I was there. It was not a huge amount of people cheering that injury when he went down for the season. So I get really frustrated that we'll put that off to the side. I think it showed a real lack of self-awareness for Deshaun, that he doesn't realize he just alienated probably 30 to 40% of the fans who weren't fully anti-Deshaun Watson until Saturday.
He kicked the hornet's nest in a way that it'll be interesting to see if he ever realizes the impact of that. Mary Kay Capp at Cleveland.com on with Baskin and Phelps today. She explained why Todd Monken decided to start Deshaun over Shedeur.
Todd Monken is going out and trying to win in Jacksonville on September 13th. This was a football decision. Now, it's not only things that we see out here on the football field, it's things that they do in the classroom, and it's the game planning that they want to do that nobody has seen anything of yet. They believe that they can use Deshaun Watson's mobility in that game, and they can use cadence as a weapon in that game. And there's just a lot of things that he's going to be ready to do on September 13th that they don't feel Shedeur is ready to do yet. And that's the whole key to this. This is a football decision through and through. Todd Monken is not going to do anything else other than go out and try to win that game. And he believes in his heart of hearts that Deshaun will give him that better chance.
Yeah, I don't really doubt that Todd Monken really believes and is willing to say it with his chest that Deshaun Watson is the better quarterback right now. I worry about Todd Monken, though. And I think it starts with, like, the mobility. Deshaun doesn't look like the guy who could move, 5 years ago the way
he's
like
already told you he can't.
And when it comes to, like, cadence, guys, specific to getting the other team to jump offside, how many plays does that actually impact, and how much does that actually impact winning?
Which Shedeur did show you on Saturday, because he was able to get that play to happen. Now, I would argue that Shedeur needs to maybe have the understanding of, you got the free play, now take advantage of the free play and don't check it down. But we're working on these things here by here. But that is not a reason for why you give somebody a starting quarterback job in the NFL. That alone cannot be the reason.
Now, while we are smack dab in the middle of the lead here, it should be noted that Akron football has officially announced its offensive coordinator.
Oh, please tell me it was Big Cat.
For the opening
Give me
game.
Big Cat.
And the
Big Cat.
And it's interesting here. Martin Allen Wims II is named the OC of the game, presented by Arby's Steak Nuggets.
I always liked Martin Allen Wims III better.
Yeah, well, he's younger.
Yeah.
I understand that. I got to say, I think the internet broke this bit. I think they were going to name Big Cat, and I think they realized they couldn't. To me, they did They did exactly what I think they should have done, which is Big Cat, who bought so many season tickets. He's one of the 10 finalists.
He bought 8 season tickets.
That's a lot. That's a lot more than most people are buying of Akron football.
It is like he bought it the whole lower bowl. He bought 8.
8 might as well be the whole lower bowl. I've been to Akron football games.
But here's the thing. He got so many other people to buy into it. The amount of season ticket holders that they now have. I told you I have a friend of mine that legitimately bought a pair of season tickets to Akron. He was in Dallas.
Yeah.
He's not going to any of these games. He's donating it the same way that Big Cat did.
So my thinking here is you got all the publicity, but you still honored a real Akron football fan. And next year when you do it again, you do have to rig it for whatever the big celebrity is. If Big Cat buys 10 next time, you are going to have to make sure that you rig it for a celebrity.
There would have been so much attention to that game against Robert Morris, though, and the lead up and everything that would go into it. All the PMT guys would have been there. It would have been cool.
We now need Big Cat.
We got robbed of some cool content
to really melt down about this. We need some
really
good.
That's not how he works.
No. But for the brand, he's doing. And that's okay. I know that's a McAfee thing. That was bad phrasing. he needs to do it for Akron football. He needs to make accusations. He needs to do the whole thing, threaten to show up.
I mean, if I were him, I'd basically become a free agent for whoever will rig the contest for me. That's the conversation he's got to be having behind closed doors. What
BG,
program?
get on it.
What program's going to rig it for me to be the offensive coordinator next year? Let's get this going.
BG will do it. We're those kind of people there.
Yep.
Browns head coach Todd Monken spoke with the media today. He explained why Shedeur Sanders won't play in Thursday's preseason finale.
We're not playing him because we'd like to see Dylan more. It worked out last game. That was unfair to him. In order to do that, to see more of him and yet see Talon, there's just not enough reps. That's the reason. There's really nothing else. Just trying to see Talon after he played pretty well in the limited reps he had against the Bills. And we want to see more of Dylan. And it just hasn't worked out trying to get those other guys reps. That's the reason.
It's like how there's always money in the banana stand. There's always reps available if you're trying to be a backup quarterback on this team. There's not always reps available if you're let's say Dylan Gabriel. That I don't know that that's true. Or even Green. I don't know that that's true. There should always be reps available for Shedeur Sanders if he wants them. I think this reasoning is awful.
Yeah, I think this is tied to the fact that Deshaun Watson is warring with Cleveland Browns fans, and the Browns are trying to damage and mitigate the damage control from that decision. And if you put Shedeur out on the field on Thursday and he looks really good, which he should against backups, you're going to have a lot of people circling back to the idea of what the hell are the Cleveland Browns doing.
And so then Shedeur gets hurt in this process because of Deshaun's stupid words.
I think inevitably the Browns get hurt in this process.
Mm-hmm.
I think Fanta is spot on. I think what Deshaun really cost himself is just amount of leash that he's going to have with the Browns. If he went into that post game with 6 games, absolutely he'll play at least 6 games. There's no way it didn't get just halved by his actions, because the Browns have to know, you go 0-2 and Deshaun looks like crap. I don't know how you can possibly start Deshaun Watson in Cleveland week 3.
Guardians have won 5 straight. They're now 2.5 in back of the White Sox in the division. Manager Stephen Vogt said they have to build on their momentum.
We've seen it from this group. They step up when we need it. The bats have come alive. We're scoring runs, and the pitching is stepping up. And bullpen was outstanding yet again. And, just love the way these guys are playing. It means we're back to 500, right? What it means is we're playing really good baseball right now, and we got to keep this rolling.
I don't care who they're doing it against. Praise God and pass the ammunition. This has been fun to watch this much winning baseball in a week's time.
Messick was great. Again, in the 4th inning, he got in a little bit of a jam. Started off runners on 2nd and 3rd, no out. Only allowed the 1 run. I thought he had a nice outing, all things considered. I want to bring this up really quickly. Hedges had the 2-run homer, difference in the game, right?
The hog.
In his first 11 years in the big leagues, he hit his slash line 185, 244, 313, 52 OPS plus in 2,500 plate appearances, okay?
Mm-hmm.
In 200 plate appearances this year, he has 270, 338, 397, 108 OPS plus. That's insane. You just don't see people 2,500 plate appearances in do what Hedges is doing. It's wild to think about.
Modern day Brady Anderson, if you ask many parts of the internet there.
A lot of steroids and a lot of home runs short for that, but that's fine.
Yeah. I mean, hey, a lot of home runs this year. I'm not complaining. That's what you got to do, Austin? Turn the corner, young man.
Great end of his career. He's like, I'm just going to start taking rights. Yeah. Why not?
This is a great excuse for the Guardians to pay him another $5 million next year.
Real catch me if you can moment, Major League Baseball.
Albert Breer of the MMQB walks us through whether the Browns were caught off guard by their reaction to the Deshaun Watson news on Monday in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
North Convenience Stores. Fast, friendly, clean. True North Stores has the Pepsi products you need to keep refreshed all season long. Stock up and save on select Pepsi brand beverages. Buy 2 for $5 or 3 for $7. Get even more ways to save with True Rewards. Find the app in your favorite app store. True North Convenience Stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We're working to get Albert Breer here. And it was interesting. Before the Browns officially announced that Deshaun Watson was going to be the starter on Monday, Albert had put out a piece basically saying you either have to start Deshaun Watson or cut Deshaun Watson. And in the moment, I was like, well, they can't cut him.
Right.
I don't know if he was intending to say this, but it was like, so the idea is, well, you kind of have to start him now because of the situation Deshaun put himself in. That was something that I just was like, I don't know how that's going to make this situation any better for the Browns.
He was missing the third option, which is just do what the Texans did.
Yeah.
You just put him on the bench and say you're not playing and you're going to be on the active roster. It's a 53-man roster. We're not cutting you. You're just going to be on the bench, and it is what that is, because the other ones just don't make much sense to me, because you're right. You can't cut him. That's not on the table, which is the other wrinkle on this, Nick, that I think at least I'll find fascinating when this is all said and done. They kept kicking the can down the road, and it's like, why did they do that? Well, they did that, in theory, to build up a roster 2 years ago that won 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
So, like the end result in all this, and why you can't just get rid of Deshaun, and why this is not the final year of Deshaun, is that in basically taking all the money and moving it to 2030 was done in service of what turned out to be a 2-year stretch where the Browns won 8 total games. And it's such a massive miscalculation that we just don't bring up enough. The idea that the Browns tried to have their cake and eat it too, and even that blew up in their face.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Of the reports that came out about after Deshaun was named the starter is when Adam Schefter had made the point, well, he's not just going to be there this year, he'll be there next year as well. And it's like, no, sir. No, sir. This has been well established that March of 2027 is when the Browns get to stretch, do the post June 1 designation, split the thing across 2 years.
Did Schefter mean that he won't be here, but his dead cap will live on? Is that what he was talking about, or what?
I think Adam Schefter on the Pat McAfee show dead ass meant, hey, he's going to be the Browns quarterback for the next 2 years, to which I say...
Maybe he got his years confused.
Can you imagine how furious? Like, imagine how mad people are if let's say Deshaun plays another 6 games and then gets hurt or benched, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
If the Browns try to rinse and repeat and use Deshaun as the bridge starter for whoever they draft in 2027.
So you're giving him more money in this equation.
Or in this case, you're simply not cutting him and finding a way to remove the whatever roster bonus is due that is basically like you either have to pay Deshaun or cut Deshaun. Is that $200 million? That was the big report out there.
Yeah, but you still have to give him more money to play next year.
Why?
Because the money's
all void years.
The money's exhausted after this year.
Yeah. So maybe you give him a one. Oh gosh, can you imagine that?
It's the dead cap money and the bonuses that you're still paying the tax on and the toll on. The actual negotiation with Deshaun and everything has already been paid to him. That's where he'd turn around and say, "I need more. You have to give me more right now because the obligation between me and you has been satisfied, and everything else is between you and the league."
Yeah, even giving him another $10 million just to stick around and be the bridge quarterback. That's the other part with the Shedeur stuff. That, I think it makes sense if Shedeur ends up starting the most games this year, plays reasonably well. And reasonably well just means, the guy takes a step forward and looks like he could start, like a Gardner Minshew, honestly.
Gardner Minshew had a really nice touchdown-interception ratio for a long time.
Yeah, I mean...
it was 3-1 as when he was with Indianapolis.
Nobody thinks he's great, but still, Gardner Minshew is serviceable, right? If Shedeur could be that next year as the bridge, be your version of what Tyrod Taylor was going to be in 2018 before the wrong head coach screwed it all up, I think that's the best-case scenario. And this is where, I think there are scenarios where the Browns can have their cake and eat it too this year and beyond. I think you can be competitive, be the 15th pick in next year's draft, and then trade up to get your quarterback. I think you can have Shedeur have some success and then have him be the bridge quarterback. There's just no way, even if Deshaun has a okayish season and stays healthy, I just can't imagine a world in which he then becomes your was it bridge quarterback?
And on top of it, then paying him money to do so. It just kind of seems like that would be to keep the bridge thing going. That would be a bridge too far.
216-474-0092. What leash do you give Deshaun Watson there? And obviously, today has been a big day. Yesterday was a big day. And to sum it all up, to get his opinion on the Browns' handling of the Deshaun Watson situation, we had it to the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on of the MMQB as we do every single Tuesday at 5:20. Albert Breer. What's up, Albert? How you doing, bud?
Yeah, it sounds like everybody's excited about the season there, huh?
Oh, yeah. Hey, we are being very vocal right now. So I guess we can start. I know we want to get into the Deshaun stuff here, but I guess I want to get to the reaction of this. Do you think the Browns were caught off guard by the reaction to Deshaun Watson being named the starter this week?
No. I think they knew what it was going to be. I think, honestly, I think like the reaction like was what anyone would have expected given like what the reaction in the stadium was. And like I honestly think like a part of why they built out the plan they did, the way they did, and having Deshaun start on the road in the first game and having Shedeur get the home game, I think it was a factor in that too, you know? So I don't think they were totally caught off guard by any of it. Now, was it a little more intense than maybe they might have expected? Sure. But I don't think that anybody was stunned that the fan base reacted the way that it did. And by the way, like I'll defend Cleveland fans here. They should be thankful for it because after the last 3 decades that you guys have endured, the fact that the fan base is still engaged enough to get angry about this, they should be pretty grateful for that, I would say.
I mean, Albert, if he just never spoke at the podium, I don't know that he gets the reaction that he just got.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
You do agree with that, yeah.
I agree. Yeah, no, I think like the podium, like to me, the podium was really the crux of it. Like if he gets up there and he just, says what he said on Monday, then I think this is much simpler. You know, if he gets up there and says, like, I understand, you know, like that things haven't gone the way that people expected them to over the last 4 years, I can take it. You know, like that's what we signed up for. That's pro sports. It probably would be. I mean, I don't think anybody would be excited about the way that the game went, but like I think it would have definitely softened the blow coming out of it. You know, I mean, my reaction watching it was. And you know, I still feel this way. It's like it's sort of you either have to cut him or start him. You know, like I think it would have been hard to keep him on the roster as a backup given the implications of everything and the way the whole thing went down. So, no, I don't think like I don't look at it like I don't think that like this was solely about him playing poorly and the fans booing. I think the press conference was a huge factor in how everybody reacted both on Saturday and Sunday.
Albert, it's interesting. Since Deshaun had a bad game on Saturday and the meltdown and everything, I think there was already a sentiment from some fans that this was set up for Deshaun to win it and that it wasn't maybe the even competition that maybe the Browns suggested it was, going all the way back to J.W. Johnson, talking about, how good Deshaun looks. Going back to Deshaun himself at mini camps in June saying, that he had conversations and that's why he felt so confident he was going to play again in Cleveland. And then to have what happened Saturday, him still be named starting quarterback, like, Is it fair just to look at this and go, well, I guess it was going to be Deshaun, and it has been for the last 6 months, and people like myself were just in, I don't know, dreamland?
I mean, I would say like he was probably the leader in the clubhouse throughout. I do think just knowing Todd Monken, I think that the intention was to make it a fair competition. I do think there was a desire for the organization after spending $230 million and 3 first-round picks on him. Like, I think there was a desire organizationally to see him one more time before this is over, right? Like, so I think all of that, like, it's all sort of part of a mix to me. But I tell you guys, like, I kind of go, and this is just the way I do it is like, I'm going to try to find people who are going to be honest with me, right? So, I talk to Bears people, I talk to Bills people. I can't find anybody who doesn't think that Deshaun Watson was their best option for right now, right? And like a lot of it was like he at least can run the offense. We've seen him play at an NFL level, and we're not sure the other two guys are going to make it, and that's just the reality of it. And I think part of what poisons this whole thing, and the Browns, to some degree to this themselves, like, is anybody treating Shedeur like a fifth-round pick? I know I've said this to you guys before, but like, do you guys view it that way? I mean, he's being treated like there's a first-round pick sitting behind Deshaun Watson on the roster. That's just not what it is. You know what I mean?
I hear what you're saying. I never got the impression, though, that because the Browns haven't really treated him like anything but a fifth-round pick. And that maybe that's just a lot of last year seeping in where he was 4th out of 4 on the depth chart. Maybe with the advantage this year, he's ahead of Dylan Gabriel. But I don't look at that as some sort of massive, like, hey, we did you a great solid. Dylan was a 3rd-round pick, and he didn't play particularly well. No, but I mean, like, I think there's like this feeling like, oh, we need to get a look at him. Do you? Do you need to get a look at him any more than like the Steelers need to get a look at Will Howard? I guess that's where the disconnect is for me. If a quarterback's not taken in the first round, I don't think that like many organizations, maybe second round, but I don't think many organizations look at it like, oh yeah, we have to get this guy in the field. Albert, I think that's offset by the idea that I need 0 looks of Deshaun Watson. I've had 3 years of bad looks and injuries with him.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying, but like if Deshaun is the best option for right now and is going to do more to help Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston and Spencer Fano develop in the offense, Quinshon Judkins, right? Like all this young talent you have, Harold Fannin. I think that there is a good base of young talent. If he's going to give you the best chance on a game-to-game basis for those guys to develop and get the most out of them, then don't you sort of owe it to those guys and owe it to yourself to create that scenario? And if it doesn't work out that way, it doesn't work out that way. But if you believe that right now, like, are you that hard up to get a look at Shedeur Sanders where it's like, okay, like, no, we're going to run a different version of the offense and we're going to do things like, and again, like, I'm not saying you won't get to October and Shedeur I'm not saying you're going to get to October and there's no way Shedeur is going to be the best option. Then he might be. But I think right now the best option for the other 10 guys in the huddle is to have Deshaun Watson in there based on how you can run the offense with him there. And I think that's the part that people ignore sometimes, but it is a factor, and to me, like, just as important as figuring out what you have at quarterback is to make sure all those young guys are rolling going into 2027 when I think there's a pretty good chance you will have a new young quarterback on the roster.
Okay, so then off of that, I find it interesting then because I think what Nick and I have done all day is basically say if Deshaun had 6 games to start, he now has 3. It feels like he have that. And we had John Fanta on last hour. He's like, after 1 game, I'd consider benching Deshaun if he looks bad. You sound like you'd have a longer leash with Deshaun.
I would say I would have to make a real assessment after 2 weeks. Like I would look at game 1, game 2, and like I think you have to consider the environment he'd be walking back into when you go back to Cleveland, right? If it looks really bad and you think Shedeur is close, then I could certainly see a scenario where it's just best for the team that we pull the plug now and we start Shedeur. And like, we don't want to put the other guys in this scenario where things could get worse fast. So like, I certainly think that like the first 2 games, like that's a marker for you, right? Like, how does he play against Jacksonville? How does he play against Tampa? And if he plays well enough, you keep going. If it doesn't look any better than it looks on Saturday, well, then you can always go to Shedeur. And that's the other nuance to this whole thing, guys. That like I feel like I'm talking to a wall sometimes with people when I say this, but I think it's true. Like the coaches are never going to admit this, right? Because they're never going to say like, oh yeah, well we're going with one because it's going to be easier to go to the other. If they go with Shedeur Sanders, that's it. Like if they go with Shedeur Sanders, like I don't think you can go back to Deshaun Watson. In fact, I don't know that you can have Watson on the roster. Right. And then what's your answer after that if that doesn't work? Like now, if he struggles, you're just sort of SOL. where, and I'm sorry if that's not FCC compliant there, but you guys know what I'm getting at.
You're compliant, yeah.
But I mean, like, but on the flip side is if you run Deshaun out there for 2 road games and it doesn't work, you can go to Shedeur. And I think that's another nuance to this whole thing that, again, like a coach will never say that, but I think it's something that you have to take into account. It gives you're necessarily giving yourself 2 bites of the apple rather than 1.
All right, Albert. So we know, all right, it's Deshaun versus Shedeur. Here is the outcome, and here are the stakes going forward. Do you think Todd Monken, though, if he could have maybe avoided Shedeur versus Deshaun, do you think Todd Monken would have preferred trading for a veteran quarterback and maybe have a different setup going into his first season as a head coach?
I mean, should they call the Giants about Jameis Winston tomorrow?
That should have been an idea. Yeah.
I mean, like I actually kind of like that idea. And I'm with you on that. Like, I think there certainly was an escape hatch that they decided not to take, and like that part of it, because for me, this is just the way I look at it, right? Like, I think what they did in trading the Travis Hunter pick was really smart. They knew they needed to get younger across the board, and they needed resources to do it. And to me, like, that was sort of the cost of the Watson trade, is that you cost yourself the chance to inject young talent into the roster, which, forced you in a position where you got old really fast. And, over the course of 23 and 24, now you've got all of these young players, and you want to create an environment where those guys can develop. And I would argue that, like, if you're not going to have your quarterback of the future, it wouldn't be a bad thing to have a guy who could just kind of keep his hands at 10 and 2 and run the offense, and not bring a bunch more attention with him. It's kind of funny thinking of Jameis that way, because Jameis does bring attention to himself too. But Jameis is a really good guy. He played for Todd Monken from 2016 to 2018 in Tampa, and he knows the Cleveland market, having played there. So like that to me would have been one sensible option. And maybe like if this doesn't work out, it's even something they could call the Giants about later.
Albert, great stuff as always, buddy. You've been right about the Deshaun stuff since going way back to March. I begrudgingly give you credit for that, sir, and seriously appreciate you for joining us, bud.
Thank you, Albert.
All right. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Albert Breer there. I'm the MMQB on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Didn't take a victory lap. That's a gentleman right there.
That's not how he works.
Should have just dunked all over us like, you dumbasses.
No victory lap for Myles Garrett. No victory lap for Deshaun Watson. He could victory lap. He chooses not to. I like how he moves.
We will be back in about 5 minutes reacting to what Albert said about a potential leash on Deshaun Watson in Cleveland in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Falcon and Phelps, 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
I would have to make a real assessment after 2 weeks. I would look at game 1, game 2, and I think you have to consider the environment he'd be walking back into when you go back to Cleveland, right? If it looks really bad and, you think Shedeur is close, then I could certainly see a scenario where it's just best for the team that we pull the plug now and we start Shedeur, and we don't want to put the other guys in this scenario where things could get worse fast. So, I certainly think that, the first 2 games, that's a marker for you. If it doesn't look any better than it looks on Saturday, well, then you can always go to Shedeur. And that's the other nuance to this whole thing, guys, that, I feel like I'm talking to a wall sometimes with people when I say this, but I think it's true. If they go with Shedeur Sanders, that's it, if they go with Shedeur Sanders, I don't think you can go back to Deshaun Watson. In fact, I don't know that you can have Watson on the roster.
Albert Breer, I would say I'm gonna paraphrase this a little bit, agreeing with me that Week 1 is a must-win for Deshaun Watson.
Must win, can't lose. We had the questions we didn't ask.
Yeah, I do think. I think it stands to reason when Albert says this is basically a 2-week audition for the job.
So here's where I would disagree with your sentiment there.
Which part?
It is not a must-win for Week 1 if the basis of Albert's case is the idea of what makes the wide receivers and these young players have the best chance to succeed. It's a world that exists out there where you lose Week 1 to a 14-win Jacksonville team last year. Deshaun still looks good, and that would satisfy that.
Okay. Well, way to jam me up about that. It's a must-win, damn it. Now, I do think, though, if you go out the first 2 weeks and the operation looks flat or whatever it is, and you have to start Shedeur Week 3, there's going to be a part of me that says, so you just got it wrong? You just got it blatantly wrong. 2 weeks is not a legitimate start to the NFL season.
Yeah, but this doesn't take forever either, though, I think is the main takeaway out of all this, right? This isn't something that needs to take 17 weeks or needs to take a million years to figure out. In 2 weeks, we should be able to tell the way we saw on Saturday, and I think 90% of Browns fans could tell whether or not Deshaun Watson is absolutely cooked mentally and cooked physically.
So let's go ahead and actually put the definitions on it. I think if Deshaun looks like he did in the first preseason game, I do think he'll be there and be the starter in Week 3.
Agreed.
I don't know. I don't think it's going to stop him from getting booed, no matter what the record is.
That was good enough play that what you saw in that game in particular, that was good enough to keep him the job for, I would say, even beyond Week 3. If he can play like that, that wasn't all world, but it satisfies what Albert's talking about.
Yeah, don't throw up on your own shoes.
Basically, yeah. And Boston gets better, and Concepcion can get better off of that, and Judkins can get better, and Fanning can get better. The guys that this team cares the most about, you can operate around that.
Now, I do think when he said, maybe Todd Monken might have preferred a different quarterback earlier in the. Can we just all say if Jameis Winston versus Shedeur was the quarterback battle and Jameis was the starter Week 1, in no way do I think that's actually that much better of an idea than Deshaun Watson. But I could have gone back to, well, Jameis has been a 4,000-yard passer in the NFL. Jameis is fun to watch, even if sometimes it's bad fun. And I like the person that is Jameis, even if sometimes the person gets overexposed.
Well, in that scenario, I would have become really convinced that the Browns don't think much of Shedeur Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
In this one, I at least still hold on to the hope that they like Shedeur a lot. Shedeur just didn't, it was never the plan for them.
Yeah, in a way, the Browns never gave anyone that supported Shedeur in this the whole quarterback kerfuffle any chance to defeat the allegations that they're just a member of the Shahive. Because look what option A was. I think that really continues to be the thing. As mad as I was about Deshaun and his lame-ass little press conference temper tantrum on Saturday, the greatest insult here is that you've normalized this idea that it makes sense that Deshaun's going to go out there. And if we get to a point where it's 2 weeks and this guy's benched, I'm going to yell just as loud as I did on Monday about it. Because it will have been, well, I guess we've seen it. I guess he didn't have it. You think we didn't see that in the damn preseason? You think we didn't see that?
I know, and you know it, I know it. But instead, the conversation, Nick, is going to shift to, well, at least the Browns aren't being stubborn about this nationally, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They're going to give them credit. They're going to say, they didn't hold on to a bad bet. I would argue that you gave us a lot of time with Deshaun Watson, and the bad bet was obvious, and you didn't need the 2 weeks to figure it out. But if it goes down that way, that's what they're going to say. And Shedeur has 15 weeks, and you can find out everything you need to with Shedeur in those 15 weeks. And don't worry, don't freak out, Shahive. You'll be fine. That's what they're going to try to sell to people. And again, I would just argue what the next 3 weeks would do for Shedeur as far as getting him ready for the season, and then ultimately wasting everyone's time for the first 2 weeks of the season.
216-474-0092. Joe in Reminderville. Joe, you got about 45 seconds, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey, no problem here. You guys have been busier than a backseat of a rental car. I know that. It's been hard to get through to you guys. But
especially in East Palestine.
Yeah. We can tie that in too. But hey, one thing area I don't think anybody's talked about it. Phantom mentioned it. This offensive line is brand new. They haven't played together much. They're all new. We've got a starting left tackle that is a rookie. No one's talked about much that maybe the offensive line hasn't gelled. And they really didn't play great what I have seen from them in the preseason. They haven't had a lot of time. Look, if I'm the Haslams and I'm Andrew Berry, I'm telling, hey, Todd, let's just go ahead and put him out there for a little bit. Let everybody gel. And if he breaks and he looks like crap, you can go to Sanders, because nobody wants Sanders to start. And then you go to Watson. That's going to not really make the fan base happy, just like they're not now. But maybe a couple weeks of game time will give that offensive line a little bit of time to gel a little bit. And look, if Watson looks like crap and he gets hurt, we wash our hands from it. And don't forget, if he does get hurt, there's also that little bit of an insurance incentive that if he gets hurt, we get money back. And look, we've already got $80 million back from his injuries, so why aren't they thinking that way also right now? So that might be what they're trying to do. Let everybody gel a little bit.
Joe, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you very much. JP, you want to take a swing at any of that?
Hey, I think the unintended consequence that the Browns might not have realized in this that actually might work to their favor, if I want to play around with that for a second, is the idea, and we've talked about the offensive line ad nauseum, I'm not going to knock that down, but is the idea that Shedeur, if he had been named the starter, would not have been as heralded as if he comes in relief in week 3. Like, Shedeur's going to get a standing ovation. Fans will be thrilled to see Shedeur Sanders out there week 3. And instead of what, as of right now, if you'd made him the starter and Deshaun hadn't just completely embarrassed himself on Saturday and done the post-game press conference, it might not have had that reaction. And there might be a lot of people saying you're wasting your time with Shedeur instead of this sigh of relief like, oh, thank goodness we get to watch Shedeur.
Is Shedeur going, gone? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's
University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts. It's the 6 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Catch Daryl Ryder and Coach Riz's Daily Browns training camp recaps on the Fans YouTube page. Daryl and Coach Riz breaking down the storylines from each day's practice and, of course, your daily quarterback competition updates. And you can catch the recap each night on Overtime with Jake Volnick at 8:40. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now.
Whether or not Deshaun Watson is here or not, with the Shador going potentially in a moment here. But in case you missed it, coming up in about 40 minutes, and of course, the Coach's Show. Get ready for that one. Todd Monken going to say many things coming up in 1 hour's time. We do have a little update here that has come out, trickled out, per the San Francisco Chronicle about 49ers owner and Ohio's own.
All right. Somebody woke up the 49ers media.
Jed York, who said apparently Jed York responded to an ad on a prostitution website and arranged a $140 sexual encounter before being arrested upon arriving in a mobile home park in East Palestine, Ohio, as part of a human trafficking sting operation. He did grow up 20 miles away, so that should be noted. It was a hometown thing.
Yeah, we noted his family's doings in Youngstown yesterday.
How can you be a Notre Dame graduate, a billionaire, heir to the 49ers?
Yeah.
Prostitution website? That one didn't have entrapment written all over it?
I don't know. I don't dabble in prostitution websites. I don't know if they're on the up and up or not. I told you.
Maybe you and I aren't deep enough in those websites because we're thinking clearly on this.
The dark web can get you, I guess, in some respects. I told you about I ever tell you about the high school teacher I had?
No.
So this guy, he was a teacher of mine, and I always thought he was just kind of slimy. Everybody else kind of really liked him, but I just had a bad feeling about him, and I always thought he was mean, too, was the other part of this. He was just a mean, bitter old guy that people then they associated with, like, no, he's just quirky, and that's fun. That's his teaching style. And I'm like, no, he's just kind of a jerk. Like, that thing is not great. Anyway, fast forward, I've graduated. It's like 10 years past of me graduating high school, okay? So not really that long ago, but still a decade plus ago. In the newspaper I read, he had found a lady of the night on one of these on one of these websites, and everything like that. Anyway, the guy he got stabbed, by his lady of the night. So he died.
That's not a euphemism, right?
Legitimately died because and the report on it and everything, they were haggling over prices. And so, I don't know. I've read everything on it. Like, she came up from Indiana, and then she met him, and then the dispute was over like $200.
Yeah.
And he was just haggling with her, and then she turned around and stabbed him, and then he died. Can you imagine? Now, listen, I told you the guy was a little slimy in my opinion, always. But up until that point, respected educator, Brother Rice High School in Chicago.
Yeah.
People thought highly of this guy, and that's how you die, quabbling over a couple $100 with an online prostitute that then met you in public, and then boom. I mean, that's an awful way to go.
I just want to know how it got to the stabbing part. Like, I mean, I've never gone from, haggling over a couple dollars to stabbing ever. You know what I mean? I think that's where a normal
you're also
person.
not ever an online prostitute either.
Well, again, I being so inexperienced in this field and with a body like this, I know you're surprised, but like there's an element of it like, when does it go from I'm going to need 200 more to I'm going to stab you now?
So I imagine she got greedy at some point, right? I imagine.
I don't think she got greedy. If she felt there were $200, she traveled from Indiana, Jonathan.
I mean, Indiana's not that far.
Depending
on where. The Bears are going to put their stadium in Hammond. I mean, it's really not that far.
If she was in Indianapolis, that's a hell of a drive.
It was like a half hour for her.
Yeah.
It probably wasn't that bad.
You don't know she was in Hammond. You're siding with your teacher again.
I don't know. I don't know. What I do know, I would imagine the deed was already done, right?
Yeah.
You're haggling over the prices.
Afterwards?
Gotta be. If
you can't renegotiate after the goods and services.
I think that's what he's saying. I think that was it had to have been his case. Was like you can't ask for more money.
Yeah,
it's an agreed upon price. And then her response is, "Give me the money, or I'll call the cops." Probably.
Okay.
Or give me the money, or I'm gonna embarrass you in front of everyone at Brother Rice High School, and before you know it, you'll be fired.
In fairness,
got a lot of leverage there.
He was principled in this. Like for all the sin that we can talk about here, I'm not going to give you $200 more because the job's been done, as it were, willing to die over that. I think that is willing to die for your principles. There is an element of that I can really respect.
It's just an awful way to go, is it not?
I just want to circle back to the idea that a NFL owner who is 46, so it's not like he's 70.
Recently divorced, by the way, in the last 6 months or so.
Thoughts and prayers on that one. That's a tough one.
So maybe he's newer to the online prostitution game.
That's true. That's a good sign. He was a loyal husband until they got divorced.
He's not as experienced in that game.
Yeah. I would just say, though, like if he was like 60, I'd kind of understand. It's a website for prostitutes. Maybe I'll check on it, right? When you're like 46,
is that your age of 60?
That is my 60-year-old.
When you get to start checking those sites and seeing what's going on.
Well, I'm just thinking about when technology went into his house, where he could just order something online. Like we got a computer when I was like 12, right?
Yeah,
and it's because my Uncle Richard bought it for us kids as like an educational tool, and then I went to look at porn on it. Thank you, Uncle Richard. I learned quite a bit on that bad boy.
It was educational.
It was. Really. I learned what I liked. However, there's really nowhere to go from here. However, I imagine Jed York got his first computer around 15 or 16 himself.
Mm-hmm.
He should know better. You should know better not to click into the pop-ups, right? You should know better than to not look for ladies of the night,
the York family,
Wheat Hill harlots on the internet.
This is a story.
You should have a guy for this.
This is a story of laziness, is what this is.
Laziness or stupidity or stupidity.
I'm going to settle on laziness here. I'll tell you why. The York family's worth $12 billion.
Mm-hmm. Is that all?
That's it. We have places in this country where you can go and do this legally.
Mm-hmm.
You can Bunny Ranch, Las Vegas, Nevada, right? You can go do that act legally. You have to pay the money attached to it, which is not a problem for him, but you can do that. So at some point in his brain, he said, I don't want to make the trip to Nevada. I don't want to make the trip so I can do it legally. I want this right now, and I want to settle this right now. And that's where he ended up in trouble.
May I submit?
Because you can take a private jet. If you're him, you just take a private jet.
May I submit a third option here?
You're in Vegas in like an hour in a private jet.
And I also want to say that it could be any one of these three things, if not a little bit of all three of these things. Did he cheap out because he didn't want to put a high-end courier, Coruscant? I don't even know what the hell you call him.
Maybe he's so out of touch with money, he thinks $140 is a big-time rate.
I doubt that.
Why not?
Nobody thinks $140 is a going rate for a good tooth
What's
in
a
America.
banana cost? Like $10 these days? I mean, these rich people are out of touch with all sorts of things when it comes to financial decisions.
I think
maybe he thought 140 was a massive amount of money.
I guarantee he
didn't. Reads what minimum wage is in this country.
He spends $140.
He's like, this is 10 hours of minimum wage work right here.
He spends $140 on one pair of underoos, and that's it. Right? Like,
you act like he's actually spending the money on the underoos, or sorry, going out and procuring
it's somebody
it.
else.
Somebody else is doing all that.
But yes, you would see somebody
just shows up.
procuring the lady of the night.
Everything in his life that he wants just shows up. That's why, again, he just wouldn't go the distance that it was taken in this. It's legal in this country in certain places. You just have to go to where it's legal.
I think maybe, and I'm thinking out loud here, right? I think maybe if you say to yourself, well, if I fly to Las Vegas and then Bunny Ranch appears in the old credit card, we're in the midst of a divorce, this could get very ugly very quickly, I got $140 cash on me. So I think there's a sweet spot here of cheap, stupid, and lazy that I think Jed York really cuts across all three really nice.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can't make a defense that you are smart and really savvy as far as business, and especially within your money and everything here. If you're getting busted at, I guess it's just outside of mobile homes.
Yeah.
In the Youngstown area, just outside of mobile homes, because the mobile home place really wanted to make sure that everyone knows it was not in the mobile home.
I want to say it was about, I think it's like 30 minutes away from Youngstown. Again, the farther you get away from Youngstown and the deeper you get into the backwoods of Ohio, the worse this story really gets. This guy, again, let's get back to the logic part of this. I'm going to drive to East Palestine and pay $140. There's so many elements of this that at some point a logical man would have said, I don't think this adds up. I don't think it adds up.
He's not logical.
But he's a billionaire. You see my problem
But he
here.
inherited the billions. He didn't earn his billions.
That's fair. There's a lot of that going around.
He didn't make his own pile.
Yeah, but isn't there shouldn't you have an IQ higher than Forrest Gump if you're the owner of the damn 49ers?
I wish that's how it worked.
So you're telling me
it's not how it works.
America is not a meritocracy, and that money trickles down through the generations, and that a fair amount of billionaires don't earn their money. This is not the America I grew up in.
No, definitely not. Yeah. At one point, many parts of America still is a meritocracy. Many parts.
Which parts?
Many parts still
I
operate
don't think I'm in it.
that way. Sports is supposed to be that way at the actual players level. It is a meritocracy. But yeah,
Brown's quarterback.
When it comes to ask them. They believe that the best quarterback won this. Just ask them. They're not short on telling everybody that'll listen that the best quarterback won.
Yeah, just because they say it publicly doesn't mean they believe it.
Albert 40 minutes ago believes that this is the actual best quarterback that won this battle.
So I believe Albert believes, but I don't believe the Browns believe. I think this is a massive ego trip. The whole Deshaun thing, I think it is all intertwined with the dumbest decision in NFL history and Browns history, which is a crazy thing to say. And I think this is all about the ego of a lot of people involved. I think it's about Todd Monken's ego, because Todd wants to be the guy that says, I fixed Deshaun Watson. I think it's about Haslam, Barry, trying to make themselves look less stupid, which, by the way, sending Deshaun Watson out there for the 5th straight time to suck up the room and suck the life out of this town. That doesn't sound like it's really going to work out that well for you, but good luck, ego to me. You've proven my point. Or maybe you prove my point.
Okay.
It's definitely one of those 2 or 3 things that have happened here.
We can end it on you prove my point, or I prove your point.
What about if we're both right here? Can we leave this both being right?
The result is Jed York is not smart because he inherited a bunch of money from his family.
Lazy, stupid, or cheap? Trying to find a $140 harlot on the internet in 2026. More on that. Is Shador going, gone? And we don't narc on each other in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
FanElectricService.com.
Your morning routine has changed. Wake up with the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. Catch up on all the latest from Cleveland sports from the night before and around the sports world leading up to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. on 92.3 The Fan.
In case you missed it, coming up in just about 20 minutes' time. Needed a quick sojourn from Browns quarterback talk, but don't worry, we are back. We are in the pocket.
But we did make the Jed York story have a Deshaun versus Shedeur ending to it.
That's true. It was a happy ending for everybody involved there.
All right.
Except Jed York. Now, while we talk about Shedeur not playing on Thursday night, and again, it just makes sense to me that if you think Shedeur could start as soon as week 3, or honestly, any moment, because of Deshaun's injury history, it would make sense you would continue to get him the reps for Thursday night. But the Browns think differently. They got to see what they have in Dylan Gabriel. They got to see what they have in Taylon Green. But Jason Lloyd was on this station earlier today and talked about Shedeur's path narrowing here in Cleveland.
I think the path for Shedeur is narrowing to have any sort of legitimate future in Cleveland because he's not the starter now. You're not going to bring Shedeur back with a rookie quarterback in 2027 because he's the most popular celebrity quarterback in the league as a backup. You can't have that in the room if you've got a guy that you believe in, that you take it with a top 5, 10 pick, whatever it is, the top of the first round. Every time he plays poorly, it's going to start back. But what about Shedeur? Are you going to play Shedeur? Where's Shedeur? Where's Shedeur in all this? Why aren't you playing Shedeur? What's Shedeur look like? You can't do that to the quarterback. So that leaves you with 17 games, but it's less than 17 games because Deshaun's the starter. Now, I don't believe for a second Deshaun's going to stay healthy for 17 games or be effective enough to play all 17. So Shedeur's probably going to play at some point this season, but the question is, how many games is he going to get, and what's the bar that he has to clear for them to change their plans? Their actions tell you what they think because they're going through hell with Deshaun rather than put him out there. What does that tell you about where they think Shedeur is in his development and how far he has to go between now and December?
All right, so there's a few things to get to there. The one thing I just object to is if we all know Shedeur is probably going to start the most amount of games for the Browns quarterback this year, I don't know that before a game has been played, we can talk about Shedeur's path narrowing as if it was any different than what it was 3 weeks ago when we thought this was actually a legitimate quarterback competition.
I think his bigger point is something about next year more than it is about this year, though. And I think that's where he's trying to be like, how do you possibly keep this guy on the roster next year if you take a quarterback in 2027? But it is interesting to think about, and I thought the road you were going to go down there was the idea that how can you possibly say something to the effect of 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, or anything in between, and try to make the suggestion that Shedeur Sanders should be on the bench in those times, and this somehow helps him.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about Deshaun and all of this. I do think, I just want to remind everyone, I was willing to accept Geno Smith versus Shedeur. We talked with Albert. He mentioned Jameis Winston. Sure, why the hell not? Jameis Winston versus Shedeur. No one is having the conversations that we're having over the last couple days, last couple weeks, last couple months, if the Browns actually presented a legitimate quarterback battle that had enticing options outside of Shedeur Sanders.
Well, I think what frustrates me a little bit within this conversation is when Albert did join us, he was so passionate about the idea that you have to play Deshaun Watson out of the gate, and then it acknowledged that it might just be 2 weeks.
Yeah.
In what world do you have a scenario where you can go so hard at the idea that somebody should be starting and then turn around and then make the claim, well, 2 weeks might be all he ends up getting? Then you weren't that serious about that guy starting.
I still don't understand also, just in terms of what are these narratives and who are creating these narratives. Albert is stuck to his guns, and he even kind of, jokingly admitted sometimes he says this to people and he feels like he's talking to a brick wall.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because I think I am talking to a brick wall when I rebut this, where he says it's easy to go with Deshaun and then Shedeur. It's not easy to go with Shedeur and then go to Deshaun. I don't understand that mentality. Because in that mentality, If you're going to anyone, if you need to go away from Shedeur, it's because Shedeur has fallen flat on his face.
Mm-hmm.
That means it doesn't matter who you go to.
Exactly right. The season's already done. And at that point, you should be happy that you go to somebody like Dylan Gabriel or Taylon Green because you want to lose at that point. And I know we've talked about the idea of losing and it not being great, et cetera. But at that point, you're probably 10 games into the year, and we can have that conversation about what's best for the future long term.
It just feels like every narrative that has been – I don't want to say every narrative because that's a pretty broad strokes there.
There's a lot of narratives.
Many narratives.
A lot of narratives.
Got the best narratives.
So many narratives.
You did that to me.
I did do that. I'm sorry.
You did that to me.
I'm sorry. I got Bohm to laugh. That's
we
fine.
did, and that's all we really wanted out of all of this, to see that smile. That made it weird. Now, to get back to it, you see, I had a great point. Getting back to the narratives. I'm going to land the plane. I will be landing this plane whether you like it. I will be Sully on this one.
Okay.
Finally got it.
Nicely done.
Nailed it. Finally got it right.
Make this your Hudson River.
So many and we're turning left. So many of the narratives about why you would choose Deshaun over Shedeur feel like you're trying to reverse engineer a logical explanation. Oh, well, the experience. He sucked for 5 years, so the experience doesn't matter. Shedeur's really struggling with the operation there. I haven't seen Deshaun Watson look like the greatest game manager to ever play.
Well, it's not to make this like a recap of Albert's 520 segment, but what was another one of Albert's stronger, or what I think he perceived as stronger points and clapbacks was who really needs to see Shedeur Sanders play? Isn't that kind of like the Steelers needing to see Will Howard play in Pittsburgh? And what was my rebuttal? It was very simple. It's like, well, I don't need to see anything from Deshaun Watson. Like, how are you going to make the case that I don't need to see anything from Shedeur? The argument is right in front of everyone. I have 3 years of Deshaun Watson on tape. I don't need to see anything from Deshaun Watson. That we've already seen.
And I think that's the part of logic that I think a fair amount of national media and certainly the Browns don't understand. If you say Deshaun versus Shedeur, you've given me no choice. I could not possibly, as a Browns fan, as somebody who's watched this guy suck the life out of Cleveland football for 4 years, going on 5 years, I couldn't possibly. You could have put Satan against Deshaun Watson. I'd be like, I've heard Satan's got a cannon on him. Like, let's see what the big red devil bastard has, because it's going to end up slightly tangibly better than Deshaun Watson. So, like, I'm not waving the pom-poms for Shedeur. I'm simply, and have been simply saying, hell no to Deshaun Watson. But if you simply don't go, well, I mean, Deshaun Watson is a veteran, and he's got experience, and he'll help solidify the offensive line, somehow you're clamoring for a fifth-round pick. I didn't do this. I didn't choose the ingredients. I'm simply saying one is caca, one is unacceptable, and the other I might be able to sling a little hash on.
Yeah, but I think the expected result from, I think, a lot of people in this discussion is if you're not of the group of they both suck, then you're not getting it right, is the idea out there. And so I always tend to believe that just falls back to you could do that for 25 years with the Browns, and you're going to be right more times than you're wrong. I at least have interest in Shedeur Sanders. I want to see Shedeur play. I have no interest in Deshaun Watson. Take that for whatever that's worth.
Here's the other thing, and my guy Chip is sending this. Chip, I'm not trying to tee off on you, all right? Yeah,
you can take it.
Well, no, Chip's my guy. He's a good dude. He said Shedeur's a cool person, but he's not an NFL quarterback. I have watched this young man make plays on a football field that I have not watched supposedly superior quarterbacks like Kyle Wright and Deshaun Watson not make. I don't know that makes him a starting quarterback in the NFL. But playmaking ability on a football field, raw playmaking ability, is something that you look for in quarterbacks, and it makes him a lot more interesting than the Colt McCoys, the Cody Kesslers, these boring, vanilla, sawed-off quarterbacks, Dylan Gabriel, who cannot make a play to save their ass. I don't care about operation. I care about making plays because that's what a starting quarterback has to do. That's what any quarterback has to do in the NFL.
He makes big plays, and I think if one of the arguments people would have against him, at least the argument I would make for him, is the idea that he needs reps. And so, like, if you go back to Colorado, Colorado legitimately under Deion Sanders, and it's not hyperbole. They're dead last in running backs in that time frame, rushing yards. And out of 130 FBS schools, they're dead last in rushing, and they're close to dead last near the very, very bottom as far as offensive line units. So he had no offensive line help. He had no run game, but he was wildly accurate. That's what Shedeur Sanders did at a high level. He gets to the NFL, has no offensive line, has no run game, and, we saw how the first season went. There was enough within that context to see the things he overcame and the places that he strived and what he was able to do that would be like, yeah, that's worth seeing in year 2 of a season that's going nowhere. I just don't know how that isn't. If the argument is he needs snaps and he needs a chance to be able to be behind a decent offensive line and have a run game, then I think we're set up for that this year. Let's find out.
As a general reminder, if you had said Geno Smith versus Shedeur, I could accept the results. This is Big Cat versus Alan Wims III or whatever it was.
Dang Alan Wims. I wanted the contest rigged for Big Cat.
You did. Instead, it was rigged for Deshaun Watson. But no, you gave us Deshaun versus Shedeur, and the people spoke. Deshaun spoke, and you chose the Jamoke. I wanted to end that one on a rhyme.
Yeah, it did
there.
rhyme. Yeah.
Gary in Cleveland, welcome to the show.
Hey, guys. My take on Deshaun starting is fine. So be it, because Chase to the Cup starts for NASCAR this week, and give me more time to watch NASCAR because I'm not going to watch Watson play football.
All right. Now, let's say week 3, Deshaun gets benched. Will you be benching NASCAR and putting the Browns back on the TV? Are you benching them for all of this season?
I'm not benching them for all the season. If Sanders plays, I'll turn it on. But if it looks ugly when the race starts at 2:30, 3 o'clock, I'll go to the race.
Who do you like to win the whole thing this year?
Well, I'm a Kyle Larson fan, so he'll race up at Attica Speedway, which is like half an hour south of Cedar Point. I'll go up there and watch him race. He's such a phenomenal racer.
How's my guy Cole Custer doing?
I don't think all that well this year.
Oh, well, that's a real shame.
What's up with the I don't think? Wait, is he doing bad, or are you guessing that he's doing bad and don't know?
I don't. I follow certain drivers. I just don't follow Cole Custer.
You're just a Kyle Larson front runner, aren't you?
You are. This is Shedeur all over again.
Kyle Larson front runner.
I like Hamlin. I hate Bubba Wallace, but I'll watch him. No, there's just certain drivers I care to watch, and certain drivers I don't watch. Kind of like football. There's players I watch. There's players I don't watch. And Deshaun Watson's one of them. I'm not going to watch.
All right, Gary. Well, hey, give my guy Cole Custer a chance there. We appreciate you. Sorry about that, Gary. That's on me.
Cut him off.
Yeah,
there.
Cole Custer I choose my NASCAR drivers on. You would come in studio in Charlotte with me.
Yeah, is that what he did?
And I have a signed, I have an autographed die-cast car.
Is he still racing? Is got to be the question.
He is.
Here.
He's only like 30. He was like NASCAR Rookie of the Year kind of material.
Really?
And I think he's just had some bad cars. I haven't watched a single second of his driving. I'm going to guess it's the car.
I like the analysis.
Ownership is very important in NASCAR.
Yeah.
The sun was in his eye. He could only turn left so many damn times. It really wasn't about Cole Custer, though.
All right. The number 41 Chevy.
I never doubted it.
Is in his second consecutive season back at the Cup level. So he did get demoted at one point.
Yeah.
He went back down. He won the 2023 Xfinity Championship. That was a big moment in the Custer era.
Yeah.
Real where were you when moment.
Well, listen, you got a little ahead of yourself, got a little fat and cocky, and then you had to, you get busted down to the bottom level and then bring it all the way back.
He's running out there every week. He's just in the 20s and 30s.
That's all right. That's a car problem. That's not a Cole Custer problem.
Is that right?
Yeah. Actually, there is actually something to the analysis that I'm kind of blindly walking through.
No, I always thought it was kind of a little bit of a something's clearly wrong if the car matters way more than the driver in the sport.
Oh yeah. Or they're not cheating enough. Now that is something I also believe in.
The good old days of just cheating.
Cole Custer might be too, I'll say it, morally righteous to win enough to get enough top 10 finishes at NASCAR.
Did he come in weekly in the studio, or is he just kind of like there like once and that was all that was?
I mean, I think I had him. Again,
he does not look like I thought he would. By the way,
He is, yeah.
Well, I thought this generation of NASCAR, I thought you kind of rose to the top of the NASCAR ranks by being
how
good
you
looking.
look?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I thought that was like a new thing in NASCAR in the last decade, was that you have to be really good looking, and it's almost like a popularity contest more than it is like I'm gritty and can drive.
No, Cole Custer got there on pure medium talent.
Well, it should be great talent with how he looks.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this.
If I'm being honest.
I think he started coming in the studio in 2021. It was post-COVID, I'll tell you that.
Is that right?
8 or 9 times in Charlotte talking with Cole Custer. Let's do that, Brad Keselowski.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Was it Kyle Larson? Even a real person? I don't know. Who you guys? Listen, man. It has just been a banner day. And I have this freaking fruit fly that just keeps flying.
He won't leave the studio.
He's just bird dogging me.
He won't leave the studio.
I can't talk. I'm tired. I'm sick of Deshaun Watson. I just want to go home. In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Kansas Rescue here to help you beat the
by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Hey Browns fans, this is Denzel Ward. Keep up with the latest football news every 20 minutes with exclusive 2020 reports on the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of the show. Want to say a big thanks to all of our many guests today. Joe DeLeon, flabbergasted. Deshaun Watson starting week 1 for the Browns. John Fanta, flabbergasted. Deshaun Watson is starting week 1 for the Browns. And Albert Breer, not flabbergasted.
Not flabbergasted at all.
Yeah, but
expected outcome.
Didn't take a victory lap either. That's why we love Albert Breer.
I think it's because after Saturday, he did turn around and was like, I don't know how you start him now.
Yeah.
I think that's the pause. I also think he's a classy human.
I think it might be the first thing.
All right.
Maybe. But yeah, Albert's also classy.
Very
wink,
classy.
Wink. We appreciate him for joining us today. Obviously, if you missed a second of the show today, you can listen back on the free Odyssey app. We got the chapters up there. Or watch the entire 5 hours back on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. You can subscribe there. Ring that bell. Except you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito. And as always, like our videos. We desperately need and love to be liked by you. Let's see here. I don't think I have another damn thing to say. Let's get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, we're going to start off here. I have no idea if you even knew the Ultimate Dads Unplugged podcast. That's a thing. LeVar Ball, I think, is the host of it. It's basically a way for dads of players to have the roundtable discussions they've been wanting to have.
That's good. I needed that.
Yeah.
I often think to myself, all right, I know what the athletes think. what do their fathers think?
Exactly. Yeah. And so that's what we're doing here with this podcast. And so Jason Tatum's dad went on the podcast, right? Mm-hmm. And you're thinking to yourself, okay, well, he's going to say some nice things about Boston, I would imagine. He's going to say nice things about the Celtics team. That's what you would think. Well, this is what Jason Tatum's dad had to say about the 2027 NBA season upcoming.
Tatum, talk to him.
Realistically, I might say New York might run it back.
If you don't say, hey, the team your son on, you got to be crazy. You see, he said his son.
I said
you got to say your son.
Right now, rosters.
Who cares about the roster?
I do.
What might have got bleeped out there? He said the roster is bleep.
Oh.
The Celtics roster is bleep. So not only does he think the Knicks are going to win the championship, he thinks his kid's team has no chance, basically.
I like that honesty.
This is a disaster.
Honestly, this is why dads of athletes should have their own podcast, because they tell it like it is.
Imagine being Jason Tatum, listening to your dad. They'd be like, yeah, the Knicks are better. Your roster is basically, it's bleep. That's all I can say is bleep. What are you even doing?
Counterpoint. Just thinking out loud here. Just off the top of my head.
Sure. Okay. Yeah.
Maybe he's motivating his son, huh?
Yeah. I would be hard-pressed to believe this is a motivating tactic, but if it is a motivating tactic, then it's a hell of a motivating
He's
tactic.
looking at Jason Tatum and thinking, your kid's on the
this
court
is
too
the
much.
push that they need.
Maybe you got a little soft in the Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown wars. I'm going to tell him that roster ain't bleep.
They're all laughing at it.
The most confounding thing about the Jaylen Brown trade is that you were already starting to get a little old, a little long in the tooth there with Derek White, with some of the other guys you have around Jason Tatum, and you thought, why don't we get older and less good on the defensive side of the ball as well?
Yeah, it's going to be a real problem for him.
You hate to see it, personally.
What's funny is he wasn't even like, well, LeBron and the 76ers. He knew he couldn't do that because you can't spit in your kid's face that way.
Oh, that would be the worst one?
Oh, big time. Yeah, saying the Knicks run it back isn't the biggest thing in the world. Saying the 76ers and the guy that you wanted off the team, essentially, and the guy that tried to basically commandeer and take your team over from you was going to win the NBA Finals, that would have been the biggest slap in the face.
What other dads are on this podcast? I know you said it's LeVar Ball.
I have no idea who the other ones were.
Or the other fathers, revolving cast.
I just saw LeVar. I did not see. I have no idea. I would imagine John Morant's dad is probably heavily involved in this.
The guy that looks like Usher.
Yeah, I think it's T. Morant. Is that his name?
Yeah.
He was always drawn on the sidelines. I think he's got to be involved.
T, I know you created a son that ends up being a really good NBA player. If I looked like Usher, I would just spend full time taking advantage of looking like Usher. You know what I mean? I look like Will Sasso.
Yeah.
There's not a lot I can really do on that accord, right? I'm not out
Well,
here.
what are you going to do if you
There's
look like
not
Usher?
a large market for fat guys that look like Will Sasso.
Is there a large market for skinny guys that look like Usher?
I would say, yeah, Jonathan. Have you seen the horny-ass concerts they put on there?
I always thought Usher was just kind of creepy in those.
Oh, no, I do.
I thought Chris Brown was the draw for the ladies out there.
And if that is the case, holy potato, Batman.
Well, holy potato Batman is probably the result of all of this. Holy potato Batman?
Well, I was trying not to curse on air.
I'm trying to find who else is on this show. But, of course, I went to Twitter first, which was not the right way to do this.
Yeah, you can't find anything on Twitter.
Well, their search function is absolutely awful.
Beyond ruining the whole world, like if we set that aside, the worst thing Elon Musk has done is really ruin social media.
It's LeVar Ball, Dwayne Wade Sr.
I didn't even know Dwayne Wade Sr.
Oh, and then
like
Jaylen Brown's, his dad is a part of it.
Oh, that's a tough
Quentin
one.
Marcellus Brown Sr. is Jaylen Brown's dad, so that's Jaylen Brown's dad.
Wait, Quentin Marcellus Brown Sr.?
Yeah, the world champion boxer.
That is such an awesome... I didn't know that was his dad, but that's an awesome name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the three of them. Dwayne Wade Sr., LeVar Ball, and then Quentin.
No Ed Kelsey, huh?
Oh, no, that man's too honest.
Baskin and Phelps.
That man's too honest for that one.
I want to go ahead and register a complaint on that one. All right. Let's give the people a little window here into the mindset of Ohio State head coach Ryan Day ahead of their September 5th opener at the Shoe against Ball State. Here's a Q&A with the media. Oh, we're not going to go to it.
Not happening. You want to do a Ryan Day and tell us what happened?
It's kind of a tough one to like. The whole reason why we needed the clip is it's kind of tough to.
That's okay.
all right. So, Cattell Marte, why isn't this a bigger story?
Yeah. You want to talk about Dolly Parton for 2 minutes?
Yeah, that really bummed me out. We've talked a lot the last 2 days about things that it's really tough to find anybody with support above like 50% these days. 50% is like the best you're going to get of anything to anyone to agree on anything. The fact that 100% of people are like, damn, Dolly died at 80? That sucks. The idea that everybody agrees on this, I think, is like overwhelming, considering she was a celebrity for 50 years.
It just kind of thought she'd be around forever.
Yeah,
she's just one of those celebrities that you just kind of thought would be around forever. It's incredibly sad. I do her imagination library, so I got books sent to my house every month from Dolly Parton, and we will until Charlotte turns 5, and then we have them sent for Chloe as well. And so, she just does so much to benefit so many people, and has always been generous that way.
I really do. I am a sucker for rags to riches stories. I don't know that those exist anymore. It's just riches to more riches, it feels like. But Dolly being, I don't remember what birth order, but like the 10th kid out of 14 kids, born in the literal holler. The payment to the doctor that delivered her was like a sack of cornmeal or something like that.
Yeah.
The fact that she has sent books to like 300 million kids in the world.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about with that. It's crazy.
The coolest thing in the world. And I don't really wax poetic about celebrities because I think we overvalue that stuff. But Dolly Parton gets the absolute Peterlin pass on this one. This one absolute stinks for humanity.
Yeah, just a really great human. Have you ever been to Dollywood?
I have.
I have as well.
Yeah. Gatlinburg, done the whole Seversville thing, that whole
thing. Oh, so you did Gatlinburg and Dollywood in the same little stretch there. That's nice. I was Dollywood and then out. A little bit of a disappointing theme park, if I'm being honest. I know on the day she
did
died.
just die.
The day she died.
Maybe holster that one for a day or two.
No,
maybe talk about the books again. I don't know.
I think she'd want the honesty.
Maybe talk about Dolly Parton's Partons again. I don't know. I'm thinking just about anything other than Dollywood.
I know Dolly, I think she'd want the honesty. She'd be smiling down. I appreciate that out of you.
Jonathan, lie to him. Lie to him about Dolly. That's where those books got to your kids.
You need more of a list there.
Yeah, I don't have it. That being said, I want to say big thanks to Michael Bowman, Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. Good stuff. Want to say thank you to Katie Pollock. Want to say thank you to Jake Murrin. Well, it was another show. Had that. Well,
yeah, it was. Hey, we had fun.
Hey, we got one more day closer to Patriots-Browns. Don't forget the Coaches Show. Todd Monken coming up in just about 7 minutes' time. Stay tuned to that. And the night show after that. JP, we'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Looking forward to it. Talk to you tomorrow.
See you guys on the other side.